Now, let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision. Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
Dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of WCIT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from WCIT heading Haik Chobanyan to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
Շնորհակալ եմ։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների 23-րդ համաշխարհային կոնգրեսի հարգելի մասնակիցներ, հարգելի հյուրեր։ Ողջունում եմ ձեզ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մայրաքաղաք Երևանում համաշխարհային նշանակության այս հավաքի բացման առիթով։ Մեզ համար մեծ պատիվ է եւ հաճույք այսպիսի համաժողով հյուրընկալելը, որովհետեւ այն շատ լավ առիթ է ձեզ եւ ձեր միջոցով միջազգային հանրության հետ խոսելու, Հայաստանը բարձր տեխնոլոգիական, արդյունաբերական երկիր դարձնելու մեր ռազմավարության մասին, եւ ես հույս ունեմ մեր երկրում անցկացրած մի քանի օրերի ընթացքում դուք կզգաք այն նոր էներգիան եւ մթնոլորտը, որ մեր երկրին համակել է նախորդ տարի Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցած ոչ բռնի թավշյա ժողովրդական հեղափոխությունից հետո։ Ուզում եմ ընդգծել, որ այդ հեղափոխությունը տեղի ունեցավ ապակենտրոնացման միջոցով, ինչի արդյունքում Հայաստանը համաշխարհային քարտեզի վրա դարձավ ժողովրդավարության կենտրոն։ Եվ ահա քաղաքական այս հեղափոխությունից հետո այժմ մենք գտնվում ենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության շրջափուլում, որը նույնպես տեղի է ունենում ապակենտրոնացման շնորհիվ, որովհետև մենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության հիմնական միջոց համարում ենք յուրաքանչյուր քաղաքացու անհատական ջանքը, անհատական նախաձեռնությունը, որը նա անում է ոչ թե կառավարության հրահանգով, այլ իր անձնական որոշումներով, իր անձնական նպատակներով եւ ամբիցիաներով։ Եվ ահա մեր երկրի տնտեսությունը տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում։ Այս պահին ունենք 7% տնտեսական աճ, մեր երկրում տուրիզմը տպավորիչ աճ է արձանագրում, այս տարի ունենք туриզմի շուրջ 13% աճ, տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում նաև տեխնոլոգիական ապրանքների արտահանումը։ Առաջին 7 ամսվա կտրվածքով միջին տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը մեր երկրից աճել է 40.9%-ով, իսկ բարձր տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը 34.4%-ով։ Այս ամենը մեզ վստահություն է տալիս, որ Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցող տնտեսական հեղափոխությունը իր հերթին կհանգեցնի տեխնոլոգիական հեղափոխության, եւ մենք կկարողանանք Հայաստանում դարձնել տեխնոլոգիական, նորարարական առաջատար երկրներից մեկը աշխարհում, իսկական տեխնոլոգիական կենտրոն։ Այս նպատակը մեզ հասանելի եւ իրատեսական է թվում նաեւ այն պատճառով, որ հայ ժողովրդի բազմաթիվ զավակներ տեխնոլոգիական հանրահայտ նորարարությունների հեղինակներ են։ 1853 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Հովհաննես Ղուկասյանը ստեղծեց կերոսինային լամպը, այսպիսով նոր ուժ հաղորդելով տեխնոլոգիական լուսավորության դարաշրջանին, հեղափոխություն իրականացնելով մարդկանց առօրյա կյանքում։ 1854 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Քրիստափոր Տեր-Սերոփյանը ստեղծեց ԱՄՆ դոլարի կանաչ գույնը, եւ այդ կանաչը մինչև հիմա համարվում է դոլարի բացառիկ գույն։ 1911 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Գաբրիել Կազանչյանը ստեղծեց մազեր չորացնող սարքավորումը, բոլորիս հայտնի ֆենը։ 1916 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Ստեփան Ստեփանյանը ստեղծեց մեխանիկական բետոնախառնիչը, որը ժամանակակից աշխարհում նույնքան տարածված է, որքան ֆենը։ 1930-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Հովհաննես Ադամյանը ձևակերպեց եւ ստեղծեց այն ալգորիթմը, տեխնոլոգիան, որը հնարավոր դարձրեց գունավոր հեռուստացույցների ստեղծումը։ Ժամանակակից աշխարհը դժվար է պատկերացնել առանց գունավոր հեռուստացույցի, դոլարի կանաչի, ֆենի կամ մեխանիկական բետոնախառնիչի։ 1931 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Ասատուր Սաֆարյանը ստեղծեց ավտոմեքենաների ավտոմատ փոխանցման տուփը, նոր հեռանկարներ բացելով ավտոմոբիլաշինության հետագա զարգացման համար։ 1939 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Լյութեր Գևորգ Սիմիջյանը ստեղծեց բոլորիս հայտնի բանկոմատը, որը նույնքան տարածված է ժամանակակից աշխարհում, որքան դոլարը, ֆենը, որքան բետոնի մեխանիկական խառնիչը, որքան գունավոր հեռուստացույցը, որքան ավտոմատ փոխանցումատուփով ավտոմեքենա։ Բայց սա դեռ վերջը չէ, իզուր եք շտապում։ 1960-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Միքայել Տեր-Պողոսյանը դարձավ տոմոգրաֆիայի հիմնադիրներից մեկը, որը հեղափոխական նշանակության նորարարություն էր առողջապահության ոլորտում։ 1970-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Ռայմոնդ Տամատյանը ստեղծեց մագնիսական ռեզոնանսային սկանավորման սարքը, որը մի նոր հեղափոխություն դարձավ առողջապահության ոլորտում։ Այս երկու հայտնագործությունները միլիոնավոր, 100 միլիոնավոր կյանքեր են փրկել ամբողջ աշխարհում, բարելավել են 100 միլիոնավոր մարդկանց կյանքի որակը։ 1995 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Էմիկ Ավակյանը ստեղծեց հաշմանդամություն ունեցող անձանց համար նախատեսված ինքնագնաց սայլակը, փոխելով հաշմանդամություն ունեցող միլիոնավոր մարդկանց կյանքը։ 2006 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Յուրի Օգանիսյանը հայտնաբերեց Մենդելեևի պարբերական աղյուսակի 118-րդ քիմիական տարը, որը հենց գիտնականի պատվին կոչվում է օգանեսոն։ Այս թվարկումը դեռ երկար կարելի է շարունակել, հիշատակելով աշխարհահռչակ MiG ինքնաթիռների հեղինակ Արտյոմ Միկոյանին, ամերիկյան բանակում օգտագործվող հակագազերի հեղինակ Արթուր Բլբուլյանին, պլաստիկ վիրաբուժության համահիմնադիրներից մեկին Վարազդատ Կազանջյանին, ժամանակակից միալծակ ծորակի հեղինակ Ալեքս Մանուկյանին։ Այս ամենը եւ այն փաստը, որ խորհրդային առաջին համակարգիչը Նաիրի անունով ստեղծվել է Հայաստանում, այն փաստը, որ մեր բազմաթիվ հայրենակիցներ գործուն մասնակցություն են ունեցել խորհրդային եւ ամերիկյան տիեզերական ծրագրերում, այն փաստը, որ այսօր էլ համաշխարհային տեխնոլոգիական նորարարության ոլորտում մեր շատ հայրենակիցներ լրջագույն հաջողություններ են գրանցում, մեզ վստահություն է տալիս, որ Հայաստանը իսկապես դառնալու է տեխնոլոգիական ոլորտի կարևոր կետերից մեկը աշխարհում, կարևոր կենտրոններից մեկը աշխարհում։ Այս նպատակով մենք ընդարձակ հարկային արտոնություններ ենք նախատեսել Հայաստանում նոր ստեղծվող տեխնոլոգիական ընկերությունների համար, որոնք մինչև 2023 թվականը ազատված են շահութահարկից եւ վճարում են ընդամենը 10% եկամտային հարկ։ Որպես արդյունք, մեր երկրում տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների ոլորտը վերջին 7 տարում աճել է շուրջ 5 անգամ եւ ամեն տարի կայուն 20-25%-անոց աճ է գրանցում։ Մենք խնդիր ենք դրել լրջորեն զարգացնել կրթությունը, սկսած նախակրթարաններից մինչև մագիստրատուրա եւ ասպիրանտուրա, եւ ասում ենք, որ մեր երկրում կրթությունը պետք է դառնա ազգային ապրելակերպ, այն տրամաբանությամբ, որ մեր երկրում մարդը երբեք ու երբեք չպետք է դադարի սովորել, եւ մեր բոլորի սկսած վարչապետից, ավարտած համակարգչային օպերատորով կրթական ցենզը, պրոֆեսիոնալ մակարդակը ամեն հաջորդ օր պետք է ավելի բարձր լինի, քան նախորդ օրը։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների համաշխարհային 23-րդ կոնգրեսի սիրելի մասնակիցներ։ Մենք հավատում ենք, որ Հայաստանը կարող ենք դարձնել դրախտ տաղանդավոր մարդկանց համար։ Ինչպես երկար տարիներ աշխարհի տարբեր երկրներ՝ Ֆրանսիան, Ռուսաստանը, Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգները, Սինգապուրը, Մեծ Բրիտանիան, Հնդկաստանը, Իրանը, բազմաթիվ այլ երկրներ սեփական տաղանդը զարգացնելու եւ դրսեւորելու, կրթություն ստանալու եւ հայտնագործություններ անելու հնարավորություն են տվել հայոց ցեղասպանությունից մազապուրծ մեզ բազմաթիվ հայրենակիցների, որոնց մի մասին ես հիշատակեցի որպես համաշխարհային նշանակության նորարարությունների հեղինակների, այնպես էլ հիմա ազատ եւ զարգացող ինքնիշխան Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը դառնում է ավելի ու ավելի գրավիչ երկիր տեխնոլոգիական, կրթական, նորարարական ներդրումների գործունեության եւ կրթության համար։ Մենք ընդամենը ամիսներ առաջ ստեղծել ենք նոր բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության նախարարություն, որպեսզի ոլորտով հետաքրքրված բոլոր մասնագետները, սկսնակները, ներդրողներն ու գործընկերները իմանան, նրանց համար կոնկրետ լինի, թե Հայաստանում որն է իրենց հասցեն։ Բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության նախարար Արշակյանը այս համաժողովը Հայաստանում անցկացնելու ամենամեծ ջատագովներից մեկն էր, եւ ես հույս ունեմ, որ այս հիրավի հիշարժան իրադարձությունը շատ բան կփոխի տեխնոլոգիական աշխարհի եւ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության հարաբերություններում։ Եվ մեզ բոլորիս, սիրելի ներկաներ, հաջողություններ են մաղթում բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների միջոցով աշխարհը ավելի մարդասեր, ավելի աստվածավախ, ավելի քաղաքակիրթ ու հանդուրժող դարձնելու գործում։ Հարգելի հյուրեր, տեխնոլոգիան տեխնոլոգիա, բայց խնդրում եմ բաց չթողնեք հայկական արևահամ մրգերը, անմոռանալի խորտիկները, դրախտային գինին ու կոնյակը վայելելու այս բացառիկ հնարավորությունը։ Եվ իհարկե հայկական աշունը, որը տաք ու հյուրընկալ է ինչպես միշտ։ Հույս ունեմ առաջատար տեխնոլոգիաների ձեռնարկությունների միությունը Հայաստանը վայելելու ժամանակ է թողել մեր բոլոր հյուրերի համար։ Շնորհակալ եմ ուշադրության համար։
At the dawn of civilization, people gathered in the center for conversation, community, and collaboration. The world was divided in center and periphery, capital and province, stage and audience. Then, technology taught us to communicate in a different way, and decentralization began. Just a moment ago, the center was where we used to be seen.
See you sign, I will. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking. And I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak.
23rd World Congress on Information Technology. A place for global tech leaders and aspiring innovators to meet, discuss, and shape the future of the digital age. A place to challenge and change the established patterns in this rapidly decentralizing world. Since the very first Congress in 1978, WCIT has attracted the world's most powerful figures in technology, business, and politics. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Vince Cerf, Ginny Rometty, Steve Forbes. WCIT 2019. More than 2,000 delegates from 60 countries come together to establish new connections, break stereotypes, question beliefs, rediscover innovation and success in a world where any place can become a center and anyone can be in the spotlight. Visit us at WCIT 2019 in Yerevan. Learn, create, and collaborate within a unique network of innovators, dreamers, and change makers. Follow us to new places. Meet new people that can offer their own truths. Discover Armenia. A rising hub of innovation, a country with rich history, exquisite cuisine, and breathtaking nature. Join us and embrace the power of technology, progress, and decentralization in this ever-changing world. WCIT Yerevan, October 6th to 9th, 2019. 23rd World Congress on Information Technology. A place for global tech leaders and aspiring innovators to meet, discuss, and shape the future of the digital age. A place to challenge and change the established patterns in this rapidly decentralizing world. Since the very first Congress in 1978, WCIT has attracted the world's most powerful figures in technology, business, and politics. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Vince Cerf, Ginny Rometty, Steve Forbes. WCIT 2019. More than 2,000 delegates from 60 countries come together to establish new connections, break stereotypes, question beliefs, rediscover innovation and success in a world where any place can become a center and anyone can be in the spotlight. Visit us at WCIT 2019 in Yerevan. Learn, create, and collaborate within a unique network of innovators, dreamers, and change makers. Follow us to new places. Meet new people that can offer their own truths. Discover Armenia, a rising hub of innovation, a country with rich history, exquisite cuisine, and breathtaking nature. Join us and embrace the power of technology, progress, and decentralization in this ever-changing world. WCIT Yerevan, October 6th to 9th, 2019.
Instagram alone, the ability for somebody to make what they want to happen, sell an idea, a pair of sneakers, a SaaS infrastructure, whatever you're up to in this audience, the ability to actually achieve that in the current ecosystem is remarkably high, yet every day people let that opportunity pass by not understanding the two core functionalities of what it takes to be successful, in my opinion today in the macro, which is, do you know how to spend media money on these platforms? And more importantly, do you have the capabilities to produce contextual content at scale? What works on Facebook as a video and with its copy acts very differently than if you put that same video on YouTube, acts very differently than if you put that video on IG, acts very differently. You know, one of the more interesting arbitrage opportunities in this country is Twitter. Though Twitter is not at the same usage, the supply and demand of people not producing content for it against how many do consume Twitter in the country and the region is very high, leaving a huge opportunity for many in this hall to be able to produce on that platform. I would argue that if you have any ambition or company at size, you must today, in a 2020 world, be producing 20 to 100 pieces of content a day. And when I think about how, when I audit big businesses, small businesses, entrepreneurs, the amount of content produced is extremely low, and more importantly, the far majority of content that people put out, they put out the same piece of content across every platform, completely disrespecting the end consumer, the way she or he wants to consume content, and most importantly, not taking advantage of the platform's nuances. If you really take a step back and pay attention to what's happening in the world, both on the political, private sector, Fortune 1000, and entrepreneur level, enormous growth has happened from the individuals and organizations who have bought in to producing content at scale on these 10 platforms that dominate the world. Whether you're in China on Weibo or WeChat, whether VK in the USSR, in Russia, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, on and on and on. I am flabbergasted, stunned by the lack of content being produced by 99% of this audience. It is free attention. It is free attention, and yet we continue to not invest in the creative art needed to communicate, whether in the written form, in video form, or picture form. My friends, the real important thing here is actually a very simple history lesson. This is one very simple history lesson. Everything I'm talking about right now, everything that I'm compelled to get just one person in this conference to go home and finally take it serious, has been happening forever, but more recently in our internet framework, it is very easy to follow who's had success completely based on who actually had a website in 1995, 6, 7, 8, 9, who actually invested in email and email newsletters in 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001, who moved first on Google AdWords when Google emerged. Just to remind everybody, the biggest spender on Google AdWords in the first 5 years of Google was Amazon. Amazon, one of the leading companies in the world, arbitraged underpriced attention on Google search to become Amazon. On Facebook over the last half decade, the number one spenders look like companies like Wish. And if you're unfamiliar with Wish, the shopping app, this is a company that's has gone to a place where it's doing between 6 to 10 billion in revenue, depending on who you listen to, and it's spent 90% of its money on Facebook. When you look at what's happening on Instagram today, whether it's Fashion Nova or Gymshark or brands of that nature, Bang energy drink, they're building their entire businesses on the back of underpriced attention. Where does the world continue to think people are consuming information, and where are they actually consuming information is the biggest paradigm within this room. We will spend the rest of these 2 days in this conference enamored by infrastructure, yet we will not pay attention to what's happening in Hollywood right now, which is, it is no longer who has the biggest satellites, who has the biggest printing presses. The pipes are commoditized. The reason you see a rise of Netflix or Amazon or all the OTTs that will take over the world's content consumption when it comes to entertainment is because, like always, eventually the distribution becomes commoditized. The internet is the distribution. And when the next technology comes along, probably blockchain, distribution will be even more commoditized. And what you fill it with becomes the variable of success. There are enormous skills that are needed to achieve this, but they're historic skills that have always been had. The ability to produce video content at scale, but have the ability to film all day and understand how to post-produce the video for the platform you're putting into has become a remarkable skill. You know, many of you, how many people here consume my content? Just raise your hands for context. Thank you. So many of you know and have watched as D-Rock has come along this journey with me, filming and producing content. But what he has gone through has been the evolution of wanting to make remarkable films that would take 3, 4, 5 weeks and produce one piece of content to what he's doing now, which is probably within the last 20 minutes, produce 7 to 25 different pieces of content. Some will just transcribe the words I'm saying now and be written as Facebook or LinkedIn posts. Others will be clipped for 1 minute for an Instagram post. One will be the whole talk as a YouTube and Facebook keynote. The audio of what I'm saying right now will be stripped and will be my daily podcast. We are now living in a post-production, at scale, creative infrastructure that no matter who you are in this room, no matter what your goals are, it is commoditizing almost everything except your ability to actually communicate in this environment. If you take a very big step back and you look at the winners and losers over the last half decade, I would argue that they are wildly mapped to one's ability to understand how to spend time and energy on these 10 to 15 platforms that we actually pay attention to versus the people that have looked backwards and continued to rely on traditional means to communicate. Communication has always dictated everything. You know, coming from this part of the world, I've studied for a long time how communication, by whom and how, has changed absolutely everything. I find it very unlikely that this audience is confused by what I'm saying. When I say it in America, it sometimes misses the mark. But when you say it in other parts of the world that have gone through massive changes completely predicated by communicators and how she or he communicates, there's a deeper sense and knowledge. I believe that this part of the world and many other parts of the world that have gone through this should be much more acute in understanding that it is only communication that is left in the end. And unless you take a step back today and really become strong, smart, and strategic about how you do that, I believe you will leave enormous opportunity on the table. I'm gonna swing it a little bit now on an individual basis. For the people in here that will not have the resources to create a team and hire people, this becomes an enormous game of self-awareness. There are many people here who will not be good at video. They're uncomfortable, they're insecure, they don't like the comments that people leave when they leave a video. Others are incredible writers, but because the internet so values currently video and audio, they may not deem writing is the skill set that I believe it to be. I actually argue for everybody here who's trying to achieve on Instagram right now, which is a very high group of people, that the copy, the writing that you put with these posts is far greater, even though it is a highly visual platform. For everybody in this room that is looking to advance their ambitions, whether it's writing, whether it's video, or my favorite thing to talk about, audio, you've got to figure out how you best communicate. For many of you, this is simply a game of taking your phone, hitting record and talking, hit save, and post the audio with a standard picture on any of these platforms. You must be self-aware of how you communicate, and then you must find ways to distribute that. I'm gonna leave with a framework of why I believe that audio should be the biggest conversation in this conference. I believe that way too many people make the mistake of trying to catch the next technology wave long before it's the actual technology wave. There's been a remarkable of money lost in the last 3 or 4 years around VR and AR, not because it's not coming, but because the number one mistake in this collective room is not paying attention to the actual consumer. We have ideologies around our technology. We are technologists and get excited about future technologies, but very often over the last 20 years, I have watched this ecosystem get way too ahead of itself without realizing that the consumer was not ready. Nobody is home right now sitting in a VR contraption, spending 10 hours a day VRing. What we need to do is be best at what is current. How many people here listen to a podcast? Raise your hand. Raise it high. Look around. Now, put your hands down. How many of those people that just raised their hands were not listening to a podcast just 5 years ago? Raise your hands. That is what I spend my time on. Where are we now? Not 4 years from now, not 4 years ago, right this second. And right this second, we sit in an incredible place with audio. We value time and convenience over everything. As much as the world wants us to continue to value privacy, every day, humans around the world give up privacy for time, speed, and convenience. It's just the way we are as animals. In that insight, you must understand how important your audio strategy is going forward. How many people here consume YouTube videos? Raise your hand. Raise it high if you do. Just raise it high. How many of you now, when you watch YouTube videos, are starting to not even watch the video, you're just listening? Raise your hands. Look around, keep them up. Look around. This, my friends, between podcast growth, between the fact that the #1 video platform in the world is now being consumed for a shocking percentage in audio, not video, is very important. You can imagine when I see that many hands, why it gets hard for me to get excited about video production value when I know the actual consumption is actually being done in audio. Doesn't mean that video is declining, video is growing. Consumption is growing because we have devices with us at all times. We don't have to go home and watch television or the radio. I believe that the #1 opportunity for the majority of this room is a very strong strategy around podcasting and audio content, especially because what has emerged in the last 24 months and will continue to grow is AI-driven voice devices in our homes. I believe over the next decade, when you look at how much of what we do today through a phone will be done through audio and voice with a device in our home and office and car, will surprise people quite a bit. There will be no reason to grab your phone in the morning to see what the weather is when you're brushing your teeth and you ask Alexa or Apple or Google or Weibo or whatever it may be what the weather's gonna be like. There's not gonna be a need to go to Google search to find a lawyer or the best restaurant when your voice device can answer that for you much faster. I will wrap this thesis and everything I've talked about to the highest level of what I think about every day, and I will leave you with this, and I challenge you with this thought. If you believe what I've laid out this morning, it leads to just one very important conclusion, which is if you are not building your brand or your reputation so that it is in people's head, you become incredibly vulnerable. What I don't think people realize is over the last 2 decades, a written or typing infrastructure of internet has allowed people to be salespeople, not just marketing and branding. You've been able to be found if somebody searches for something. You can be the 6th result on Google. You can buy an ad to show up first. When we go away from a typing and visual infrastructure to a voice infrastructure, you must now establish brand. In a world where I speak to a device and ask it for information, you must produce content today to make me aware of your brand so that when I go and order a pizza, I don't say, Alexa, I want a pizza, and then I let Amazon decide who I'm getting the pizza from. I must say, Alexa, I want Pizza Hut. This little example will play true for all of our businesses, all of our ambitions, all of our political, geopolitical, local, business, personal, all of it. I believe that this is the end of an era where visual and written creative can establish so much brand that it preps you for an audio-centric brand warfare. I couldn't be more passionate and push everybody here to dramatically rev up the content they put out in the world, which is to say the most important part, and the single reason I get to sit here. 99% of the content that is put out on these platforms is selfish. I want you to buy my thing. Look at my thing. Look at me. If you look at the people that are winning, it's about their audience. They're putting out content that brings value. This is an enormous struggle for humans and companies and organizations. However, it is the discipline required to actually break through a world with so much content is being produced. The amount of volume that is being produced is extraordinary. Supply and demand of our information is remarkably difficult to break through. It is why when new platforms emerge, TikTok is not even a blip in this part of the world yet. However, if you look at how Instagram rose, it means that everybody here should create an account and wait to see if it does. If it doesn't, that's fine. You're gonna be okay with the 8 hours you wasted. If it does, there's a remarkable return on investment of attention for your ability to communicate. As a 6-year-old boy, I used to make signs because I wanted to sell lemonade in a street in New Jersey, and I would sit and walk around town looking for which tree and which pole to put my lemonade stand sign on. At 6, it was in my DNA to follow eyes and ears. I sit here 37 years later as a deep practitioner in watching where human beings go and figuring out what to put in front of them to make what I want to happen. I highly, highly recommend that you understand the skill set of that craft is emerging in value at a rapid pace because of the way we actually live in 2020. I hope you take this talk and leave this conference and actually start making instead of debating. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, brother.
One more round of applause to Gary Vaynerchuk, please.
Thank you, Armenia. Love you guys. Thank you.
That's a pretty good start. Yes or no?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
What did you say? Yes? Much better. Okay. We're going to do some scene shifting. We've got another panel, then we've obviously got a special guest later. Just give us a few minutes to do a bit of logistics and we'll be back with you. Thank you very much. Hey, man.
Okay, so
Andrew's in which has changed now.
okay, so now we're going to set up smart cities. Where's my phone? Yeah. Okay. Matthew Feeney here. I need to talk to him. Please get me Matthew Feeney.
Like it was just a game, pretending to feel the same. sinking my fingertips into every inch of you, 'cause I know that's what you want me to do. This love has taken its toll on me, and he said goodbye too many times before, and his heart is breaking in front of me, and I have no choice, 'cause I
ancient center of creativity to a contemporary center of technology. From the sacred pages of illuminated manuscripts to the illuminated circuits of the information age, a country and its people step forth to claim their place in the spotlight, welcoming the world, sharing their uniqueness, their stories, desires, and dreams, overcoming, connecting, creating, merging heritage and technology, retelling legends of old using tools anew. Inventive then, innovative now. Building for the future on foundations laid long ago. This is our reality, our dimension, our center. This is who we are. We are Armenians, and this is Armenia. Come see for yourself.
There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world, each and every one of us. We are the race of alert creatures, pioneering to question and to explore incredible things waiting to be known. This is the human spirit spontaneously revealed through our cosmic curiosity, creativity, admiration, risk, trial, failure, success, and our belief in ourselves. In this world of varying opportunities, the World Congress on Information Technology aims to dissolve boundaries and unite those able to seize the opportunity, to develop new possibilities, explore new ideas, markets, and cultures, build new partnerships, and mend old bridges. Our focus is not on technology, but on how technology will continue to affect people. Our goal is not to innovate the known, but to research the unknown. Our purpose is not to find the center, but to prove that anyone, anywhere, can be the center. We are at the forefront of a whole new world, created by restless minds. There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world. Each and every one of us. And here. Commanding the attention of the rest.
let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision. Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
Dear guests, dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of WCIT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from WCIT heading Haik Chobanyan to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
extremely large panel. Andrew and Miguel, please. Round of applause, come on. Good luck.
Thank you.
Please. Guys.
And in no particular order, the rest of the panel. Beginning with Jacob Akashian. Round of applause, please. Nikolova Markiana. Palak Ahmed Zunaid. Mohammed Javed Azali Yaroum. Michael Christidas. Catherine Cano. Welcome to the stage. And finally, Kia Johari Zaril. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Barev Detz. My name is Miguel Carrasco. I'm a senior partner with the Boston Consulting Group based in Australia, and I have the pleasure of leading our Centre for Digital Government. My team of 120 people work with governments around the world to unlock the potential through technology. And it's my great pleasure to be here this morning to do this keynote. In our experience, the potential to unlock technology, unlocking the potential of technology, the key to it is actually people. I know it seems like heresy in the middle of an IT conference to suggest that technology is not the most important thing. But the fact is that our industrial era organizations and the thinking that underpins those organizations and institutions is now obsolete. The accelerating developments of technology have redefined the boundaries of what's possible. We need new ways of thinking and new ways of working that allow us to take advantage of the best that the human and machine collaboration can give. We think the future is bionic. We need to transform and reinvent our businesses, our government, and our society. Let me explain. There is no doubt that technology has the potential to create enormous value. The use of advanced technologies is expected to add an extra $9 trillion in additional GDP. Technology creates jobs. High-tech jobs are growing at 11% per annum, triple or quadruple the rate of most other sectors. It's also a significant driver of efficiency and productivity. But is this potential really being realised? Is the reality living up to the hype? Business and governments invest a lot of money in technology, but genuine digital transformation has so far proved elusive. Instead, we have lots of plans, digital pilots, proofs of concepts, prototypes, minimum viable products, incubators, accelerators, and not any of them really achieving real scale across the organisation. We see innovation, digital innovation at the edge, and yet the core is not transformed. We see silver bullet mentality, pinning our hopes on change, on one person, one idea, one technology that's going to unlock everything. And we see legacy technology and back-end systems that become a handbrake on change. Our efforts are not wasted. There are sound returns on many of these things, but they're not really transformative. And overall, it's rather disappointing and very frustrating, I'm sure, for all the leaders involved. It's frustrating too for citizens. I was going to make a joke, but I won't. BCG does global benchmarking of how citizens perceive the products and services, the digital services provided by their governments, and our most recent benchmarking study showed a significant decline in satisfaction, and this is despite all the efforts of many governments. We are falling further behind because the expectations of users keep rising, the standards often being set by the world's startups and tech leaders and digital natives. But as I said at the beginning, technology is not the issue. In the early 20th century, it took the combination of Henry Ford's assembly line and Frederick Taylor's scientific management theory to realise the full productivity of emerging manufacturing technologies. And similarly, today, the barrier to greater progress is not technology itself, it's actually finding the new design principles that unleash that power of technology, and it starts with a simple formula. I'm going to give you the secret to digital transformation. It's a very simple algorithm. 10, 20, 70. Focus 10% of your time on data and AI and algorithms, 20% of your time on technology and platforms, and 70% of your time on people and process. But unfortunately, our very understandable curiosity about innovation in AI and emerging tech has consumed all our attention away from people and process. We need to reverse this and rebalance it. We need a model that better balances people and technology. We need to think bionic. We need to be bionic. Bionic governments and organisations will be dramatically different from today's. Joining the ranks of digital bionic organisations will require a profound and comprehensive change in every part of the organisation. It touches every person and every function. But we don't have all the answers yet. We do have some early design principles that we can observe from the digital leaders. So let me start with people. There are some elements that appear to be common in truly bionic organisations. These organisations are much less vertically integrated and less hierarchical and less functional. They're actually organised more like a traditional software or technology stack. They embrace agile ways of working. They work at scale across the organisation. They are led by servant leaders who facilitate and empower their teams. They see organisational boundaries as fluid and porous. They see themselves as part of a bigger ecosystem, not an empire. And they invest significantly in talent acquisition and development. Let me double click on that for a minute. Next year, millennials and Gen Z will make up almost 60% of the workforce, and they expect very different things from the work environment than previous generations. 2/3 of them expect their employers to have a strong sense of purpose and social impact. They are much less likely to stay put, either professionally or geographically, and they increasingly choose self-employment in the gig economy over full-time work. They value professional development, though, very highly, especially in an environment where the skills are turning over very quickly. They want an environment that really supports rapid learning, and that is the future, competing on the rate of learning. We saw this in our recent survey. The Bruce Henderson Institute and Harvard Business School conducted research into the attitudes of workers towards the future of work. And contrary to what most people believe about fears of job losses and resistance to change, there's actually a lot of optimism. People, workers, see this as an opportunity to do better, higher paying jobs. They see more interesting and meaningful work. They see better wages. A third of them anticipate being able to work less and enjoy life more, and still have better professional career progression. And 1 in 5 sees this as an opportunity to be self-employed or retire early. In fact, people are much more optimistic and adaptive than we give them credit for. But when asked, parents in particular are much less optimistic and positive about whether the education systems are preparing their children for the future of work. For sure, we're going to need workers that are fluent in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and the skills to engage with the machines. But evergreen human skills like creativity, leadership, teamwork, collaboration, problem solving, empathy, these are going to be the skills that have the most premium. And these are skills that are often not explicitly taught, not explicitly assessed, undervalued, and underappreciated. The challenge is, how can we upskill and reskill at speed and scale? It requires employers and governments to rethink their approach to learning. Switching to the technology side, we see some key design features of bionic organisations: extensive use of data and AI, comprehensive data and digital platforms, and the next generation technology functions inside those organisations to make it happen. The learning model for machines is very different to that of humans. For AI or advanced analytics to work well, they need a lot of data on which to train. Data is the lifeblood of bionic companies. For the bionic organisation, there are 2 huge implications. Many of them touched on in this morning's keynote. Creating and accessing unique data will drive competitive advantage. Digital natives are working tirelessly to create a data advantage. Secondly, the ability to create insights from that data will be most helpful, and the organisations with true advantage will be those that master the art of embedding AI into their most important processes and decisions. They need a robust data and digital platform, and they need many of you in this room. Much like the architecture of the modern car, the next generation of data and digital platforms have some key features. They tend to have more standardised and configurable parts. They're modular, enabled by things like microservices. They're interoperable, enabled by things like APIs. They're more scalable, enabled by things like cloud. And this platform approach is what enables rapid innovation and deployment. And when you put this together, you see a model of an emerging bionic enterprise, a foundation of data and digital platforms that support scale and innovation, a middle layer of standardized human-machine processes that can be configured, assembled, and reassembled as needed, and at the top, flexible, empowered, agile teams working iteratively with a high degree of autonomy and a high degree of alignment to deliver specific outcomes. And this model works in the public or private sector. In governments, there are a few that have embraced these principles. The UK Government Digital Service took UK from being a digital laggard to a digital leader in less than 4 years. They started first and foremost with the users and what they need, and then built services for them. They used human-centered design and agile practices. They built skills, digital skills across government through a digital academy. They forged partnerships across and outside government and with small and medium businesses. They built services supported by those reusable capabilities and foundational platforms like digital identity and communication. And then other governments have followed, my own included: Canada, Peru, Argentina, Singapore, the USA, no doubt others in this room as well. The other government of note in this space, of course, is Estonia, not far from here, having built an X-road infrastructure that supports secure data sharing across government. They have foundational public infrastructure and utilities that facilitate the digital economy. Digitised transactions are now integrated and bundled into life events, personalised in a proactive way, in a way that is so seamless you don't even know. They built an ecosystem of government and industry working together to deliver solutions which created jobs and export opportunities. So when the human and tech elements are blended effectively, we deliver outcomes that people want. We can radically improve the user experience for the citizen. We can deliver more for less, which is what governments are being asked to do all the time. And we can be more confident about driving the next wave of innovation. So let me close with a few reflections on some of the lessons learned. Governments can play a critical role in this transition to the bionic future by creating the bionic governments and enabling their bionic economies. They can start, first and foremost, by investing more in workforce analytics. Too many decisions about education, training, industry development, and support are being made on anecdotal evidence and lobbying, when advanced analytics and tools such as Fathom and Burning Glass can help to predict and identify and understand exactly what the supply-demand mismatch will be and develop evidence-based strategies instead. They need to reshape education and talent management. We need to redefine work and ways of working at a societal level. Being in and out of work is no longer black and white. What we formally define as work and value as work needs to be reevaluated. Governments should build the digital capacity in the economy, foster the ecosystems and create the hubs and collaborations that drive better engagement through the pipeline from innovation through to commercialisation. They need to support entrepreneurship and SMEs through access to capital and national assets like data and infrastructure. We need to modernise outdated regulations and protections. For example, we need to increase society's understanding of the impact of AI and put in place governance and people with the right expertise and processes for ensuring the responsible and accountable use of these technologies. And finally, we need to review those policies like tax and immigration, welfare, education, industry, and a range of others to ensure they are optimised to manage the transition and avoid increasing inequality or widening the digital divide, or worse, leaving people behind. We could sit back and wait and see what happens, but an unmanaged transition will be messy and painful and have a huge human toll. I'd prefer a more proactive strategy, a strategy where humans and technology together address the challenges of today and tomorrow and unlock our full potential. I look forward, as I'm sure you do, to hearing the thoughts of the ministers that are joining us here today and what they're doing to navigate their countries into a bionic future. I hope you enjoy the rest of WCIT 2019, and as they say here, Sho Hakat Luchung.
Thank you, Miguel, for setting the scene for what I think will be a very interesting panel. My name's Andrew Wyckoff. I'm the Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation at the OECD. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Minister of High-Tech Industry here in Armenia, Minister Arshakyan. Please.
Well, thank you.
Armenia, the Silicon Valley of the former USSR, a country where high technologies have always evolved to keep up with the times. How did this all start? The National Academy of Sciences, established in 1943, this institution carries out and supervises fundamental and applied research in different disciplines, uniting around 40 research institutions. The Computer Research and Development Institute. This institution used to be the biggest center for development of computer equipment and automatic control systems, one of the first computers in the world, and the very first one in the USSR, Nairi 2, was produced right here. The Institute of Physics. It's here that international level theoretical and experimental research on elementary particles and nuclear physics are conducted. The Polytechnic University, this huge center of technical sciences, is one of the leading institutions of high technologies in the region. It is a recognized and distinguished university, not only in Armenia, but also beyond its borders. Who are the initiators of high technologies? We found a solution to a 70-year-old fundamental problem in mathematical theory. We were one of the pioneers who created the remote control helicopter. We are among the founders of theoretical astrophysics. We are now moving ahead towards ambitious plans and perspectives of the future. Over the last 7 years, the revenue of Armenian technological companies has grown by 5 times, with an annual average rate of about 25%. The role of the Armenian government in the growth of this industry is crucial. Research and development centers of various multinational high-tech companies are located in Armenia. Synopsis: the Armenian branch of the company designed the USB-3. National Instruments is ranked among the 100 best employers in the world, and one of their trending engineering centers is located in Armenia. Armenian engineering labs, known as ANEL, started to function with the support of this organization. Cisco Armenia, using advanced technologies, the Armenian branch of this company designs and develops Cisco's leading network chips. Many Armenian high-tech companies are now acknowledged internationally. PixArt. More than 100 million people all over the world edit almost 850 million pics during a month in this application. PixArt, the biggest photo editing app in the whole world. SoloLearn is the biggest mobile platform for teaching programming, which is among the fastest developing companies in the world. Yeah Engineering is a company that provides a full range of engineering services, from design to manufacturing of devices, systems, and automated test equipment for advanced industrial applications. The list of these companies can be continued with many other Armenian startups, which are conquering the world market and are also leading with the rate of female employment in the sector. In 2019, Armenia will host a number of international and local conferences. Come to Armenia, the land of revolutionary opportunities.
Great. I would like to welcome our guests, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Secretary Generals, Deputy Secretary Generals. Welcome to Armenia. Welcome to the center. Welcome. In the new Armenia, the great value that we put on our all efforts is the talented people. The government announced that the most priority for us is in putting all the resources, lots of resources on education. The talent should be educated, and also from idea to creating a company and then conquering the world market, solving the most complex problems for the human, is the priority for the Ministry of High-Tech Industry of Armenia. All the program that we have designed for 2025 is starting from an idea, from the talented person who has an idea, then growing it to become a company and exit to the world market. Building an education places, especially for the high-tech ecosystem elements like accelerators, incubators, and of course, using the diaspora power for Armenia to become a center for the region. But what does it mean? Being a center doesn't mean that you are talking about yourselves as a good technical skills or a good country or a strong country in the region. It is about giving. So we want to give an opportunity for the other countries, other engineers, other talented people to use the power that we have here and the power that we have outside of Armenia. The power of talented diaspora people, the power of the connected countries, our partner countries, the power that we would like to grow in Armenia. And finally, not to take much of your time because the video that we prepared, we wanted to show the comprehensive what we have in Armenia. I would like to especially thank the organizers of this great event, especially the UATE, WITSA, which could bring this great event to Armenia, and we could have an opportunity for all our guests, our distinguished guests to come here, and all the technology people, enthusiasts, entrepreneurs to come to Armenia to see the opportunities to share, to learn, and we could also learn from their experience. Thank you very much and enjoy your event.
Thank you, Minister. I hope to be able to ask you some questions about your success here in Armenia after the panel. We started a little bit late, and so we have a compressed time, so I asked my speakers to please keep to time. And with that, it's my honor to introduce Minister of Post Telecom Information Technology from Bangladesh, Minister Palak.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, business leaders, friends from media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Bari Arovot. The World Congress on Information Technology is one of the largest and most prestigious ICT event in the world. I congratulate the government of Republic of Armenia, World Information Technology Services Alliance, and Union Advanced Technology Enterprises for successfully hosting the ICT 2019. I'm very happy to see that we all are sharing common vision. The evolution of the digital age. This year's theme, the power of decentralization, is a timely discussion, and in Bangladesh, we strongly believe in the use of ICT for transparency, accountability, and most importantly, in the facilitation of economic growth. Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina envisioned to build digital Bangladesh by 2021 in the year of 2008. She took the bottom-up approach, and that is why she has set up more than 5,000 digital delivery centers across the country, from where 6 million people are getting services every month. Under the proper supervision and the guidance of the Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Shajib was a joy, designed the strategy to achieve the vision of digital Bangladesh. And this is strategy that the ICT Ministry implements. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICT Ministry has taken 4-pillar strategy to implement digital Bangladesh. Human resource development, ICT industry promotion, connectivity and infrastructure, and establishing e-government. In the last 10 years, since the declaration of the Digital Bangladesh Vision, we have achieved quite a bit and have many success stories to share. We have been able to provide 1 million jobs in ICT sector. We have been able to take fiber optic cable, high-speed broadband connectivity up to the village level. We have more than 90 million internet subscribers, 160 million mobile subscribers, and also we have been able to achieve $1 billion ICT export, including hardware, software, and services. And also we have target to reach $5 billion ICT export by 2021. We want to provide 90% of our government services online. Another 1 million jobs will be created in ICT sector in next 5 years. These are the basic targets for achieving digital Bangladesh. Dear friends, our e-government strategy has been based on identifying how our citizens in 3 broad groups. We consider digital natives, citizens, those born after the year of 2000. We consider them as millennial. Second, early adopters like us, mostly who have actually born before the internet age and brought up with the digital devices. Outliers mostly belonging to the aged and less fortunate.
This way, please, this way.
Okay, is everybody good?
And this way. And can you keep the keys? Yeah, thank you very much. Let's see. Thanks. And just one shot here, just another one. Thank you, just another one, yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Close up, a head shot. Just one head shot, please. Yeah, thank you. That's it. Marvelous, gorgeous.
You guys in the garage. We'll receive you at the garage.
$1 billion each fiscal year, and we have a target to reach $5 billion, including all these mega projects are coming. We are building 28 high-tech parks across the country because we believe in decentralization. And decentralization is possible when you are using ICT, and decentralization imperative is digitalization. So if we could digitalize all of our services, and if we could build the infrastructure, then only decentralization is possible. Bangladesh has a thriving startup ecosystem. I invite you all to experience all of our startups. Recently, we have received 2,000 applications, and we have recently created Innovation, Design and Entrepreneurship Academy to provide necessary supports to the startups. And also, we are creating the innovation ecosystem, and that is why we have created this Innovation Entrepreneurship Academy. And we have some success stories. So in this slide, you can see the reasons for investing in Bangladesh. These are the 5 basic things what can actually encourage our foreign investors to come in Bangladesh. I invite you all to experience these benefits for yourself. And also, I would like to mention that we are the host country of the WCIT 2021, but you don't have to wait till 2021 to experience Digital Bangladesh. We organize global events every year like Digital World, BPO Summit, and also Digital Device and Innovation Expo. And the ICT investment opportunities are there, both local and for the global. I would like to thank WCIT, the destination for WCIT 2021, and congratulations to the Republic of Armenia for successfully hosting WCIT 2019. Please feel free to let us know if you would like to explore the opportunities of Digital Bangladesh, and we would be more happy to welcome you, see you in Dhaka in 2021, and hopefully even before. I would like to conclude my speech by quoting a proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's work together to make digital world better. Thank you for your patience hearing. Merci.
Thank you, Minister Palak. With that, I'd like to introduce the Malaysian State Minister of Penang for Public Works, Utilities, and Flood Mitigation, Minister Johari.
Hi, good morning everyone. So I'm here to talk about our strategies in Malaysia in realizing a digital future both at the national level but also briefly on the subnational level of Penang, where I'm from. So if you've ever been to Malaysia, and this is Kuala Lumpur, our capital, it's quite a modern city. We've got a metro system. It's you know, skyscrapers everywhere. These are some vital statistics of our country. Just to give you an idea, what it means is that Malaysia is an upper middle income country, but that also means it comes with many problems associated with many middle income countries struggling to make that final leap into high income status. For example, we still have a dependency on commodities. 15% of our exports are based on petroleum and gas. We have actually low adoption of technology in manufacturing services, surprisingly. Now, manufacturing services make up about 79%, almost 80% of our economy. But in terms of technology adoption, we're only at 37% for manufacturing and 20% for services. So still very much based on a lot of low-wage, low-skilled based models. Also, we have a problem of disparity between employees and capital owners in terms of compensation as a share of GDP. So employees in Malaysia only take up about 35% of income based on GDP, whereas countries like Germany, in the UK, in Europe, they're mostly about 50%. So as a government, we started to ask ourselves a few questions. We believe, as does Armenia, as was said by the Prime Minister of Armenia yesterday, that technology can be the great equalizer. We believe the same thing. So we started to ask ourselves a few questions. How do we connect as many people as we can? How do we make technology as accessible as possible? So basically questions of coverage, questions of capacity, questions of cost. Also we talk about how do we digitize the government, society, how do you get everyone on the digital bandwagon, so to speak. I mentioned earlier we still have low adoption of technology in our manufacturing services, so how do we digitize our economy? How do we get SMEs into Industrial Revolution 4.0? How do we empower startups? But above all, how do we tie all of this into a coherent national strategy? So in the last 1.5 years since the change of our government, we have come up with a few plans. This is one of them, the National Fiberization and Connectivity Plan, NFCP. It's basically a strategy of policies and projects. So one example of a policy to improve speed and reduce cost is the implementation of the mandatory standards of access pricing. It basically means that we force the telco providers to conform to regulated pricing, and by doing so with the tagline of double the speed, half the price, we've actually, if you look at the results, since June last year, subscribers with a minimum of 100 megabit per second speed have increased from 150,000 people to 1.2 million. And of course, there are also projects to implement and roll out digital infrastructure, fiber optics and so on. And in here we have created a Universal Service Provision Fund in order to subsidize the implementation of digital infrastructure. Now, the other key strategy that we have decided to embark on is to, we have identified 5G, or the fifth generation cellular network technology, as sort of the next game changer. It basically means that you'll be able to have speeds of up to 10 gigabit per second, up to 1 million devices in a square kilometer, and latency of 1 millisecond. The government decided last year to create or to call for a collaboration with all the industry players and formed a 5G task force. So just a few months ago, the Prime Minister of Malaysia launched 5G Malaysia Showcase, and the task force is due to submit its final report this month. And basically, our target is to be able to implement 5G demonstration projects. In our case, we've decided to choose 55 use cases across 32 sites in 6 states, including in Penang, Malaysia. More importantly, when you visit us for WCIT 2020, we'll be 5G ready, and you can see for yourself the next evolution in mobile technology. I hope it's not an empty claim. I think we have a lot of hard work. All our officers will have to make sure that it does happen. Now, these are just some of the other policies that we have implemented, as I said, to try to get everyone on the IR 4.0 bandwagon. So we have a digital free trade zone with tax incentives. We have a guarantee schemes to help SMEs get loans. We have a fund to also accelerate the adoption of technology. Now, we have all these plans at the national level. But I think the most important thing for us is, of course, especially for a government, is how do you get it implemented? How do you get it done at the local level? So I'm going to give for next year's WCIT. So please come to Penang and enjoy our food. So basically very briefly, two plans. Now we have the National Fiberization and Connectivity Plan at the national level. But what does it mean to implement it at the state level, at the local, subnational level? So we decided we wanted to be in alignment with the NFCP. So we created the Penang Connectivity Master Plan. And we adopted the approach of government does not always know best. So some of the problems, when governments implement policies is that they think they know best. We think we know best. But the truth is, we have to collaborate. And digital is about collaboration. So we've decided to take a bottom-up approach. We are collaborating. It's a tripartite structure with the government on the one hand. We have the telcos, so all the telco players, to ensure there's no monopoly. And at the same time, with the regulator, the Malaysian Multimedia and Communications Commission. And so this Penang Connectivity Master Plan takes it's a bottom-up approach. We have at the lowest level focus groups. So whatever policies and ideas we have go through the focus groups, they get recommended up to the steering committee, and then decisions are made at the highest level. The objectives are to fulfill obviously the demands of the public and industry, address the challenges in infrastructure rollout. You think it's very easy for a government to build a telco tower or even to trench some fiber. It's really not that easy. There are a lot of challenges that we face, and while we have really good plans at the top, it's a question of how do you implement them. So these are the challenges that we seek to face and address. Lastly, we also realize the need for a digital agenda. Now, we know in government, right, everyone is digitizing, every department is digitizing, but the question is, are the efforts coordinated? Are they complementary or are they redundant? Do projects overlap with each other? Are they efficient? Do the people implementing digital transformation even know what digital transformation is? So we have decided to create a sort of a super agency called Digital Penang. It's modeled after Singapore's Smart Nation, if you have heard of it. And some of the advice we got when we engaged with Singapore was that the problem with digital is that it's cross-disciplinary, it's cross-ministerial, it's cross-department. So if you have just one department trying to implement digital, you will inevitably step on the toes of other departments. So what Singapore did was they put 4 ministers together and called it Smart Nation, and that's how they coordinate and monitor their digital projects. We've done the same thing in Penang. It's a coordinating and monitoring agency. It's not an implementer. It's multidisciplinary, so focusing on the 4 key domains, very similar to what our friend from Bangladesh also presented earlier. So that's it. I would like to thank everyone and welcome all of you to Penang for WCIT 2020. Shnada Kalusun.
Thank you, Mr. Johari. And my apologies, we are a little compressed for time. But with that, let me introduce the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic and Demographic Policy from Bulgaria, Mrs. Marian Nikolova.
Honorable Mr. Arshakyan, Honorable Ministers, Honorable General Secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid pace at which the digital transformation of today's societies and economy goes raise, among other things, expectation for the public sector performance, in addition to demands for new capabilities and competencies from the central governments so as to adjust to the new digital environment. In the modern world, the IT dynamic development calls for a continual update of both of the goals and the ways and means to achieve full and efficient e-government. Governance should not fall behind the general trends and irreversible processes at the European and global level, and should timely adjust to the new digital environment. Apart from access to administrative services via internet, digitalization now stands for transformed in-house business processes of the public administration, units that are to be established as digital by design. The ultimate goal being to achieve better governance, efficiency. It is already needed that central governments should focus their efforts on the development of strategies and policies for public sector reform and modernization. In the process of strategic planning in the public sector, just in a business, it is imperative to make an analysis of technology development with an eye to the future. Additionally, the digitalization of procedure and services result in a drastic decrease of the level of corruption and ensure transparency and traceability. Digital inequality and digital literacy remain among the most serious challenges that confront administration even in the countries with advanced e-government. The digital divide impedes the achievement of higher economic efficiency as ICTs are part of economic growth and are recognized as one of the fast-growing sector of the economy. By its digital single market strategy, the European Union seeks to remove obstacles and to offer more opportunities for cross-border business. The aim is to create a digital single market where the free movement of goods, people, services, capital, and data is guaranteed, and where citizens and business enjoy easy and fair access to online goods, and services irrespective of their nationality and domicile. With regard to this, as a member state of the European Union, Bulgaria adheres to the common approach of harmonization of EU law standards and certification procedure in the field of digitalizations. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. With that, let me quickly introduce the Minister of Communications, Information Technology from Iran, Minister Yahoumi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the people and government of the Republic of Armenia for their warm and kind hospitality in this beautiful city of Yerevan and for organizing this important Congress at this crucial time. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to inform this august audience that we have made considerable progress in Iran in the field of ICT in the past year. Statistics show a big leap. For instance, in 2018, number of internet users in Iran was more than 51 million. Internet penetration rate has grown to 70% and 79% of our households use internet. In EGDI, Iran ranking improved by 20 and now stand at 86 according to the UN e-government survey. In Iran, a country of more than 80 million populations, a number of mobile broadband subscribers has passed 70 million. All of our cities, I mean 1,242 cities, and also 78% of our villages, I mean more than 64,000 villages in Iran, are now connected to 4G mobile network. More than 120 million smartphones are active in the network through 3 mobile operators. With government funds and absorbing the private sector's contribution, we are now reaching the number of 2 million FTTH users, and this is a remarkable record for 1 year. Investment-wise, the implementation of 5G has not yet become economic enough to attract our private sector, but we are busy conducting necessary studies and seriously trying to prepare the ground for the future. 5G will be the predominant technology for the upcoming decade, and we are making ourselves prepared both by investment in infrastructure and by increasing our people awareness and interest in the various benefits this new technology can bring to their life. Engaging young and brilliant minds in the field of IT and ICT, supporting innovation, initiatives and investment projects are just a glimpse of what we put focus on to achieve our objectives with recent years. Government support of a startup ecosystem has grown significantly. No Offering is one of Iran initiatives launched to support startups. It's a platform to simplify and integrate service delivery process, create transparency, identify investment opportunities, link entrepreneurs with academia, and encourage innovative and creative business by providing incentive to top projects. Today, approximately 570 startups, 139 grown big companies, 45 accelerators, and 15 investors are successfully cooperating in No Offering Initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the most brutal unilateral economic sanctions, we have reached remarkable growth in our IT improved economic sectors, including various online services. Some of the best and most successful Iranian startups in the field of transportation, agriculture, digital advertisement, messengers, entertainment and animation, professional workers, healthcare, and business intelligence are accompanying me to Yerevan, and they have presented themselves in the Digitech Expo. I encourage you to pay them a visit and learn about their great business capacities and success stories. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting on a strategic geographical location between Caucasus and the Persian Gulf, Iran provides one of the best and most economic data traffic routes between Europe, Middle East, South and East of Asia. Iran and Armenia are now cooperating in development of such strategic connections across the region. This is one of the most effective ways to strengthen our ties and resist together against the destructive effect of monopoly in unilateralism in the field of ICT. Improving the level of regional and international cooperation, especially in the areas of ICT, trade, transport, technology, and investment, can help to enhance intra-regional convergence and intra-regional cohesion, while contributing to improvement of international system. Distinguished delegates, once again, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Republic of Armenia and to my brother, Mr. Hakub Arshakian, for inviting me to this august gathering. Let us hope for a better world, a more connected world, in which peaceful would prevail and where technology would be in the service of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And it's with that, I have a great pleasure to introduce the Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, Mr. Michael Christidis. Christidis, excuse me. Sorry.
I would like to.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as I'm not representing a state, I would not be dazzling the audience with any PowerPoint presentation, and allow me to speak from here because this is, after all, a discussion among friends. I represent an international organization, regional international organization, to which Armenia is a founding member and a very important member. And I'm very honored following this very, very important event, also because Armenia is shouldering the responsibility of coordinating our respective working group in ICT. We had even a special meeting yesterday, and thank you very much, Mr. Minister, among BSEC member states. We tried to find ways about cooperating more and have a greater exchange of know-how in IT and innovation. And I'm sure that with the support of Armenia coordinating this working group, we will be able to achieve greater results in the near future. Because as you heard, the common denominator of what has been said here today is cooperation. We can't progress alone. We have to cooperate among states, and this is what my organization, the organization I have the honor to represent, does. To tell you the truth, I'm very humbled to hear from all experts here what IT and technology means today, where we are headed, and what it will mean for our present and our future. If you will see in the program, you will see that most of the titles of the discussions and the side events contain questions. How can law help us navigate through the invasions of privacy? Where is the line between human-centered technology and technology-centered humans? Where is art going? The smart city, utopia or dystopia? So this struck me a lot. Why? Because it comforts me to know that also high-tech wizards and all laymen have questions. They are not sure of where we are heading. And this is very, very important. You see, I belong to a generation that is able to digest the remarkable strides of technology and innovation only at a 1 mile at a time pace. I mean, the moment I believe I have mastered the use of one technological miracle, be it the computer or the smartphone, new gadgets and methods, the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all overwhelm me with their complexity and with the way they disrupt my life and that of the people around me. And the pace of this unavoidable obligation to acquaint yourself with new technological and innovative products is constantly increasing. Today's smartphones will be considered Neanderthals compared to those we will be using only tomorrow. And they change, they shape our social behavior. Take the smartphones. Smartphones eased our connectivity with the far away and seized our contact with those right next to us. Just look at couples or groups of friends in cafes or restaurants. After the initial niceties, the only thing they exchange are furtive glimpses to the smartphone screen of the other. So with these thoughts and question marks on my mind, I earnestly look forward to the conclusions of the Yerevan talks, especially in what concerns bringing innovative technology to serve public policy in an inclusive way, and particularly beyond national borders. IT and innovation, it was said yesterday, is the perfect global equalizer. Yet nobody should be left behind, and we should always keep our universal values and principles as the constant beacon into this voyage in the mysteries of IT and innovation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christiades. And with that, it's avec grand plaisir que je fais l'introduction de l'administratrice de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, Mrs. Carnot, and I see the house is packed for your presentation.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Ça va bien? Vous allez bien? Oui, oui. My French is pretty good, huh? Yeah. Well, listen, I was going to go to the podium, but I think now I'll stick here. That'll be much more fun, I think. And I know I'm not Kim Kardashian, but I'm pretty cool too. First of all, let me thank our host, the minister, for this gathering of the world experts on technology and digital. I think it's extraordinarily important. I'm amazed by all the work and the voluntary, the will, the political will of all the countries to really get engaged in digital and how important it is for all of society. So let me talk to you about l'Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. So it's the Francophonie. It's the gathering of 88 states in the world, believe it or not, who have French as either main language or part of their language. And Armenia is a member, and Bulgaria as well, of the Francophonie. Armenia have been for a decade, over a decade actually, and they hosted the last summit of the head of states. So what we do is four things. We actually are making sure that the French speaking stays strong, that the French cultures across the world on 5 continents stay strong. We also focus on democracy, helping countries that are getting out of conflicts and helping them with their elections. We also, so we're really working on freedom of expression and human rights. We also are very strong on education and training. And lastly, we are all in favor and having programs on sustainability, which is a hard word to say in English, but développement durable, we say in French. So our role is to make sure that we, as an organization, we listen to what the needs are in our countries and make sure that all those the Francophonie help each other, share expertise, support each other, collaborate, because we believe that it's very important that in face of all this, the very big power out there, and mostly in the digital space, there is a place for other digital ecosystem. And so the French one for us is very important. The Francophonie one is very important. So what we do is obviously with the evolution of digital and technology,
process. Smart City itself covers only part of it. It's about our current daily life in cities, but we have a lot of people who do not live in cities nowadays. And the question, what would be the future of urbanization, is open. So I think that we are facing a challenge here right now, and we should really foresee that smart city concept, it's something that is a buzzword for, today, but something is going to be come and replace it in the nearest future. So we need to understand what is it about.
Yeah, I think my commentary would be, we talked some about yesterday about infrastructure being kind of critical to the foundation of a smart city. And if I think about where I've seen partnerships between business and cities work, I think back 10 years ago I was attending a panel where Google was doing like fiber optic cable in cities like Austin and stuff to try to make that happen. I think maybe to your point, there's an overarching infrastructure that needs to be there to make that happen, and it probably transcends a municipality. And so I think it's probably taking that long-range view and how do we embed that and infuse that into governments or businesses that actually might be really short-term focused. So I think success will come when somehow we collectively transcend those borders of our own little organizations and can get to a higher purpose and a longer planning horizon to make it work.
Okay, well, we have 22 seconds left, and I will use those 22 seconds to ask you all to join me in thanking the panelists. Okay, and with the final 8 seconds, I will thank you all for coming and remind you that there's an event with a minor celebrity called Kim Kardashian upstairs that you're all, well, I will see you all shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Շնորհակալ եմ։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների 23-րդ համաշխարհային կոնգրեսի հարգելի մասնակիցներ, հարգելի հյուրեր։ Ողջունում եմ ձեզ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մայրաքաղաք Երևանում համաշխարհային նշանակության այս հավաքի բացման առիթով։ Մեզ համար մեծ պատիվ է եւ հաճույք այսպիսի համաժողով
successful. And Kim Kardashian West, you, really exemplify winning in the new economy. Understanding technology, using technology, building an amazing follower base, building an amazing business. So today, what we really want to do is get into your brain, understand how you started, understand how you built this amazing franchise, but even more importantly, understand how do you keep it up. So tell us, Kim, how did you start in media, in the television world, and then decided to really go online and take advantage of social media?
Yeah, well, I always knew that I wanted to be on TV, but I was always fascinated by reality TV. I know that sounds like a ridiculous goal, maybe, because especially back then, reality TV, it just wasn't really that popular.
Well, I think you defined it. I think you defined it and then you owned it.
I mean, but being like a kid at 11 years old, or maybe I was 12 or 13, seeing The Real World, and that was the first reality show of really its kind. I remember seeing that and thinking, this is really what I want to do. And I would tell my friends, and now I'm so blessed to work with the same production company as The Real World. So I kind of always knew what I wanted to do, but I never really had a plan or a goal of how to figure that out. I would say in life, I'm very organized and I'm very thought out, but I did wing it. And I think it's okay to wing it sometimes.
I couldn't agree more, by the way. I mean, one of the things that I talk about in Power Up is to really not try to figure out how to have the winning strategy, because you just never know. You just have to respond to opportunity.
And it's about adapting to those opportunities, and it's about figuring it out. And maybe at the beginning of my career, I would have done anything, maybe things that I didn't necessarily believe in, products that I was selling, anything from maybe shoes and cupcakes to workout clothes.
You sold cupcakes?
Everything.
Really?
Everything you name it, I tried it at least. And the evolution of really finding my confidence and my power was an evolution. And I got to do it in front of the world, figuring it out and figuring out what I really wanted to be into and what I was really passionate about. But the main message that I want to tell everybody, especially women, is it's okay to figure it out as you go. It's kind of like when you're a new mom and you think you're just supposed to have it all figured out and you just are winging it. You're figuring it out as you go. And it doesn't mean that you're less of a successful person because you were figuring it out as you go. I think that's everyone in life.
A lot of startups use the word pivoting. And in technology world, we use the word pivoting all the time, maybe overused, but it's exactly what you're talking about, where you try something, and if it doesn't work, you try another version, and if that doesn't work, you try a third time. But what it takes is resilience. What it takes is the opportunity to hang in there, not give up, and that's a great message, I think, for all of us, but especially women, because I think women are more perfectionists than men are.
Well, I don't know if you know my husband. That wouldn't be the truest statement. But yes, I totally, I believe that as long as you learn from every step of the way and every mistake or every success, everything that you do, as long as it's a part of your story and as long as you learn from it, you're doing the right thing.
In the technology world, we also use another term very often, and that's transparency. And I really do think that Kim Kardashian West has defined the term transparency. You are willing to open up your life and basically be on camera, share a lot of your personal life. How do you balance that? How do you balance privacy with, in fact, allowing the world to see how you live and how you conduct your day-to-day life?
I think at the beginning, I didn't even know what the word privacy really meant. I was very okay with people knowing every detail of my life. As you get a little bit older and you have kids and you realize you do want to value some privacy, I figured out a really good balance of sharing what I want to share. I think, you know, there definitely is oversharing, especially when safety can be a factor and it can, you know, when there's so many eyes on you. I learned firsthand that if you share too much, it could be a little bit dangerous at times. And so I was really cautious, and I move really cautiously now that I have kids. But I still love to be open and honest, and that's who I am, and that's my brand. And there is a way to have both and to share, but not feel like your whole life has been about, you know, or is being used just for social media. You do have to have balance.
Absolutely, I agree. I want to switch and talk about what you and I discussed yesterday, and that is, how do you decide to bring out another product? You have had this amazing franchise for multiple years now. Today you have 250 million followers, and your followers are not slowing down. In fact, if anything, they're growing. So how do you keep your franchise going? How do you keep your brand going? And most importantly, when you're bringing out a new product, how involved do you get?
So every product that I, like if we're just talking beauty and fragrance and shapewear, those are the companies that I own. They're not licensing deals. So I'm involved every step of the way, from the packaging to the logo design to pretty much everything.
That's a lot of detail. So you don't delegate the pieces like a logo design or color to others? Do you actually oversee that, make the final decisions?
Not with anything visual. Yeah, the visual aspect of it, I like to oversee it all. Shapewear would be maybe a little bit different, because if we go into retail, you know, there's other people that will do that instead, so I won't handle all of those relationships. But what I found is every time there's a product that I want to release, I mean, it works when it's super authentic to you. If you love something so much, or if you're really good at something. So for me, shapewear, I feel like I've been creating my own shapewear for over a decade. With beauty, you know, I feel like I've, you know, got my first makeup lesson when I was 14 years old. And so every time I want to put out a product, I just have to make sure that it's super authentic and really thought out. And I do it every step of the way, from the press box that we deliver to all the influencers, to the campaign, to the photographer. The look and feel of everything is me.
But it's not just physical world products that you have. You actually rolled out a game, and it's been a digital product that's been going on for, what, 5 years now?
A little over 5 years now.
And the character seems to follow you, actually. So tell me about that. How involved are you with a computer game, and understanding that most games have a shelf life of about 18 months? You have yours going for about 5 years.
Yeah, so I'm really proud of Kim Kardashian Hollywood. It was really my first tech venture. A tech company approached me in Silicon Valley, and I was actually unsure at first. Do I want to do a video game? How would I make that authentic to me? Because when you think of a celebrity in a video game, you think of more of like a basketball game or something related to sports. So the concept was really cute, and the fact that I would have a really big say in what my character would do and wear, and a lot of it, it's called Kim Kardashian Hollywood, and a lot of it has to do with the clothes that the character is wearing and buying and photo shoots and everything in Hollywood. So I think it's maintained its success due to just being so involved, you know. I think a lot of times, you know, I can't speak for anyone that I personally know, but when you hear of all these deals and these deals that especially celebrities do, they sometimes just put their name on it.
And then forget about it.
Yeah.
And you stay current and you keep it current so that actually the game is a reflection of you, it sounds like. I'm going to switch the topic to a different area now, and that is I think 250 million people, is that right, following you? When you go to bed at night, do you think about that? Because, I mean, the population of many countries in the world are not as large as your followers. So when you go home and are going to bed, do you say like,
now the pressure, now having that in my head.
Yeah, how?
Well, last night I woke up at midnight being so jet lagged, and my daughter wanted to have a dance party. And so it's 2 in the morning and she's asking me to video her, to send it to her best friend to show her new dance moves. And so she said, "Did you post that? Did you post it?" And just the thought of just, it's really fascinating. I mean, it's obviously there's so many benefits, and then there's, you know, some negativity as well, but just the fact that social media has evolved so much is fascinating to me, that I could easily post my dance party in the middle of the night. I'm the worst dancer, so you would not want to see this dance party on my phone. But just to know that that's even a possibility really blows my mind sometime. And
well,
I am mindful of it.
Yes, and what social media has really done is really flatten the world, right? Geography no longer matters. You can be accessing people in every time zone. So when it's midnight here in Armenia, it's actually daytime in the United States. So the reach of social media is incredibly powerful. And you really have learned, I think, over time to take advantage of that and really use it cautiously. Are you a numbers person? Do you worry about your followers potentially, you know, leveling off? And how often do you check the numbers?
So I'm not the biggest numbers person on social media. I have realized that I am really mindful of not getting too worked up over it, because I do understand that's not the healthiest thing, is to worry about likes and engagement that way. I'm a numbers person when it comes to business and launches. I'm always available launch day to be on my Shopify account and seeing what's selling, what's not, just all about all the customers. I'm a numbers person in that way because I just care so much. I really want to know how a launch is going. I'm very involved that way.
Yesterday when we were together, you talked about a launch in makeup, actually, that didn't go as well as you wanted. Partly, you were saying it was because it wasn't really as authentic of what you use. Can you tell us more about that? That's a product that was not as satisfactory to you at launch.
Yeah, so I always like to do analysis of everything that I am launching, and I feel like every launch to me is really emotional. I spend time to think about the concept and the photo shoot, and because my brand is primarily direct to consumer, I feel like I have a huge responsibility to come up with the perfect campaign to the perfect product. And so sometimes, you know, the makeup that I wear is very neutral, and I'm kind of known for wearing a nude lip all the time and a more simple eye makeup, or, you know, the very specific colors. I don't really veer off of that. So when I try to do something because I really want to, I think it's fun, and I want to do a bright color, it might not sell as well because it's just not what people see me in all the time. So I am really mindful of that. going forward. I don't really get that upset about it. I just move forward. I figure out why it's not working and figure out what really does work and move on.
I'm sure everyone in the audience would like to hear how often do you launch a new product, and how much homework do you do? How much market research do you do, in fact, before you launch a new product?
So I think, well, I try to launch a new product monthly, and with fragrance and makeup and shapewear, I try to map it all out. Sometimes it'll be 2 products with different companies a month, but for market research, I really sometimes, it's good to see what's out there in the marketplace, but sometimes it's not beneficial to look to the right or look to the left all the time. If you just stay focused and look straight and do what you want to do, I have found that when I try to keep up with the trends, like do a trendy color, it hasn't served me as well. So,
but how about market research with your fans, your followers? You have this amazing access to them. Basically, you have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that you can reach them. Do you take advantage of like a focus group, a virtual focus group?
I absolutely do. That's the best part. That's what I think got me hooked to Twitter and really shaped my brand, because when I was launching my first fragrance, I tweeted, should I use this color pink, like a lighter pink or a darker pink? And I really did listen to the advice of what everyone was tweeting back to me. And I think that shaped a huge part of my brand, because I realized how important the fan base was, and that is who my brand is. I wanted to make products for them. And so I think ever since then, we've become this like unit together, making little drops of products that I really believe that they want.
Yeah, and in the world of technology, usually we use the word user base versus followers, but it's really the same thing. I mean, you're taking advantage of having access to your user base and taking their input, basically, seeking their input first and then taking their input as you shape your new products. But the cadence of launching new products seems incredibly fast-paced, bringing out something new in such, successive order.
I do plan out really far in advance, though. So
how far?
About a year. I have my yearly calendar. I just, sometimes it could be so last minute, and because it just clicks and it's right, and sometimes it's super planned out, but I try to be as planned out as possible.
And so is the yearly calendar, let's say, taking off in January, putting that together, and who are some of your most go-to, confidants, if you may, or collaborators, your executive staff in planning that calendar with you?
Yeah, so I have a really small staff of about 4 people, maybe 5, and we work really well together, and I love to have a meeting, once a week with everybody and all of our boards up.
Are they like Monday morning meetings, or how do you conduct that?
It depends on traveling and where I'm at. I mean, I'm in the office. I definitely go once a day. It's right down the street, so I'm definitely there. But I love to have meetings at my house, and just after I come back from a trip, I was super inspired by things that I saw here in Armenia, so I'll go back with some new ideas. I've thought of like 4 ideas that I'm excited about. But I love to travel. Also, when I can't think of ideas and when I feel like, what am I going to put on that calendar for a next launch, and I can't think of anything, I love to travel. And I get so many ideas traveling.
Would you mind sharing some of the ideas? You said that, your time here in Armenia inspired you. Just give us a little peek into your thinking.
Well, I thought of a good fragrance. There was, I don't want to give it away because I have to still see.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to. But just give us categories at least.
I think something in beauty, something major in beauty that I.
What do you mean major?
Just a major idea, something I haven't done before that I was inspired by yesterday, just driving down the streets of Armenia. And then I think a fragrance I would love to do with some beautiful, fragrant Armenian flowers. So.
Sounds lovely. Okay, we will be waiting for that. We'll be following you and looking for the launch.
Oh, I love you.
Well, you're going to continue to have Kim when we're done with the fireside chat, because Kim is also joining the panel that we're going to move on to. But before we do that, I want to basically ask you specifically about being in Armenia, which we just talked about, but also being at a tech conference in Armenia. How does that make you feel?
Well, I couldn't be more proud. I had to bring my kids because just being in Armenia, I've been once before, but being able to bring my sister Courtney, who had never been here before, and all of our children, and getting the opportunity to baptize them all yesterday here in Armenia means everything to us. We'll have these memories forever. So that, just on a personal trip, that means everything. We're filming my TV show here today and on this trip, so I love being able to even use some local Armenian people here to help coordinate our trip and get it all situated. So, I mean, that in itself just means everything to me to be here. When I heard they were holding the tech conference in Armenia, I mean, it wasn't even, I couldn't say yes fast enough. It was the best,
wonderful,
excuse to come here again. So thank you for having me. And I'm just so proud. There's this huge tech conference. People back at home, I think I was telling you this yesterday, someone that works for me went to go buy something at Nordstrom's and said, oh, I need this bag because I'm traveling. And the girl that worked there said, well, where are you going? And she said, oh, Armenia. And the girl that worked there said, I'm Armenian. There's this huge tech conference in Yerevan, and everyone's going, and they have all these, it's so exciting for our country. And I was so excited that just people around the world are so excited to be here, and that a huge tech conference like this is happening in Armenia. So thank you for having me. I'm so proud to be here.
As we close the fireside chat with Kim Kardashian West, I just want to say, Kim, that I am full-blooded Armenian. I grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, and lived there until I went to college. And when I went to the United States, I was trying to, talk about this region and talk about Armenia. I would tell my best friends about the food and about the culture. And, it would go in one ear, out the other. They didn't really remember much until you came to Armenia in 2015. And then all of a sudden, my friends were quoting me facts about Armenia, the ones that hadn't even paid attention to me. So thank you for what you do, for your culture, for Armenia. And now it's time. We're going to remain seated, but they are going to bring additional chairs for the rest of the panel. And when the chairs are situated, we're going to move to the end, and I'm going to invite the other panelists.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm
Actually, Monty.
Hi. Sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, to Magdalena for an amazing interview as well, please. Bravo. I was going to get some chairs, going to bring on 3 more amazing panelists, so just sit tight. We'll do it as quickly as we can. Stay where you are.
And in the meantime, Kim, I'm going to give you a copy of Power Up. But my cheat sheet is in there, so I have to take it out.
Okay.
But I did autograph it for you.
Okay.
But
Can I just say one thing? I had the best string cheese and lavash on the way here. That's my favorite snack at home.
So Kim, you're going to sit next
Okay, let me introduce you to on stage, please. Immediately now, the amazing, I've lost my glasses. 1 second.
I hope he didn't lose his glasses, but if he did, he can borrow mine.
It's Yesil Makarjana, the funding member of Salesforce. That's you, sorry. I'll go start again. Voyan Hovanes, the founder of PixArt. Followed by Alex Chung, the founder of Giphy. And last but not least, Alexia Hanian, the co-founder of Reddit.
We can take our seat now. You have us another 55 minutes. So instead of my introducing the panelists, I thought that it would be best if they could very shortly introduce themselves. You already listened to Kim, so we will move to Hovanes and have each panelist basically talk about their background for about a minute, minute and a half. Thank you. Hovanes?
Thank you, Magdalena. I'm a founder of PixArt, and PixArt is my 5th company. I have other successful companies before PixArt. And before starting my companies, I was a PhD student. And back in the 90s, we were teaching computers to play chess. So I was early in AI. And surprisingly, I found a lot of things in common between science and entrepreneurship. You are selecting the problems you solve. You are doing a lot of experiments. You are failing. You are learning, and you are executing. So this experience was very instrumental for my future success as an entrepreneur. Now, PixArt is one of the top most downloaded apps in the world. And if 5 years ago I was dreaming about being the best photo editor on mobile, I think we are there now. So we are the most downloaded photo editor on mobile, and my next dream is to reach 1 billion people on PixArt.
That's a great dream. Alex?
Thanks for having me. Yerevan's been so nice to me and so welcoming. I really appreciate it. So I'm the founder of Giphy. If you've ever sent a GIF in your life, it's most likely coming from us. We are now, if you didn't, we'll talk about what we do, but we are now the second largest search engine behind Google. We serve almost 1 billion people a day and about 10 billion blah, 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 blah. Before that, though, I was in a lot of you are here are engineers. There's a lot good engineering crew here in Yerevan. So before that, I was an engineer. And after being an engineer for a while and not looking cool, I went back to art school, went to fashion school, then dropped out, and then went to 2 different art schools, got to New York. I actually went to Y Combinator with Alexis like 10 years ago.
Don't date us like that.
Okay, maybe
it was a minute ago.
It was a really, really long time ago. And this is my 12th startup. I've been doing this for the last 25 years.
Thank you. And now Alexis Ohanian.
Badav says, hey y'all, there's probably a few Redditors out here. I started Reddit right out of school, right on. And we sold it early. And then in 2010, I needed to get away from the Silicon Valley bubble. And I came here and lived in Armenia for 4 months. And that was my first trip here. I was ashamed it took me that long, but I was grateful that I did. And in all the years that I keep coming back, I continue to be more impressed, more excited, more hyped. And very, very happy to be here. And thank you for being such warm recipients and hosts.
Well, all of you are multiple-time entrepreneurs. You've all started multiple companies. But what I would like to ask first is the current company that you've just started. Give me, if you wouldn't mind, and our audience, the origin story. Why are you doing what you're doing? Kim, in your case, it's your shapewear product.
Yes, I started a company called Skims, and it is shapewear and lingerie for all women. I wanted to be extremely inclusive. Usually shapewear, for me, the reason I wanted to start it was because there were a lot of styles out there that I had never seen before, and skin tone colors that didn't exist for even my skin tone. Usually shapewear comes in 1 or 2 colors, a really pale color and black. And so I would always take my shapewear and dye it with tea bags and try to get a skin tone a little bit similar to mine. So I launched Skims a few months ago with 9 different shades and completely seamless, which I hadn't seen before. So I basically like to take something that I am looking for, that I believe me and all my friends and sisters find as a necessity, and try to figure out how to make the best version of that.
Thank you very much. And Havanes, PixArt, you started how many years ago? Tell us the origin story of that.
We started, PixArt was live in 2011, and I was in the process of starting my previous company when I saw my daughter crying. And the reason she was crying, she was 10 years old, and she shared one of her drawings in one of the social networks and get very nasty comments, and she was completely shocked. So it was kind of like father feeling about like feeling a pain for your daughter. And I want to do something. I want to create something for people like her to be not only creative, but be also in a positive environment, to be surrounded by other people like her. And that's why all the philosophy of PixArt is, first of all, to lower the barriers of creativity, make it available to everyone. And second, to create a very welcoming community where people are sharing and enjoying to do art together.
Thank you. Sounds fantastic. So if you guys see a little girl crying next, you know where to direct that child. Alex, tell us, you're so many companies in your past. Tell us why you started Giphy.
So Giphy, just like Kim, was just a project I did for my friends, because there was no place to find GIFs and send them to your friends. And Google actually hadn't done that at the time either. And it started from a weird philosophical conversation about language and how, we only have a couple words for love in every language. There's maybe one emoji, but there's a million different ways to express it. And there's no way to actually send or communicate all those different types of expressions to people. So we came up with this idea of an expression search engine, some way to catalog all of the human expression in the world, and then be able to take that from pop culture and media, and then be able to send it to your friends or family or anyone to express exactly what type of love or feelings that you have, that you're thinking, that words just aren't available to do, especially across culture. My mom doesn't speak English, so trying to communicate like the crazy frustration she has in Korean to me is like very, very difficult. We ended up building this engine, and then the whole goal from the beginning was to see if could we compete with Google from search. And when we looked at Google actually only searches about 5% of all the possible words in the dictionary. But all of the other words about love, happy, hungry, excited, all of the words that are actually words about humanity are things that no one searches Google for. And we knew that there had to be a search engine that was really not organizing the world's information, but organizing the world's expression and culture. And that was the mission of the company. And now, now after 7 years, we're the second largest search engine.
That's pretty phenomenal. And I actually didn't know that, so thank you for sharing that. So Alexis, you've done a lot of things in your life, and you are choosing to do something very different this time around. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, it really was my experience with Reddit that helped guide why my co-founder Gary Tan and I created Initialized, which is an early stage venture capital firm. Basically, we were really lucky because in 2005, someone took a chance on a couple of college kids who didn't have any experience or any qualifications. The last thing of basically I was preparing to be a lawyer, and I walked out of an LSAT to go get breakfast one morning and realized if I didn't want to take this really important test and instead would rather just get some waffles, I probably shouldn't be a lawyer. So I was pretty aimless at the time.
Early warning you had.
Yeah, I mean, it was fortuitous because it forced me to figure out, like, all right, what can I do? And I was a good enough programmer that I could start building. But I didn't have the credentials. I had no business experience whatsoever aside from working at a Pizza Hut and a parking garage. And so I got a $12,000 check that changed everything. And so the way we want Initialized to thrive is by being willing to have the courage to be the first investors in a company, even when it's just a couple of relatively underqualified founders, but who have big ambitions and have demonstrated ability to execute on them. And it's something I actually realized while I was on my paternity leave. I took 4 months off to just be a dad and do dad things. And frankly, during that time, I realized I wanted to have really good dinner table stories. Because at the time before that, I'd gotten back to Reddit to help lead the turnaround. But my work with a company now at like 450 people, which is still pales in comparison to the ones next to me, but even at that size wasn't about real work anymore. It was just about executive therapy sessions. And I wanted to get closer to solving real problems so that I could come home from work every day and not tell my daughter about, like, you know, navigating between helping a GC talk to our COO, but instead about the great entrepreneurs that I got to meet. And there's plenty right here in the audience, I'm sure.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Alex, you just said something that really struck me, and that is, if I heard you correctly, you said your mom doesn't really speak English. And one of the issues for the technology companies has been localization. You know, before, we had to localize our software to be able to reach the world. But now that we have moved to images, a lot more expressive images that tell stories, we actually have an opportunity to reach the world. Can you elaborate a little bit on this whole concept of your mom wanting to express her frustrations with you and the tools you created for her?
So I actually have most of my friends' moms now send me random gifts. And you'll get this random gift and you had no idea that they were that funny or they were that weird. And they will spend hours searching for this thing to represent themselves because they don't really have the words. My mom's a painter and she was educated, but when she moved here, when she was 30 years old, to the United States, not Armenia, that would have been cool. Then I would be speaking Armenian. She didn't have the vocabulary of which to talk to people. And just even being able to say a few words, so everyone just kind of considered her to be, you know, a 10-year-old kid. And I remember when I moved here when I was 5, to the United States, that is, and learning English was really hard. And then what we're seeing is all of these people, the expressions they have, the ability, because cinema is pretty universal now. Like even Parasite now is a Korean film that's just won at Cannes. That 20 years ago would never have been the case, right? Korean cinema was like not even a thing. There wasn't enough distribution. So we're in an era now where the creative tools are available to anyone to create content. The distribution is available to everyone. And now what we're seeing is people can use this content to express themselves all over to each other. And that is something that my mom has never had access to. So, you know, every day we have hundreds of millions of people expressing different types of emotions to people all over the world. So I do think we're just starting. You know, the second thing that you ever say in a conversation after hello is, how are you? But to answer that in different languages is really difficult. Answering that from my mom's point of view, she has like 2 words to express that, even though there's a million different ways to do that. And now she has tools from a lot of what Pixar and other companies are doing to express what she's feeling.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I totally agree. I think that this whole concept of not being able to express emotion in words, you know, English is actually my 4th language. I started out with Armenian, Turkish, French, English, and I had those very same frustrations. You know, there are a lot of words that I just can't even find in English after, you know, knowing English for 45 years now. Hovannes, you also are in the world of pictures. Tell us about how your user base actually uses Pixar to express emotion?
Right. So also I know like 3 languages, like a little bit less like you. I know Armenian, Russian, and English. But believe me, there are more countries in the world that understand these languages. And when you go to these countries when people didn't understand your language, what do you do? You use your body language. So it's when you need food, you say, I need food, right? And you want a check, you say, write a check, right? And everybody understands that because it's a very universal language. People use images and visual stories to communicate since like caves, ages, and we have in our DNA to communicate through images. What we do at Pixar, we really empower everyone to create a visual story. Making visual story is a very fundamental skill. It's kind of we have in our DNA to do that. When we are kids, we do lots of creativity, and we want to provide fun tools, not only just powerful tools, but fun tools for people to not only create, but also have fun with creating that and have a lot of practice and gamified experience versus going like 6-month courses on Photoshop, enjoy and do it for fun and learn skills, and then use this storytelling in your personal or business life.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, when we were doing the fireside chat, you talked about how important image is for your new product rollouts, for your products, and actually how personally you get involved with the image, with the logo, with the colors, etc. So you obviously agree with the panelists that, in fact, visual is really important. Has there been a visual that you really feel really made a big difference that you worked on? And if not, just tell us, how do you actually decide what visual to go with?
Well, I obviously, I think a huge part of my career has been image, and through social media apps, you know, I use PixArt, I use GIFs. I mean, I think if you're in the social media world and you have a brand that really is, especially my brand, relies a lot on me, so there is a lot of pressure to find the right expression to, you know, for me, and in my case, let's talk about maybe Skims. I wanted the brand to be really known for inclusivity, and so to find the perfect photographer to capture the perfect emotion of what I wanted to say, that first time out to the world that I presented it on Instagram was really kind of your make it or break it. To me, I think the first impression is really important, and you have to really take the time to figure out what you want that brand to be. And like I said, my team's a really small team. It's about 4 or 5 people, and we come up with every idea really ourselves. We don't outsource any agency, so we understand that image is really everything, but we rely on inspiration from maybe GIFs that we see or edits that we see, or, you know, even like I was mentioning earlier, just traveling around the world to get different perspectives on images. So images are extremely important, and I take them extremely seriously. You know, when I post things on Instagram, I'm very mindful of what I post and what image it is, whether I, you know, use an app to express that, or, you know, an editing image app to express that. I think if you are very serious about your brand, you have to be extremely serious about the images that you put out.
Because we live in such a visual world these days. Alexis, now you are a venture capitalist investor, so you look at a lot of different companies. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think the next wave is going to be on image tools?
Well, agreeing with all the panelists here, we live in this visual age. I remember being a kid in grade school looking and learning about like Egyptian hieroglyphics and thinking like, how did they communicate all of that with just a few symbols? And now I see a GIF and it can tell an entire story, and an emoji can tell an entire story, and it's like, oh, okay, so this makes a lot more sense now. I really think we've reached a kind of sort of peak social, and I think the reason we're seeing a proliferation of more community-driven apps is because we've all kind of reached a saturation point in a lot of ways. We're gonna look for networks. I mean, not unlike your daughter crying because of the commentaries she got. I think we've all now got social media ubiquity, and the platforms that get me most excited, the ones that I think are gonna grow the most in the next 10 years, are actually ones that give us a sense of community and a shared space for whatever that is, whether that's talking about our favorite sports team or creating art together. I think that's where all of this goes. And I do think the format is going to be very visual, whether it is images or moving images, video. That's absolutely where it's at. And don't even get me started. As 5G rolls out, that just becomes a no-brainer because we'll have so much bandwidth wherever we go for whatever videos or live content we want.
Thank you. Earlier in the fireside chat, Kim and I talked about growing a user base, growing a follower base. I wanted to hear from you guys as to what are some of the user acquisition strategies that you feel are going to actually make a difference going forward. As an investor, one of the worries that I used to have when I was a venture capitalist was I didn't want to invest in a company for all that money to go to Facebook and Google, right? I mean, I wanted to have my dollars that got invested to be used in a much more efficient way. So, yet we live with our user acquisition numbers, our monthly active users, etc. So what as an entrepreneur founder, what are your tools? What do you have, and what would you like to have to be able to grow your user base or your follower base?
Yeah. So as a startup, especially when you're on an early stage of your startup, acquiring first users are super important because later on you can learn, you can have data, you can optimize, but you need first users. And to get these first users, almost every startup I know, they use different growth hacking tactics. I can tell you one of the funny stories of our early growth hackings we have. If you remember on Android, there was a very early Android store. They have a section called recent apps or updates. And in order to get to the top of the list, you need to submit your app Friday midnight, basically. And then you get a very high chance to be on the top of the list. So you stay there for almost a week, like on top of the list. So we decided to do like release every week. And we stay like nights just to make this sharp deadline to deliver our app by Friday night.
So you'd hack the system.
Yeah, we hacked the system, yes. It's not possible anymore. They take this down, but that was that growth hacking tactics we have. And there are lots of things you do when you are early and you don't have money and budget to do more expensive marketing. And that's why we get our early customers, our users.
Thank you. Any more comments?
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Alexis was saying earlier. We know that about 2 years ago, time spent on messaging passed time spent on social, meaning most of the social platforms are in decline and messaging is now taking off. Mark Zuckerberg even said that in 2017. He said all of the growth in Facebook is going to be in private stories and messaging. So that's where everybody is right now. And that's a good thing, I think, because social media was supposed to be about bringing people towards conversation, bringing community, and it quickly became not that, right? And what we're seeing is messaging now is where people are having conversations. And more people having conversations, like on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere. I think one of the cool things about Kim's platform is she'll put a post out, and that's cool, it's good content, but really from a technology point of view and from what I'm doing, seeing the million people having a conversation and millions of different parts of conversations about totally random things, she as a catalyst for this entire community to talk about every aspect of their lives. And that, I think, is the future, and that's where, when we talk about user acquisition, you have to go where people are, and people are really in messaging and conversations. And if you can build products around that, that builds better community, that lets people talk to each other more effectively, that helps a lot of the problems that social media has brought onto the world today.
So thank you. Yeah, taking advantage of basically the conversation that actually users start amongst themselves. Yes, Alexis.
My only growth hack, some of you may know this, in 2005 when we were starting out, because Reddit is all usernames, if you saw any of the posts in the first 4 months of Reddit, even though it looked like a bunch of different people, it was just me with different usernames. So it would look, wait.
Now he tells us.
Are you applauding for the cleverness of the hack, or, okay, all right, well, they're not fake anymore. They're mostly real now. But I will also, because of what Alex said, it just underscores a bigger point, which is the genius of what you've done, Kim, is you and few others have actually started to get some of the value back that you've given platforms like Instagram. And the reality is there's so much that's locked in there that you and your community are responsible for, that I think it's going to be interesting to see in the next 10 years as that evolves, because that's real value. That community and being able to activate it is what is bringing so much value to these platforms that aren't doing a very good job managing it. And so I know Zuck and others are trying to find a way to evolve, but I'm longer on the people who actually have the community, because you can bring them with you to new platforms as they emerge.
So So you open up the topic of monetization, right? I mean, yes, a personality like Kim Kardashian West being on a platform obviously brings a lot of value to that platform. But then how does Kim Kardashian West and her company actually monetize? In your world, you're selling both online and offline. We have multiple models. We have premium, we have crowdfunding, where actually people say, yes, I'm going to invest in this product before the product comes out. Have you tried any of those kinds of more creative models outside selling in basically online to your customers?
I haven't. I mean, I think my model is just, different because I'm selling an actual product. So, I mean, basically just through the products that I sell is how I can profit off of social media and my direct-to-consumer business. But I think the trickier part is, I haven't really had to think about the users, because I've just made my brand a part of my life. And so the balance is also, I don't think my fan base just wants to see things that I'm selling. They want to see that part of my world, and so they feel invested because maybe they saw on my show that I was fighting with my sister over a specific fragrance, and so now they feel really invested when the fragrance comes out. So it kind of all goes together. And then as a businesswoman, the joy that I have so much inside is when I have products that just sell when I obviously love the people that are invested in the fans, but someone that might actually not be a fan and might stumble across my product or get it as a gift, and then they genuinely love the product and become
how they
fan
discover
that way. Yeah, it makes me really happy when I hear different stories of people just really enjoying the product, maybe not even knowing that I'm attached to the product.
That's fantastic. Any other ideas on monetization? Alexis, you're the venture capitalist, so you are watching how actually entrepreneurs can monetize their ideas.
I think it's interesting. There's few platforms really get to scale unless the people who run and own those platforms deeply understand their users and know when is too much and when is it's time to ask. And I think we're seeing more and more creative ways to bring money into the conversation that feels communal. A good example, like a company like Twitch, that brought tipping to a Western audience for a live stream, is a way for someone who is a streamer, and I'm not an investor, I'm buddies with Twitch guys, but no bias here. They really popularized for Western audiences this idea of, oh look, I'm entertaining you, and people will give money in real time simply for the acknowledgement within the tribe, within the community of viewers, that Fluffy Bunny 64 gave $5 to this streamer. And Fluffy Bunny 64 isn't even a government name, I hope, but it still has value and meaning, and they're willing to take hard-earned money, give it to a streamer who's there, whether they're playing video games or doing a makeup tutorial, and wanting to demonstrate that and sort of flex their kind of generosity in front of the community, and everyone is happy about it. The platform is thrilled, Twitch gets a percentage, they're happy. The streamer is happy because it's paying their bills, and they give a shout out and say, oh, thank you, Fluffy Bunny, appreciate that. And Fluffy Bunny is thrilled. And I think we're going to see more and more creative ways to monetize as new platforms emerge that let everyone win. Because, I mean, that's what at the end of the day software and the internet can do really well, is have supply meet demand. Cameo is another one that's just popped up. Again, I have no vested interest in it, but that are coming up with really creative models that we never really would have imagined even 5 or 10 years ago, because the technology evolves and people are creative. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are fundamentally two models, where you either provide your product for free and then you monetize using advertisement, or you ask your users to pay. And back like early days, advertisement was the most popular one because of Instagram and Facebook. So there was a venture capital wants to have a large scale ups with more free and monetized through the advertisement. I see last 2 years there is a fundamental change in that model, and today we see more and more successes on a subscription model. So apps like us and our competitors, and mostly in our segment, start monetizing by providing some premium features on top of the free. Although we provide lots of basic and free features, we start monetizing by providing some premium tools on top. I believe in long term it's good for end users, because when you do advertisement business, your customer is another advertisers, they're another company, not the user. You're thinking about them, not our users. When you do subscription business, you think about your business first, because you want to provide value. The value when users are ready to pay. So that is long term, I think, although we are asking users to pay, but they will benefit more because they will get better product.
Absolutely. I think when someone is willing to put their money where their interest is, it shows they get value, and that's exactly what I think happens with your products, Kim. I want to change the discussion now and elevate it and go into some of the headier topics like public policy. Okay? We in the tech world sometimes get a bad name because we're doing what is very fulfilling at the moment, but we are criticized that we don't have a big enough lens in understanding how our technology might affect the future. Most technologists really want no government involvement whatsoever. We want to self-monitor. We feel we're smart enough to be able to do that. But I think the last 12 months or last 24 months have shown us that that doesn't always work. So curious to get your thoughts on self-monitoring of technology companies, especially content producers like you guys have all been in the content business. How do you do that? Any ideas, Kim or Alexis? Let's start with either one of you.
Sure. I think we have seen when it works and when it doesn't. We had our own scandal in 2014. It was the reason I actually came back to lead the turnaround of Reddit, because the then CEO had defended revenge porn. That was his last act as CEO, and we swiftly removed him. And then we implemented a policy that would say, and couched in the language of privacy, that we respected the privacy of our users as well as just people of the internet, and if non-consensual pornography was posted, we would take it down. Seems like a no-brainer, but until that point, none of the social media platforms actually had a policy in place. And at the time, this was becoming a more and more rampant problem, certainly in the US and probably abroad. And states were trying to craft legislation and were trying to do things because it was a real issue. And that was one scenario where the platforms took too long, but still got their act together and now have effectively policed it. And every platform from Twitter to Google, everyone else followed suit with a similar policy, and it's effectively been halted. And so God forbid if one of those photos gets submitted there, it does get taken down promptly, immediately, and the user is banned, etc. And so I think there are instances where we see the tech community often too slow, but do a good job policing itself, or sort of good enough. But I think the reality of what we've now seen in the last few years is the effect and scale and impact that these platforms have, not just in the US, where it definitely does, but also abroad in countries with much less developed media ecosystems, is very real. And there is a responsibility that comes with that, especially when content is being shared to promote, hate or worse. And so I think this is going to be a very interesting next couple of years in the US. I do believe government has a role, absolutely, in protecting its citizens. I get worried when there aren't technologists in the room to help them craft that, because then they start making decisions that are ostensibly going to do good, but actually end up doing more harm in the long term because of unforeseen consequences. And it's the same reason if you're going to go into surgery, you want to talk to as many surgeons as you can, or doctors, before you do it. Likewise, I would love to see more technologists at the table when these things are being discussed. And I would like to see less of situations where sitting senators are asking Mark Zuckerberg, what is your business model? Because that is dumb. Like, you should have done the homework before the meeting to know what the business model of Facebook was, for instance.
No question about that. I think that was really a very sad moment for the United States Congress. Having said that, I also think that us technologists have the responsibility to educate the lawmakers and make them understand. How much time do you guys, Alex and Hovhannes, spend on actually monitoring content?
Quite a bit, actually. So, as a pretty large search engine, this happened in the first year, and we have an entire team dedicated to moderation, also editorial, because we would do searches for things like women or men, and if 1 billion people a month are searching for women on your search engine and looking for visual representation of what women are, you need to be able to represent a worldwide view. So we had an entire team come in, and we made a call as a company not to optimize for click-through rates, so more and more people clicking on things like the way the internet works. And we had a team that came in and made a very inclusive, diverse, and someone wrote about it, representation of men, women, children, of pretty much every topic that you could see in culture. And we're not doing the best job yet. I mean, we tried the best, and I think we're better than most everyone on the internet, but I think having technologists in the room is great, but we also need cultural philosophers in the room in tech companies, because we're honestly just making this up. Like when people ask, is this a good page that represents the term like happy or love? We don't know. We're just a bunch of engineers trying to figure out, this is what 100 million people will send the next hour to represent love to everyone they know. What should those images be? And that's a lot of responsibility we have. And it has to be multicultural. It has to be representative of, it can't just be a bunch of white dudes representing love to everyone, right? Like maybe in Silicon Valley. So that responsibility falls on us, and we spend a lot of time on it. So we in the very beginning, we decided not to have any adult content. We wanted to be kid safe. We wanted to be representative of culture, but honestly, it's a very hard problem because as technologists, we aren't the best people to say what is appropriate for culture. But governments aren't the best people to say that either. We don't actually have experts telling us what we should be doing.
What you're basically saying is we need more social scientists.
We do. We need academics.
More philosophers.
In technology, I think every startup should have academics, social philosophers that are part of the technology. There should be a new job called Chief Social Officer or something. That is someone and this is, all my PhD friends are like, yes, I need a job. But we need those people because we're not the best people to be making this policy.
Excellent point. Hovhannes, you live in a world where actually people get to change each other's art. So in fact, overseeing that becomes even more complicated.
Right. Right. We have a special form of creativity called remixes. It's similar to music when you take music and then you personalize it and create your own stuff on top of that, and you basically own a new form of content. So the same we do with pictures. We allow people to play with pictures, and it really like lowers the barriers for creativity, because it's much easier to start with content than with the blank page. I think blank page is the biggest killer for creativity. So we don't want that. And as you remember, we have the company started because of my daughter, and I really want to be a safe place for people like her, and not only safe but also positive. It's the whole sentiment of network should be positive and encouraging. And going back to your questions about the policy and regulations, I think what we really need is definitions. I mean, we don't want to invent our own way of thinking which is bad or good. It would be good to have, like as you said, the social people in the government maybe to really understand the social networks and help us to define what is fake news, what is bad thing, what is good thing, versus us to decide. We can do that, but sometimes we will be wrong, and if we are wrong, then people will blame us. So we don't want that. We want to have a very explicit rules, explicit definitions, and we can play with that rules.
And how often are you actually bringing down content?
Oh, we have an AI actually, which is doing like 80% of the job, taking like all the pornography and adult content, and then we have moderators which are monitoring 24/7 to make sure there is no any offensive stuff going to the public.
So Kim, on this panel, you probably are the most expert in managing the content, because you told us that you actually take a personal interest in it. You really believe that it's a reflection of you. You are the actual product, so everything you do is a reflection of you. You also told us that you actually really monitor content. Have there been close calls in your past where you kind of debated with yourself if you should post something or not? I mean, you were giving us a little example of last night, the dance party in your hotel room, but if you could share a little bit more with us.
Yeah, well, I also think that the beauty of social media is you get to also be yourself. So there hasn't really been anything that I have posted and thought about it and then deleted. I'm always pretty confident in my decision of what I'm going to post. I think that people evolve in life, and now that I'm a mom, my choices of what I would post today might not be what I would have posted 4 years ago. And I think that something that everyone has to be cautious about is that once you do post it, it's posted forever. So I mean, I definitely have been well aware of, maybe things that I would have posted before that would have been racier than what I would be comfortable posting now. But I still always know that people have phases in their lives, and if you scroll down, let's just say on Instagram, and you can see where, if I'm talking about me in particular, where I might have been at when I started Instagram to how I got extremely confident, and then I got a little bit more shy, and then I can see my moods when I look through my page, and I also think there's beauty in that too, because you can see people's evolutions, I can see my product evolutions, I can see everything down to like logo details and colors that I maybe would have used before that I wouldn't use now because I feel like I've evolved in my taste palette, or maybe things that nobody would ever even notice because I'm very detail oriented. But I also find, beauty in all of that too, that you can look through someone's yearbook of the last however long since they've logged on to social media and see people's personalities and personality changes and growth, and there's beauty in all of that too. But there is, I kind of have two different, I'm not really certain on my opinion of, sometimes I feel like there's this pressure to what you should post and censor that, because I think you should be who you are and post what you want to post and not feel like there's the pressure of everyone looking. But then I switch and kind of think, okay, well, what would I want my kids to see? And I flip back to, well, there is a responsibility. So I don't have a definite answer on
No,
what
I think
feel
that's a
is
great
right
answer.
or
And actually,
wrong.
the point you made,
It's a feeling.
it's a lot of people, I think, don't realize the permanence of posting on the internet.
I do.
And I do think that as technologists, we need to actually bring up that education level, especially for the younger people, you know, for your daughter, for people who are so excited in the moment and want to communicate their feelings, but it might not be appropriate for them 15, 20 years later. Having said that, maybe it's fantastic to have that blog, right? You actually see how you've evolved.
I go back and forth with that, but what I think is the most important is how you all have expressed seeing comments that have taken you to a place that if you weren't a strong person, they might really affect you. And not everyone, you know, you can see a million comments and then you'll see one bad comment and it can ruin your day. So I think it's also letting people express themselves the way that they want to, maybe an expression of photos, but it's teaching people. I mean, the one thing that I try to teach my kids, and it's my most important thing, is just to be kind. And I would never allow someone that I know to speak negatively about someone and leave a nasty comment. So it's also just, I mean, goes back to comment control and figuring out how to not let that negativity in your lives, because there are people and really delicate souls that aren't as strong as some people that can handle that. And it's just so unnecessary. It really is.
Yeah, and especially in the, very good, in the formative years of young people who feel that their net worth is actually derived from the number of likes or the comments. I think that is, again, something that us as technologists can really help educate and maybe even monitor. I'm going to now switch to a totally different kind of conversation, and I'd love, in rapid, you know, whatever way you want to respond, but, you know, fairly rapidly, let's start with advice to your younger self. Since we're on the topic of your younger self, it's a question that I get asked very often, and sometimes it kind of stops me in my own seat. But if you could give advice to your younger self, Alexis, what would it be?
Keep programming. I mean, I was programming in high school and college, but I would have done even more, and I loved my history degree, and I'm grateful for it. My business degree I could have done without, and I definitely would have studied computer science instead. And it's the biggest thing. I went to 82 universities after my book came out so that I could go and tell every college student I could that learning to code was the new literacy, and it is the modern superpower, and all of the best tutorials are freely available online, and there has never been a thing this valuable that's also so free to learn. So please, 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 especially because Armenia is going to be such a natural place for tech to continue to thrive, please, if you know a little kid, get them to code. Send her to Tumo, please. We already got the foundation here with chess, right? The K through 12 chess, like it's in our blood, right? That is such a great foundation for learning to program. But that would be the number one advice I'd give myself.
And I want to add to that. I want to say that if you're studying computer science, if you're studying electrical engineering or any other kind of engineering, I believe the most important thing is to stay in the program. Do not quit. Do not feel like if you got a C, you should not be in there because you don't have the chops. I think getting those degrees, understanding that the world is really being defined by technology, hanging in there, it's totally okay to get a C-, but graduate.
And once you graduate, like I went to engineering school. Once you graduate, then you can find out that you actually don't want to do engineering and then pay for your own art school. And then
Is that what happened, Alex?
I paid my way through art school because it's really expensive to go to art school. But after post-engineering school, engineering is hard, but it's really gratifying.
No question, it's hard.
But it is super gratifying. I mean, I use engineering every day in some way. People don't really realize that graphic design and designing, they're all just solving the same problems. It's actually the same thing if you've done both of them. You're just taking a problem and solving it. And anyone who's doing that in business or engineering, the medium is just different. Musicians do that, mathematicians do that, and it's just a way of thinking, so it's more just being educated. To answer your question on what I would tell myself, I tell myself all the time lots of things. But
this is your younger self.
Yeah, I told myself, my younger self, you shouldn't have done that. But the number one thing I learned was, it's just going to be okay. I feel like, especially youth right now, I have a niece and I have a lot of young friends, and they're so stressed out because of the world, and there's so much pressure from social media. Not only do you have to be popular in your high school, you have to be popular in every high school because all of them are connected by Instagram. And so everyone is so stressed and has so much anxiety. Are they going to have a job? Politics, the world, climate change. It'll be okay. Like, we had the same problems when I was growing up. It'll be fine, like just every day. And as long as you know that it's going to be fine, then you have some hope that you can be a part of the change and make a difference. I really wouldn't want people to give up and not see that there's hope in the future. The future is going to be crazy, and I hope I'm around to see it.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you don't need to be Mark Zuckerberg. You do not have to define success for yourself by a certain age. In fact, most people have amazing careers and they find their stride after 40, 50, 60 and keep going. So do not give yourself a timeline and make yourself feel like a failure because you have just turned 30 or 35 and feel like you didn't achieve the success. Keep going because life is a long marathon.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say I strongly support Alexis on his statement. I think having coding skills super important. I code my first products and first couple of startups. I was the main developer and engineer for the company. And I know there's in this room there are many startups, entrepreneurs there, or to be entrepreneurs. And I believe coding skills will be super important for you guys. Because it's hard to find good engineers anyway, and it's going very expensive either. So if you want to lower the barrier to entry and create your minimum viable product, like a small product, I think you should probably learn coding, or at least you should understand how to do that to hire the best engineers. Talking about myself is also kind of similar to Alex. I would say take it easy. When you are starting, when I was starting my first company, I didn't realize how much stress would be down the road, but you should enjoy the journey. You should enjoy the journey, and you should enjoy even more than the outcome, because you are going to have a lot of stress. And stress, you should take it easy, because even if it's the worst day in your life, you think like this, like it's the end of your startup, you are just closing the door. There will be another day, and then you can regain and you can have another success.
Very good. And Kim?
Yeah, I don't really live my life, when talking to my younger self, I don't really live my life with regrets. I think we all do stupid things when we're young, but I think I just echo the sentiment of everybody else, is just, we're all gonna make mistakes, so just don't be hard on yourself. And how we were talking earlier about winging it in life. I'm 38. I started law school at 37. It's really never too late to do what you want to do, and you can do anything that you really want to do. So, have fun in those mistakes that you're making. Make sure that they're worth it, and have fun in life, and wing it a little bit.
Wing it is the lesson. Fantastic lesson. Okay, so next I'm going to ask a question that I was asked when I spoke at the Commonwealth Club. And maybe it's my most favorite question of all of my speaking engagements. And that is, if you could come up with just one idea to change the world, just one idea, and it can be completely fantastic, meaning fantasy. It doesn't have to be based in reality. What would it be? And before I ask my panel, I'll tell you what I said. I was just asked this and I was given 30 seconds to come up with something, or 30 seconds to give my answer. And I thought, and I said, the one idea that I think would really change the world was if men could get pregnant and nurse babies. If that could happen, the world would be a very different place. So with that, I'd love to hear what you all think. The one idea, and it can be total blue sky, it doesn't have to be based in reality, that, that you would like to change the world.
Wow.
Well, mine, if something just comes off the top of my head, I mean, mine was thinking more of US, because we have the worst prison system in the world. So if I could get rid of most of prisons, if I'm just talking about WISH, and have rehab centers and mental health institutions that would house people that really need it, I think that would change a lot in the US.
Thank you for saying that. And you know, I do believe it would change it all over the world, because what happens when you come out of prison? You basically have been in an environment that hasn't prepared you for life after prison. So thank you for your work, Kim, and thank you for saying that.
As a technologist, my dream also technology related. So I wish the visual storytelling became as natural as writing, and even be like connected to your brain. So the way you visualize in your brain, you can easily create an image and show to the world. Because we have a lot of things here, and ability to convert this to the visual story will be the best things you can have in your life, I guess.
But when I feel love towards my mom, actually, I can actually project the GIF, and my mom can see it, and she knows exactly what I feel for her. Thank you.
Oh, wow, that's like a very deep and question that has a lot of responsibility to it.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
You can sit it out if you want.
No, like this is like, you can't sit this one out. Like, you have to be a part of the solution, right? So for me, you know, if you're gonna give me that, it has to be about poverty, right? And it has to be about freedom of people. And I think if it's not actually, I don't actually think technology is gonna solve any of that. What's gonna solve it is a financial system that's not capitalism. It's gonna be a social system that's not built around how we idolize some of the institutions that we have now. We need a new form of government that is a global government that's going to allow technology and other things to happen, but without oppressing people around the world. You know, half the people in the world aren't going to be watching this because they don't have access to the internet. So how do we bring all of those people back into what we're doing here? And I think the change is not going to come from the technologists. It's going to come from governments. So the invention that I would invent is a new type of government, if I could. Oh, that's hard.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That was a heavy question, sorry.
Jeez. Okay, well, the one that my mind went to is not as big as I hoped it would be, but I think all of my success as an entrepreneur, an investor, friend, husband, son, all of those things, I mean, there have been plenty of failures too, but when it has worked, has been because of an understanding of a empathy. And if I could truly feel, if anyone could truly feel how another person feels, maybe this solves the male misunderstanding around pregnancy and all of that responsibility and pressure and awesomeness that it confers on a woman who is pregnant. But maybe it also helps us better understand the people whose lives are ruined by our broken prison system, the people who truly know fear and pain and helplessness because they are left out of the economic system. Maybe that helps us better understand one another if we can really, really deeply, just magically empathize and literally feel someone's pain when they're hurt. I know, like all the times that I have screwed up have usually stemmed from not understanding that, whether that's been with my wife or whether that's been with a company. And those are also the areas where I've learned the most, in part because I hurt from knowing that pain of not understanding. And when I got close to feeling what they felt, is where I found the most growth myself. Just like when I'm at the gym and I'm pushing some extra weight and it hurts a little, like that is where growth comes from that pain.
Thank you very much, all of you, because these are really heady questions, and I appreciate you hanging in there and answering. We have about 2 minutes left, so very little time. This has been a very fun session. So before we leave each other, what I would love to hear from you is back to the entrepreneur, back to doing business, and the one business that you wish you could have done out there, the one that got away. You know, sometimes you look at a company and say, gosh, that's such a great idea. Or you look at a product and say, gosh, that's such a great idea. I wish I had done it. In real rapid succession, because we don't have much time. Who's going to jump in first?
I mean, there's so many, right? Like inventing a computer, everything, I don't know. Instagram, there's so many, one of their companies. I wish I thought of it.
Kim, you're very, very politically correct. Very good answer. Hovannes.
When I watched Steve Jobs introducing iPhone, I was thinking, wow, this thing is going to change the world. And that, it really does. And this is probably the biggest invention which happened during my lifetime, which changed the life of so many people. I wish I was that guy, but.
Thank you. Alex.
It's going to sound a little weird, but I think the greatest invention that I wish I could have done is the Postal Service. Before the internet, you know, for thousands of years, people had been able to communicate globally through this decentralized network that could withstand wars and famine. And you can take a piece of paper and deliver it to anyone in the world within a few days. And all the governments are backing this. This is like a very public good. The United States backs it with government money. The entire Postal Service is, I think, still by far the most interesting network of communication ever built. I think it'll probably outlast the internet. So if I could have worked on that, that would have been great. Postmaster.
Alex, I think you surprised all of us. And Alexis.
I mean, there is a laundry list of companies I wish I had invested in that I missed. The thing that I got to live a little vicariously through, thanks to social media and all of you, was the revolution. And I know it's not a company, but damn, like, edge of my seat, excited and so proud and so amazed. And I wish I could say that I actually had a role in it. I had none aside from a few retweets. But that is it.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for being such an amazing audience. I want to also thank all my panelists. It's not every day that you get to sit on a panel with someone who has 250 million followers. So thank you for agreeing to be part of this panel. And Kim, specifically for you, thank you for making the trip all the way out to Armenia to be part of this. Thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Go on, let's hear it. One more time, just raise the roof, please. One more cheer, please, for Kim Kardashian West.
'23rd World Congress on Information Technology. A place for global tech leaders and aspiring innovators to meet, discuss, and shape the future of the digital age. A place to challenge and change the established patterns in this rapidly decentralizing world. Since the very first Congress in 1978, WCIT has attracted the world's most powerful figures in technology, business, and politics. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Vince Cerf, Ginny Rometty, Steve Forbes. WCIT 2019. More than 2,000 delegates from 60 countries come together to establish new connections, break stereotypes, question beliefs, rediscover innovation and success in a world where any place can become a center and anyone can be in the spotlight. Visit us at WCIT 2019 in Yerevan. Learn, create, and collaborate within a unique network of innovators, dreamers, and change makers. Follow us to new places. Meet new people that can offer their own truths. Discover Armenia, a rising hub of innovation, a country with rich history, exquisite cuisine, and breathtaking nature. Join us and embrace the power of technology, progress, and decentralization in this ever-changing world. WCIT Yerevan, October 6th to 9th, 2019. From an ancient center of creativity to a contemporary center of technology, from the sacred pages of illuminated manuscripts to the illuminated circuits of the information age, a country and its people step forth to claim their place in the spotlight, welcoming the world, sharing their uniqueness, their stories, desires, and dreams, overcoming, connecting, creating, merging heritage and technology, retelling legends of old using tools anew. Inventive then, innovative now, building for the future on foundations laid long ago. This is our reality, our dimension, our center. This is who we are. We are Armenians, and this is Armenia. come see for yourself. There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world, each and every one of us. We are the race of alert creatures, pioneering to question and to explore incredible things waiting to be known. This is the human spirit spontaneously revealed through our cosmic curiosity, creativity, admiration, risk, trial, failure, success, and our belief in ourselves. In this world of varying opportunities, the World Congress on Information Technology aims to dissolve boundaries and unite those able to seize the opportunity, to develop new possibilities, explore new ideas, markets, and cultures, build new partnerships, and mend old bridges. Our focus is not on technology, but on how technology will continue to affect people. Our goal is not to innovate the known, but to research the unknown. Our purpose is not to find the center, but to prove that anyone, anywhere, can be the center. We are at the forefront of a whole new world, created by restless minds. There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world. Each and every one of us. End here. Commanding the attention of the rest.
Now, let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision, Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
Dear guests, dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of WCIT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from WCIT heading Haik Chobanyan to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
Շնորհակալ եմ։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների 23-րդ համաշխարհային կոնգրեսի հարգելի մասնակիցներ, հարգելի հյուրեր։ Ողջունում եմ ձեզ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մայրաքաղաք Երևանում համաշխարհային նշանակության այս հավաքի բացման առիթով։ Մեզ համար մեծ պատիվ է եւ հաճույք այսպիսի համաժողով հյուրընկալելը, որովհետեւ այն շատ լավ առիթ է ձեզ եւ ձեր միջոցով միջազգային հանրության հետ խոսելու, Հայաստանը բարձր տեխնոլոգիական, արդյունաբերական երկիր դարձնելու մեր ռազմավարության մասին եւ ես հույս ունեմ մեր երկրում անցկացրած մի քանի օրերի ընթացքում դուք կզգաք այն նոր էներգիան եւ մթնոլորտը, որ մեր երկրին համակել է նախորդ տարի Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցած ոչ բռնի թավշյա ժողովրդական հեղափոխությունից հետո։ Ուզում եմ ընդգծել, որ այդ հեղափոխությունը տեղի ունեցավ ապակենտրոնացման միջոցով, ինչի արդյունքում Հայաստանը համաշխարհային քարտեզի վրա դարձավ ժողովրդավարության կենտրոն։ Եվ ահա քաղաքական այս հեղափոխությունից հետո այժմ մենք գտնվում ենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության շրջափուլում, որը նույնպես տեղի է ունենում ապակենտրոնացման շնորհիվ, որովհետև մենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության հիմնական միջոց համարում ենք յուրաքանչյուր քաղաքացու անհատական ջանքը, անհատական նախաձեռնությունը, որը նա անում է ոչ թե կառավարության հրահանգով, այլ իր անձնական որոշումներով, իր անձնական նպատակներով եւ ամբիցիաներով։ Եվ ահա մեր երկրի տնտեսությունը տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում։ Այս պահին ունենք 7% տնտեսական աճ, մեր երկրում туриզմը տպավորիչ աճ է արձանագրում, այս տարի ունենք туриզմի շուրջ 13% աճ, տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում նաև տեխնոլոգիական ապրանքների արտահանումը։ Առաջին 7 ամսվա կտրվածքով միջին տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը մեր երկրից աճել է 40.9%-ով, իսկ բարձր տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը 34.4%-ով։ Այս ամենը մեզ վստահություն է տալիս, որ Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցող տնտեսական հեղափոխությունը իր հերթին կհանգեցնի տեխնոլոգիական հեղափոխության, եւ մենք կկարողանանք Հայաստանը դարձնել տեխնոլոգիական նորարարական առաջատար երկրներից մեկը աշխարհում, իսկական տեխնոլոգիական կենտրոն։ Այս նպատակը մեզ հասանելի եւ իրատեսական է թվում նաեւ այն պատճառով, որ հայ ժողովրդի բազմաթիվ զավակներ տեխնոլոգիական հանրահայտ նորարարությունների հեղինակներ են։ 1853 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Հովհաննես Ղուկասյանը ստեղծեց կերոսինային լամպը, այսպիսով նոր ուժ հաղորդելով տեխնոլոգիական լուսավորության դարաշրջանին, հեղափոխություն իրականացնելով մարդկանց առօրյա կյանքում։ 1854 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Քրիստափոր Տեր-Սերոփյանը ստեղծեց ԱՄՆ դոլարի կանաչ գույնը, եւ այդ կանաչը մինչև հիմա համարվում է դոլարի բացառիկ գույն։ 1911 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Գաբրիել Կազանչյանը ստեղծեց մազեր չորացնող սարքավորումը, բոլորիս հայտնի ֆենը։ 1916 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Ստեփան Ստեպուրակի հեղինակ Ալեքս Մանուկյանի։ Այս ամենը եւ այն փաստը, որ խորհրդային առաջին համակարգիչը Նաիրի անունով երբեք ու երբեք չպետք է դադարի սովորել եւ մեր բոլոր
universities and individuals. These were selected from over 100 companies who applied from more than 13 countries, and the Business Angel Network of Armenia passed these companies on to the next stage of the competition. And there were some fantastic judges from Neil Bansay from BNP, Caroline T. Seward from Intel, Ram Levy from Confidus, selected these. And eventually, now you're going to see some of them today. There was a competition yesterday, as you remember, and so this is the continuation of that. And I think in particular, we've got to acknowledge that the Armenian Tech Community Prize will total, get this, drum roll, $105,000. Not bad. And the first place winner will get the prize of $25,000. Second place, $10,000. So, all 6 winners will be announced during the closing ceremony, so make sure you're around for that. Let's hear from our jury. When I say your name, please stand up and say hello to the crowd and to the cameras at the back. First of all, is Miguel on the jury? I don't think Miguel. Miguel, no, Miguel's been swapped out. Dr. Kelly Mullick. Kelly, stand up. Kelly. Dr. Kelly Mullick is Intel Chief of Staff with Data Center Solutions. Let's also see Steve Chan, who is the former VP, CIO, Chief Strategist for the IBM Safer Planet and Smarter Cities Division. Did a speech today, I think, or yesterday. Nikhil Nayab, who's the Global Head, Payments Innovation and Blockchain with Conduent. Dr. Mikhail Vadian of PixArt, Chief Product Officer, Local Success Story. Arthur Vey Loyan, who is CEO of Bitcoin Swiss. And finally, Caroline Winnett, I think, yes, is Executive Director with UC Berkeley Skydeck. Awesome, thank you. UC Berkeley, fantastic accelerator there with Skydeck. So, without further ado, now let's hear from our first company. Big round of applause, please, for Appear Me, presented by Arman Margaran, who is CEO and co-founder. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Yerevan. Welcome to my hometown. Today, I'm here to tell you 2 surprising facts about attorneys. Everyone hates us, but everyone wants their kid to grow up and become an attorney. Second is that we're humans. We get overbooked, we get overworked, and we miss court appearances. We cannot make it because we're just too busy to go, or some other reasons. And appearance attorneys are the professionals who cover for us when we cannot make it. They form the $8.5 billion industry of appearance attorneys. By taking over only 15% of the industry, we can make $1.3 billion annually. There are several problems that we solve. First of all, the 2 to 6 hour grueling part of finding an appearance attorney now takes only 60 seconds to complete. Before AppearMe, if you needed an appearance attorney before 24 hours of your hearing, there was no other solution. You're stuck. You cannot make it to court. And finally, appearance attorneys can double their bookings for the court and actually get paid for the work they do. So how do we do it? We use our web and mobile application that is driven on an AI-based mechanism to match attorneys on the most efficient way possible. So a little about us now. We're a Berkeley Skydeck Accelerator company. We are active in 13 states. We're growing at 20% rate month to month for the past 12 months. Recently, we have integrated with the largest case management software company in the US and Canada, who has over 150,000 attorney members. But we found out that in California, we had more attorneys than they did, and they've been in business for over 10 years. So social impact. We're making big difference in the world by making legal services more affordable. We push legal jobs out of the major metropolitan areas, and by saving, we can save up to $1.5 billion to the court system by reducing the number of canceled cases and hearings that take place in court every single day. It's not working, okay. Beyond court appearances, today we cover depositions, court reporters, and court interpreters, as well as we connect thousands of freelance attorneys together. Further, we plan to integrate with the court system and revolutionize the way it works. We plan to open up AppearMe to the consumer market, which is a multi-billion-dollar market on its own. And we're going to build the largest professional network for lawyers and litigation support providers in the world. It's not working. AppearMe was founded by my brother and I. We're both litigators, and we always cover for each other. Until one day it happens that we were on different continents, we could not make it to court, and we could not find anybody to appear for us. But our real heroes are our 30-member-based team, mostly out of Armenia, who are always there for us 24/7. 70% female. Our team is moving fast, experiments daily. We break things, we build things, and we revolutionize the appearance and, in general, the legal industry. We're in the process of starting a small round of fundraising to reach our next milestone. So if anyone is interested, you're welcome to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, AppearMe. Big round of applause. So, judges, we have a couple of minutes for questions. If you have any, just pick the mic up in front of you and let's get some questions. A couple of questions. You've got a couple of minutes. Go for it.
Hi, Armin. Can you please share, so many different states have different requirements for passing the bar and becoming an attorney. So if I am a client in Oregon or in Washington, how do I know I'm going to get matched with an attorney that meets all the legal requirements to represent me?
First of all, AppearMe is only available for attorneys at this time. Once we open up to the consumers, each person residing in the given state will be able to find an AppearMe in their state. When we sign up attorneys, we go through a due diligence process where we make sure not only they're licensed in that given state, but there are no derogatory actions against them, there are no investigations against them, because from time to time it happens, and we have a very high, actually out of 10,000 lawyers that applied, only 4,000 are active in our system now.
So Armin, I had a different question. In looking at the score sheet, global impact is pretty heavily weighted. So how would you have global impact with the solution you're building and the company you're building?
Well, first of all, it's a major issue that only metropolitan areas have jobs, and people outside of the, let's say, San Francisco or Los Angeles area, they're struggling. What we do, we push jobs through our freelance attorney module, for example, where an attorney in Nevada State, California, now is busier than before. I don't know, other things is that court systems, we save $1.5 billion to the court system just because 20% of hearings are being canceled every day. Instead of 10 attorneys, only one person has to drive to court and back. That reduces traffic in the court downtown areas tremendously. And actually all this environmental and impact on the court system and how much the state will save is being picked up by USC School of Public Policy, and they will give us a final report by December.
Thank you very much. Appear me.
Thank you.
Run out of time for questions. Thank you very much. Next up, let's hear from Embry Tech, Armenia. And to pitch that is Sargis Karapetyan, co-founder and CEO. Come on up. Come on up, sir. Come on. We're just getting the slides up. Here they come. Let's... Gotta have the walk-on music, you know. Get it up. Come on then, Sargis. Come on, let's do it!
Heart disease, cancer, diabetes. One of the things they all have in common is they can be affected by obesity.
There are 1.6 billion overweight people in the world. People spend over $200 billion annually on weight loss. However, 70% of people who lose weight within 1-2 years regain more weight than they had lost. We discovered why people regain weight. First, they lose the consistency of weighing and recording after and even during the weight loss program. The problems are many. Finding a time, doing it every day, discouraging to see the numbers, you name it. Second, weight regain happens slowly and unnoticed. To stop these yo-yo cycles, we invented Embry. Embry is a smart shoe insole which automatically tracks body weight, physical activity with 99% consistency, helps people maintain weight loss and lead healthy lives. Embry weight tracking insole combines a smart scale, activity tracker, and wellness coach. $3.7 billion will be spent in 2020 only on activity trackers for weight loss. Currently we have MVP with utility patent pending and ongoing first batch of production. Also, we did 1,000 surveys, 70 interviews, and got 250 signups. Meanwhile, we are talking to weight loss shoe and insole companies as the potential partners for distribution. One of our signups is the CEO of Lose It. It's a weight loss app with 20 million users in United States. And just last night, we did demo for Alexis Ohanian. He's waiting for his payers, and he will introduce us to his portfolio shoe company, Atoms. My co-founder and I have been working together in design and engineering for the last 9 years. Our third co-founder is BizDev and nutritionist with 16 years of experience. Our advisory board consists of professors and researchers from MIT, Georgia Tech, Stanford, and a patent attorney from Dell. We do believe that in the next 10 to 15 years, we can turn the shoe into preventative health tool. So far, we have raised $300,000 from Index Ventures, SmartGate VC, and Angels. Next, we are raising $2 million seed round for market penetration and mass production. Mike, don't you think it will be a great article? Embry Tech is raising $2 million to stop yo-yo weight cycles. Imagine the future. Like every smartphone has a built-in camera now. Every shoe will have built-in Embry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Embry Tech.
You got yours.
Amazing. I'll pick it up after the pitch.
Okay.
Shall we do this in a minute? I think that was in a bar somewhere. Right. let's get some questions from judges.
What evidence do you have that people who use your device will lose weight and maintain it?
So we are not claiming they will lose weight. We are partnering with weight loss programs. So whatever program they are using, they have the same challenges of consistent weight and physical activity monitoring. We are solving that issue.
Fantastic idea, thanks a lot. What is the incentive not to throw away the shoe insole while you sense that you're not on track?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
You might put the insole in your shoe.
Yep.
But you might throw them away right away if you sense you're not on track.
Yeah, what happens if you throw them away, if you decide that it's not working?
So people are throwing away the scales. So if that's the case, so it adds every day 1 point in the weight graph and correlates with the physical activity and provides with the insights so to support them to overcome this challenge. Also, we show the average weight and the direction so they don't get upset if during the day they had put on 1 kilo or something like that.
I guess you got to wear it for a while, right, to see how it goes. Right, we have time for one more question if anyone has one.
Can you please talk a bit about technology, how you are sending information, how it works?
So we have pressure sensors and accelerometers and a bunch of other sensors under the heel. And we have a microcontroller and Bluetooth 5. And we have the mobile application. I can show the demo right now. I'm wearing another one. And while I am walking, you can see my activity beat. We call it activity beat. Like if I do like this, you will see. So and also, and the data goes to cloud, and users have access from any mobile and web.
Okay, I think we're done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Embry Tech, do you want to take that? Congratulations, that's a very interesting, I love seeing myself in pictures, that's great fun. Let's now hear, ladies and gentlemen, our next pitch is from Public. From Slovakia, Gagik Jagazaran, council member and co-founder. Coming up.
Hello and welcome. I'm actually from Armenia. Please meet Alex. He's my son. He enjoys playing piano. One day he told me that a video with him playing at Luxembourg Airport has generated over 300,000 views. He was really happy. Anything wrong here? Perhaps no. Over 95% of online content is free anyways. And advertising, as we heard, is one of the main models for monetizing this content. And we all know who takes the lion's share of global advertising revenue. It all started 50 years ago, with introduction of the first protocol of internet, ARPANET. Since then, technology advancements have enabled the growth of very powerful yet very centralized platforms that essentially control the web. They are the web now. Let's move now to new media that distributes 100% of its shares to all its authors and publishers. It also, based on merit, I never mastered this. So it also gives identity to each content and its piece and makes them unique. Let them free to go and service and earn a living to the owner. So Alex now, as one of the authors of this platform, earns a fair reward or earnings from 100% of revenue distributed by smart contract to his wallet directly every 10 minutes sharp. Please meet Public. We are fortunate introducing today a working model of distributed web and economy on open protocol public net. It's people-to-people network built on blockchain, distributed storage, channel nodes, AI engine, and tradable token is live. We now invite independent authors and publishers from all around the world to join, to build, and take their real-time share in the media future. Anyone can earn by becoming a node or a storage provider. Anyone can create their own media on public net, be it publication, Q&A site, social media platform. Use your imagination. It's time to call upon technology of trust to give people power to mobilize and change this world. PublicNet, perhaps the protocol of the truly independent web, the protocol of Internet of Owners. Let's give our children a chance for a better future. Go public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go public, or public. Speaking as a journalist, it's always nice to see somebody trying to figure out how to pay for content or pay creators. So let's hear from the judges. Anyone got any points? Yeah.
Who's your team, and do you have any users on your platform?
Our team is scattered around the world. We are in Japan, in London, in Madrid, in US, and the main team, technology team, is based in Armenia. So the product and the platform, the original blockchain, is built right here with a great team that represents public.
And have you, and the second part of the question was, have you launched? Do you have users?
Public is live, and we have several publishers on board. ZDF ARD of Germany, for example, is testing public. We are working with San Jose State University to launch another platform, which is a Scholarian, academic publishing platform. And we have many publishers joining. We are giving already the ownership to the users because we are surprised how many things that we don't know about public that they already start, bringing to us.
Any other quick questions? We've got time for another short.
Quickly, is this fully private blockchain? I didn't get
No,
that.
it's fully public blockchain, open source, and it's original blockchain built by our team.
And can you trade the token yet?
Yes, you can immediately get monetized, and the public PPQ token is tradable on ATAX exchange, which is European licensed exchange. And
maybe would Pixart put this token on its network?
Of course, we are always talking with them.
I
think when we get bigger as they are, they will join.
Great. Well, I think that we have. I'm going to ask you one quick question, actually. As a journalist who's covered the blockchain space, could I put this on content I've already uploaded? Could I put the public token? Could you put the public token against your son's piano rendition on video? Could you upload it to something already that's already there?
Yes, we have a working publishing platform, which is a use case, which is called public.site. And we have many users already, and they can upload their content, earn a reputation-based revenue, and earn a living, and become independent, create a new world.
Well, it's still early days for blockchain, so good luck. Thank you very much, Public.
Thank you.
So we'll just get our next picture up here. And is everybody having a good time at the conference? Fantastic. Well, I'll be wandering around, so maybe I'll run into you if you want to talk to me about what you're doing. That would be great. So I think we're ready now for our next company. This is, give it up for, whoops, my phone. Okay, give it up for Virtio from Armenia.
discovering places around us is taking too much time. And we decided to use this opportunity and create a tool which will be used by everyone to discover places around them in few seconds. There is a huge market as well. There are 1.5 billion travelers every year, and about 15 million looking for nearby places every day. And about 300 million spend monthly on local marketing on travel apps. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to present you Virtuo. It's our approach for discovering nearby places. You don't have to zoom in and out the maps and deal with small markers. Forget about these discomforts. Just look around and you will see all the places and even the deals offered by the companies you are looking at. At the same time, it's a new and very attractive marketing space. As a monetization model, we'll have monthly subscriptions for businesses to provide them with marketing tools and monetizations through our global partnership. As a part of our strategy for growth, we aim to use marketing potential of big companies. We have evidence that many of them want to use Virtuo as a unique location finder for their customers. So far, we have partnered with 2 global events, including WCIT, and we are going to start our cooperation with a number of businesses. Among them is such a brand as HSBC, and we are partnering with TripAdvisor on data exchange and attraction booking services. I'm proud to tell that we have very high user retention and user ratings. We have 4.9 average rating on the App Store, and we have been featured on a product hunt. Among a few words about competitors. So we have travel apps as competitors, and there are advantages are the time and attractiveness, and in augmented reality our advantages are usability, offline use, exploration by brand, and other advantages. So we are 3 founders with experience in business and product development, and we have created various successful projects for brands as Schindler, BNP Paribas, and many others. We are raising currently $100. New devices are entering our life, and they are not ready, they are not friendly for maps. They require new and disruptive solutions, and Virtuo is a such solution. Thank you.
Well, we've seen the rise of Swarm, Foursquare. Come closer, sir. Come closer.
Sure.
I don't bite, maybe in words. We've seen the rise of Foursquare, but this is obviously a virtual, like a VR version. It's like a location-based network.
Yeah.
So do we have some questions, anyone?
Congratulations on your achievement to start.
Thank you.
Quick question. If I'm a tourist, I saw as you were moving around, there was a gram at the bottom. I'm not sure whether it was color-coded. I saw some red in there. But for example, if I'm a tourist, will I see clustering for things that are more tuned for my preferences so I can walk there?
Is it personalized? I think, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
Had at the bottom. It was color-coded in red. Couldn't
Yeah.
see any other colors. But for example,
And,
my preferences are.
Yeah, can you set it up for your preferences?
Yeah, it's just a matter of user experience and UI. We have different colors for different categories. We have more than 200 categories, and for each category we have specific colors. So we are going to link the the category by color to the users in there.
So it doesn't sound like it's super personalized right now, but maybe in the future. Any other questions?
How big is your user base current?
We're currently growing by month for 20% every month with organic traffic. We didn't do any marketing yet, and our user base since 5 months is organic user base is 7,000 users on iPhone.
But it's very early days.
Yeah.
Still.
Quick question. So you are getting all the data from TripAdvisor for tagging places?
No, we're having data from different sources, and the biggest source is OpenStreetMap, which is a open source alternative for Google Maps data, and from TripAdvisor, we're having additional data for attractions.
You have one client more. You have one client more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love it when judges download the apps on stage, live. Great. Thank you very much, Vertlow.
Thank you.
Check it out, vertlow.com, live now on the app stores, Google, Android, and iOS. And last but not least, let's hear it for Wirestock.
Hello everyone, I'm Mikhail, the CEO and co-founder of Wirestock. I'm actually going to start my presentation with a short story about my friend Davo. As me and Davo were hanging out about a year ago, he started showing me some of the content he's created over years. He also told me about his dusty hard drive full of 1 terabyte of amazing photos and videos that he has never made a single penny from. And he asked me if I knew a place where he could sell his content. I immediately thought of stock agencies, as I used to purchase content there for my other projects. As soon as he heard that, he got stressed out. He told me selling content on stock agencies is the worst idea. To sell a single image, it takes more than 10 minutes on descriptions, keywords, titles, categories, making the whole process not worth his time. And then it hit me. What if we'd create a place where content creators like Davo would get one-door access to all marketplaces and be able to monetize their content in minutes or even seconds? I took this idea and went to a group of friends who have years of experience building successful software products, and to my surprise, not only did they like the idea, but also came up with innovative solutions like automation for aggregating submissions and image recognition for keywording and captioning. Fast forward 4 months, Wirestock 1.0 was born. 1 week later, Davo earned his first dollars through Wirestock. Since we launched Wirestock in March of 2019, our portfolio has grown 150% month over month, getting content from thousands of photographers from around the world. Hundreds of photographers have been able to earn money through Wirestock, paying us 15% on every single transaction. We're growing to rapidly capture a larger and larger portion of a $4 billion stock photography market, and then expand to aggregate other photography monetization channels. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of content monetization, and Wirestock is the carrier of that disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Wirestock. Cool name. Well, there's been a lot of people have tried this, but it's been tough. It's tough out there. Who've got some questions?
Hi, can you please share a little bit about the technology that enables the solution?
Yeah, so first of all, we were able to integrate with all marketplaces using different kinds of automation technology. And also, we use image recognition, like natural language processes to generate descriptions and keywords, which are still reviewed by our content team, but we're getting it closer to natural human language.
So that's the way of what? Tagging the photographs or what?
You need to have tags and descriptions and categories, so we're generating all of those.
Using NLP, okay. We have an expert on images, I think, in the jury. Go ahead.
First of all, congrats, really great product.
Thanks.
So a quick question, how direct is your integration with the providers? I mean, if one day they decide that you shouldn't like directly send photos, or how you do it now?
Yeah, so the first thing we did before we integrated, we went out and started talking to them. So we told them that we're an aggregator, we represent 1,000+ photographers. So now it's very raw, the integration right now, but we're building and we're talking to them to create APIs or initial versions of APIs, so it's much faster and more reliable. So the communication is very direct. Technology is still not perfect, but we're getting there slowly.
Thanks. And what about licensing? I mean, when I upload photo to your platform, like, do you have any special licensing that you can distribute my photo, or how it works?
Yeah, we act, the official legal sort of role of Wirestock is that we're an intermediary between the creator, who owns the 100% copyrights of the content, and we're just act as a distribution sort of distribution hub for these creators. And actually these marketplaces accept that legal, you don't have to be the creator to be submitting images to their platforms.
Okay, in the closing seconds, oh, did you have one? Did you have a go
Sure.
ahead.
Quick question. Congratulations on your achievement to start.
Thank you.
Just quick question. You mentioned natural language processing. So does that, are you focused upon the user tagging, or do you have automated suggested tagging? Do you run anything through let's say a synonym API, run it through different APIs to provide suggestions?
We use our own technology, and we use third-party providers to get the best suitable keywords for every single image, and we constantly test it. Same for captioning, which is a much harder problem, actually.
I see. And in the closing seconds, what about Ion or Flickr and how do you compete against
that's
that?
potentially the future of this.
The future.
Going to audio, podcast, educational videos, and the list goes on.
Oh, I see. Great. And can I just give you a little bit of advice? When you're answering questions, try not to wander around too much like this. It's kind of like distracting.
I'll be happy to take this advice from you. Thank you.
Stand like
that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wirestock.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our lightning round. Let's hear it for the judges, our jury. And you can see me on the Bare Naked Innovation session. I think it's here or the other one. I'm not sure. See you later on. Mike Butcher from TechCrunch. Bye.
23rd World Congress on Information Technology. A place for global tech leaders and aspiring innovators to meet, discuss, and shape the future of the digital age. A place to challenge and change the established patterns in this rapidly decentralizing world. Since the very first Congress in 1978, WCIT has attracted the world's most powerful figures in technology, business, and politics. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Vince Cerf, Ginny Rometty, Steve Forbes. WCIT 2019. More than 2,000 delegates from 60 countries come together to establish new connections, break stereotypes, question beliefs, rediscover innovation and success in a world where any place can become a center and anyone can be in the spotlight. Visit us at WCIT 2019 in Yerevan. Learn, create, and collaborate within a unique network of innovators, dreamers, and change makers. Follow us to new places. Meet new people that can offer their own truths. Discover Armenia, a rising hub of innovation, a country with rich history, exquisite cuisine, and breathtaking nature. Join us and embrace the power of technology, progress, and decentralization in this ever-changing world. WCIT Yerevan, October 6th to 9th, 2019. From an ancient center of creativity to a contemporary center of technology, From the sacred pages of illuminated manuscripts to the illuminated circuits of the information age, a country and its people step forth to claim their place in the spotlight, welcoming the world, sharing their uniqueness, their stories, desires, and dreams, overcoming, connecting, creating, merging heritage and technology, retelling legends of old using tools anew. Inventive then, innovative now. Building for the future on foundations laid long ago. This is our reality, our dimension, our center. This is who we are. We are Armenians, and this is Armenia. Come see for yourself.
There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world, each and every one of us. We are the race of alert creatures, pioneering to question and to explore incredible things waiting to be known. This is the human spirit spontaneously revealed through our cosmic curiosity, creativity, admiration, risk, trial, failure, success, and our belief in ourselves. In this world of varying opportunities, the World Congress on Information Technology aims to dissolve boundaries and unite those able to seize the opportunity, to develop new possibilities, explore new ideas, markets, and cultures, build new partnerships, and mend old bridges. Our focus is not on technology, but on how technology will continue to affect people. Our goal is not to innovate the known, but to research the unknown. Our purpose is not to find the center, but to prove that anyone, anywhere, can be the center. We are at the forefront of a whole new world, created by restless minds. There are over 7.6 billion centers in this world. Each and every one of us. End here. Commanding the attention of the rest.
Now, let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision. Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
Dear guests, dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of UAT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from UAT heading Haik Chobanyan to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
Since the dawn of civilization, people gathered in the center for conversation, community, and collaboration. The world was divided in center and periphery, capital and province, stage and audience. Then, technology taught us to communicate in a different way, and decentralization began. Just a moment ago, the center was where we used to be seeing it, but now, new centers are appearing. You no longer need to be on stage to be seen. You don't need a microphone to be heard. You needn't be huge to be noticed. If you have something important to say, you will become the center. And it's not necessary to be in a center to be the center. You can be anywhere. Even at the edge of the world, thanks to technology, you can still be current, connected, consequential. The center is not a place or a political status, not a physical property or money. The center is where it is, interesting. And it can be everywhere. Look around. There are thousands of centers in this very hall. And each of us has the power to change the world right from our seats. That's what we mean by the power of decentralization. But in the promise, there is also a peril. The peril of intentional misuse of technology, but also the peril of unintended consequences. We must balance the promise with the peril. When you become the center, you are in charge of the way you influence the world. So ask yourself, what is your role as a center? What is your responsibility? To yourself, your community, humanity? You need to ask these questions today because decentralization is already here. Today, Armenia is the center. For 6 millennia, Armenia has been a world center of culture, imagination, creativity. What better a place to have this conversation than in a country that has so much to tell and also knows how to listen? Let the conversation begin here in the original, current, and future innovation nation. Welcome to WCIT 2019. Welcome to the Year Event Talks.
Now, let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision. Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
Dear guests, dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of WCIT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from WCIT, heading Haik Chobanyan, to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
Since the dawn of civilization, people gathered in the center for conversation, community, and collaboration. The world was divided in center and periphery, capital and province, stage and audience. Then technology taught us to communicate in
Hayastan, Marev says, did y'all enjoy the panel earlier? Yes, yes, I know I enjoyed it. Some great talks going on today. Just a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. I see it in my timeline. So many people, not just who are here, but all over the world, watching this, tuning into this. I don't know where the camera is for the live feed, but hello world. This is such an exciting moment, and I'm so proud to be here at this time in Hayastan during this. It's very special. I have one slide, which I've already put up here, and it's actually from my good friend and business partner, Gary Tan. Now, he's not Armenian, but he's honorary in my book. He's one of my closest friends. We've done a lot of really awesome things together. And I think that this is an apt quote, especially for right now and the time that we're in, both in technology as well as Armenia's role in the world. And it's one that's lingered with me, and I've been chewing on this thing for the last couple of weeks because I wasn't sure what I wanted to talk about. And then Gary found this quote, and it just kept rattling around in my brain, right? It's pretty magical. This is from Nikola Tesla in 1926. Now, the world slept on Tesla for far too long. For decades, he was never given credit for so many of his engineering marvels. Now, frankly, thanks in part to Elon Musk, the Tesla name is pretty well known, I think, in the world. And the man behind it is starting to get some of his due for his genius. But this, 1926, talking about a future that today in 2019 feels pretty accurate. All right, I don't know about you, I try to make predictions about the World Cup, I try to make predictions about my own business. I don't do that well. But this guy, man, he nailed it. And a couple of things that are worth really highlighting here. The whole earth will be converted into a huge brain. And we're getting there. We're seeing this. There's still half the world not yet connected onto the internet, but it will come. We're seeing a world, I mean, here, right here in Armenia, that you have access to. And I remember my first trip in 2010. And I remember having to go get a USB stick, I think it was a 3G stick, that I could plug into my laptop so I could tap in. And I had to go refill that SIM card like every other day because I was just tearing through so much internet, right? And how much has already changed, right? We now have companies on their way to billion-dollar valuations that were started here. And we all can tap into this global brain because we all have a computer or a telephone that can be carried in our vest pockets. I mean, no one wears vests anymore, but you get the point, right? This was such a prescient quote, and we are in this age of a global brain, where as long as we are online, we have access to the world's knowledge, to the very best ideas. And then we also have a level playing field to share those ideas with the world. And in many ways, this was the unintentional spirit that we created Reddit with. But more importantly, I think this is why this is such an important time for a country like Armenia, which has very challenging neighbors, which is landlocked, which has limited natural resources, all the things you know, but which has, at this time, such an amazing opportunity because the human talent that has always been in this country has a chance to thrive as a part of this global brain because of software and because of the internet. That's why I was imploring all of you to at least try to get into programming, to encourage young people, boys and girls, to get into programming, because the foundation really is already there. I mean, chess is an amazing foundational learning model for programming, but we need to go further. And I remember in 2010 visiting Tumo Center when it was still under construction. And I remember being told about all the promise that it would provide, that any young Armenian could come in there and start to learn, whether it's about computer science or design or art. And they could do so with world-class tools and lessons. And in the years since that I have come back, I have seen Tumo filled with exactly the bright minds, the bright Armenian minds, getting access to world-class tools and technology just as it was promised. And they're finding their place within this huge global brain, right? Thanks to software and thanks to the internet. And it makes me so hopeful because now more and more Armenians are repatriating here because they want to plug in here to that global brain because they know the talent is here. They're opening offices, Service Titan, right? The founders were at a dinner with me last night, and I was so delighted to see how bold and bullish they were on expanding their teams here in Armenia and bringing all of the lessons and basically a paid education to any of the employees who are coming to work here, and to see firsthand how a sort of, a $1 billion US tech type company is run and operates. And that's education that doesn't come necessarily out of textbooks, it comes from experience, and people are getting it. You all are getting it and have an opportunity to grow with it. And it gets me excited because I think about all the opportunity that I was fortunate enough to get because of a bunch of circumstances that led me to have the opportunities that I had. And I still remember the stories. My grandfather, he's now a great-grandfather, because after Olympia was born. The stories that my grandfather still tells about the journey that his parents had and what they had to witness during the genocide, and then what they were able to get an opportunity to have, whether it was through France or through Syria, and then eventually get to the United States, where they found opportunity. And those stories linger with me, especially at a time where the US is being, frankly, more antagonistic towards immigrants and refugees than I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I can't help but think that there were some refugees that were coming off a boat from Syria via some place in the world that the average American at the border had never heard of, that they gave an opportunity to. And because of that opportunity, because of that very fortuitous circumstance, a few generations later I showed up and was able to get into programming, was able to build something that is now arguably one of the 10th largest websites in the world. But Reddit doesn't happen unless my great-grandfather gets an opportunity. And for him, surviving the genocide, the opportunity was in the United States. But the world has changed tremendously. And the opportunities now, because of this technology, are far more broadly distributed than ever before. And that's a frustrating thing as an American, because frankly it means we have to work much harder to compete with the rest of the world. But you know what? I'm okay with that, because I'm up for the challenge. And more importantly, I think there are so many opportunities long overdue for parts of the world that were denied it for no good reason. And that change is happening here. And so it makes me so excited to meet with founders like I did last night. Had a restaurant dining room full of founders, all female founders of Armenian startups. They are part of this new tech economy. And it's an opportunity to plug into something that is special. And I love the fact that we as a nation have such a sort of cultural preference for solving really hard technical problems. We are just seeing the start of an AI, an artificial intelligence and machine learning revolution. And so much of the really hard, complicated tech required to do this is very much in our DNA, especially in the country of Armenia. And so many of the problem solvers that are going to need to build the tools that are going to build this future global brain are actually right here. And as you heard during this conference, the future of work is really either going to be robots or cyborgs. Work that can be automated, not necessarily because it is not a question of white collar or blue collar. It's a question of how repetitive is the work versus how creative is the work. If the work that is being done tends to be more repetitive, whether it is data entry or whether it is putting a square peg in a square hole, that work is going to be the first to be automated. And this automation is coming not in the next century, but in the next decade. And the good news is that this will lead to drastic reduction in cost and drastic improvement in efficiency in a lot of ways. I do think long term it ultimately means humans get to do the work that we are best at, the work that humans can do so much better and will always do better than robots. And that's where the cyborgs come in. So don't be weirded out too much. I'm not talking about like literally melding your body with a robot, but I do mean metaphorically. So many of the systems that are going to be built are going to automate away the most repetitive parts of work so that the more creative, the more empathetic, the more dynamic parts of the job, that can be done by the humans that do it best. And so when I talk to people, whether it's back in the States or right here, who are just entering the workforce or are still building the skills to do so, I would say look for the careers and look for the skills that require creativity, that require empathy, right? My sister is a nurse, and when I hear about the work that she does, I can't help but laugh, because there is no way in hell a robot is going to do her job. The work that nurses or medical professionals broadly, but especially nurses do, is the empathy is so required, and the dexterity and the creativity and the problem solving, those jobs are only going to be made better in the future because software will do the most repetitive parts of that job, from scheduling to note-taking. Again, the things that robots and software can do best, but not the actual human work. And so as you think about where your future, where your career, where your passion fits into this global brain, optimize for those things that are truly human. And if we can get through this, if we can get this to come to fruition, I think we'll find ourselves in a place where some of our most human qualities get to shine, and the work we do will get to have a level of satisfaction that historically we just haven't been fortunate enough to have. And I'm particularly excited for the arts, which I know is probably the last thing you expected me to talk about. And yes, I know there's plenty of AI-generated music out there. You can find some demo for something that's been, that's art made by a robot you can find on YouTube. But I really do think that there are going to be new opportunities to make careers out of creative work, because so many of the tools to get that work financed are now being invented and spread worldwide. There are going to be more ways than ever to find a way to make a living from creating something that is truly human and truly unique. And we saw it in the first rise of crowdfunding and Kickstarter and Patreon, but we're going to see it continue to evolve, because money as we know it is going to change. And I assume there's probably a few folks who are fans of crypto who are here. There are 2 of you. Okay. That's okay. There's 3. Okay, there's 1 extra. There is an amazing change happening in the world right now, because if we think about this global brain and we think about the things that software can help make better, cheaper, faster, one of the core ones is the economic change that will come as money, as the value transfer systems get far cheaper and far more efficient. And so whether you're sending remittances or whether you're just trying to get paid for some digital artwork you created, the blockchain is actually going to be a core part of that technology. And I know we saw the big hype cycle, we saw the crash. I try not to pay attention at all to market prices of coins. I think it's a waste of your time. I think instead, if you're looking to the people who are actually building real technological solutions, that are actually building software on the blockchain, that is where there is a new future happening. That is where this huge whole earth brain really gets amazing. Because so far, we've been able to see what happens when ideas can transfer across borders instantly. And we're starting to get a glimpse when you can start an app like PixArt in Yerevan and sell it to people all over the world. You're still working through someone else's app store for now. And you heard the great anecdote about how they hacked the Google Play Store, which is pretty hilarious. You're still working through someone else's app store and you're still paying a toll every time your app gets downloaded. But you're now plugged into a global network, not just for your ideas, but getting paid for it. And my bet is, as this technology continues to improve, there are going to be more and more channels to do so, far cheaper, far easier, and far faster than ever before. And that's going to lead to more innovation. Because at the end of the day, money or some form of that value still makes the world go around. And if we can finally build a currency that lives up to the sort of global internet connected brain that we've already created, I think really interesting things can happen. And I think about this a lot, because my day job at Initialized is to try to invest in companies that are, yes, going to make my investors money. That's still the core business proposition. But that I believe are going to do so by making this world a little better for my daughter and for hopefully lots of your kids. Because I do feel a responsibility and an opportunity to improve this thing. And selfishly, one of the best ways to do that, I believe, is to give more people more access to these tools, to this global brain, and a way to make a living from it, because it will surface up more ideas. It will surface up better things. And the reality is, if we're only benefiting from the ideas of a select few, we're not all winning. We're not all actually benefiting from the great potential and the great opportunity. And this country has such a legacy, such a history, so many ideas worth sharing, and so many Armenians that have historically thrived all over the world that now are going to do so here. And I'm just humbled to be a part of it. I'm humbled and honored to be a member of this tribe. And I know I spent most of my childhood not really ever feeling Armenian enough. I don't speak very much Armenian. I blame my dad. But his parents both spoke it as their secret language at home. And they felt such a need to assimilate within American culture that my dad never learned it. So I never learned it. And I really, I feel like I'm coming to terms with my sort of nature in this sort of, I think I'll always never feel Armenian enough. But what I ask of you is that you tell our friends back in the States who aren't fortunate enough to be Armenian what we're like. We say we're among the most hospitable people in the world, and I really do believe that, and I hope that with all of this opportunity, you will continue to embrace all of us who probably don't ever quite feel Armenian enough. Because there is something that binds us and bonds us, and your success is our success. And and this actually came up recently. So I have a 2-year-old, Alexis Olympia Ohanyan Jr., and she is awesome, big fan. And randomly out of the blue, my wife says to me, I want Olympia to learn chess. What do you think about that? She was like, is it too early for her to start learning how to play chess? And I thought, here's the thing, you all know, what I thought was like, did you do some Googling about Armenians and like this is a moment you want to have with me because you knew that would be something I would want to hear? She was like, no. And it warmed my heart, and it got me thinking, you know, I started this talk off saying, you know, we now have, we obviously have a long history of loving the sport. There's a K through 12 education required for everyone. It is such a good, logical foundation for thinking about problem solving, even if you don't become a programmer, but definitely if you become a programmer. And so I was very incentivized, not just so that Olympia could feel a connection to her Armenianness. I mean, she's got the last name, and she'll obviously be raised right. But the idea that this was something, a little bit of our cultural legacy that she could enjoy. And then I also realized, gosh, if I could get her, I could get 2 birds with 1 stone. I could find an Armenian tutor of chess who could also teach her Armenian. And then it's like 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Now, I think the important takeaway, at least for me from all this, is, you know, we are a special people. We have triumphed over so much. And this is a really unique time where I've had more friends than ever, more strangers than ever, ask me about Armenia, be excited about Armenia. You saw Gary Vaynerchuk this morning. I saw him on the plane and he said to me, I've always wanted to go, but this felt like the time I needed to go and be here and be a part of this. And that moved me. Like, this is a dude from Jersey who like felt the energy from all over the world about what was happening here and wanted to come here and be a part of it and be a part of this historic event. And so please continue to extend that same warmth, that same connection. I'm going to keep trying to be a good ambassador, as good of an ambassador an Armenian American can be, but I will continue to be the best ambassador I can. But please let these words from Nikola Tesla almost a century ago not be lost on you, because this is coming to fruition. This is here in many ways. And the opportunity it means for this nation is one that is very special and could not have come at a better time. Because now, post-revolution, there are so many opportunities, and technologically now, so many opportunities than ever before. So I'm thrilled to be here. At the end of the day, you all make all this possible. I really did mean it when I said that I was so moved watching this peaceful revolution across social media, and the only thing I could say I contributed to it was a few retweets. But I do really believe that same agent for change that helped bring all of that about is the same agent that is going to help this country thrive as a part of this global brain. That same impetus for progress and against whatever odds, a willingness to set one's own destiny. So I'm excited to watch it. I will continue to visit. I will continue to come back and continue to be awed by the change every time I come back. And again, I just thank you humbly. I'm so proud to be in this tribe. So proud to be here. Thank you all.
thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here as an Armenian American in particular, and as somebody who's in the defense field. And I think a round of applause for the organizers. It's been a tremendous conference, some hiccups, but the content has really been second to none. And until we get hopefully my question will be long enough for Richard to get a microphone so that he can respond. Just like all of this technology is fundamentally going to be changing all of our lives, it also stands to fundamentally change warfare and even the character and the nature of war. Because, thanks very much. Basically, we're seeing an eradication of the front line. As the former Commandant of the Marine Corps, Bob Neller, used to say, you know, we've been in high-intensity cyber war for the past decade. And if you look at each and every single one of these technologies, they're both enabling for advantage, but also potentially very, very grave as weapons that can be used against you know, all manner of nations. And then you have the most powerful strategic weapon, which is disinformation. Because the fundamental unhinging of society, do you need kinetic effects to do that, or can you do that through the information spectrum? Richard, you've studied this, you've been ahead of the power curve on a lot of trends. I mean, you know, sadly you were one of the people who imagined the 9/11 before 9/11 actually happened, and you have had a tendency of being able to see these things and technologies, capabilities, and threats evolve and metastasize, if you will. As you look at this space of cyber, big data, artificial intelligence, 5G, we heard eloquently from Jamie Metzel yesterday about the genetic component of that, you know, nanotechnology. What, you know, and then add disinformation to that. What do you see as the national security dangers there for all nations, not just for the United States, but nations like Armenia and others? You know, Taiwan in particular feels that very keenly as well from China. And the opportunities. Would you give us sort of that macro picture?
I think any future war involving China, Russia, Iran, or the United States is going to be an IT war. That's different than just a cyber war. We haven't seen the first IT war yet, but I think we will. And it's going to involve that complete spectrum that you just mentioned. It's going to involve cyber attacks from the beginning. In fact, it will probably begin in cyberspace. People have a tendency to think that things are safe in cyberspace. No one gets killed in a cyber war. President Trump decided a few months ago not to attack Iran with missiles and bombs because he didn't want to kill people. So he launched a cyber attack after the Iranians shot down a US drone. So I think people may begin a war in cyberspace thinking they can keep it there, but it will slide out of cyberspace and will involve the full spectrum you mentioned. And what does that mean? It means attacks on anything supported by IT. It means the GPS satellites upon which everyone relies will be attacked. They won't work. It means that private companies that support defense departments, logistics systems, train systems, supplies will all be interrupted by attacks on the private companies. And we will find that governments, militaries can't operate without those private companies' support. At the same time, there'll be disinformatia to shape the public's understanding of the war. And I think we have seen little pieces of the future war. When the Saudi facility at Abqaiq was attacked just last month with drones that literally flew under the radar, cheap drones that outsmarted billion-dollar air defense systems. Combine that with cyber attacks at the same time on weapon systems, cyber attacks on supply systems, and you get a blended war. So we saw a little bit of the future in the attack on Abqaiq in Saudi Arabia. And we saw a little bit of the future in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Blended war involving covert action of the little green men pretending not to be Red Army, but they were special forces. And at the same time, disinformation, cyber attacks on systems, and it all happens very quickly and gets inside the decision loop of the other actor. So I think we're going to see in the future war at either end of the spectrum. Either the blended war that looks a lot like what happened in Ukraine, where it's confusing what's going on, or hyperwar. War that starts and ends in 1 or 2 days, because one side uses IT-enabled weapons of all kinds to be decisive from the beginning.
That's a very interesting thing. And I thought, by the way, the Ukraine operation, it's amazing what a few determined tourists can do if they get the right kind of backing to conduct an operation. I thought I'd get a bigger laugh with that line in this audience, but evidently not. Or any one of...
They got the joke.
Yeah. I should stick to my day job. Or any one of these capabilities, right? Because if you look at it even from senior military leaders, no matter where they are, national security leaders, they're really struggling in this space to understand the confluence of these technologies and what they'll mean. So sometimes when you talk to somebody in the Pentagon about big data, the first thing they tell you is, well, about the licensing and who owns the data, as opposed to the potential effects of that data, right? So if as you're looking at this whole space and you're looking at AI and you're looking at cyber and which one of these are potentially the most dangerous, the most advantageous, the ones that require the most attention and thinking? Because if you actually think about it, it's sort of each one of these are parts of a fused whole.
Mm-hmm. No, exactly. Think about what artificial intelligence can do if you take the human out of the loop. Now, right now, most countries, including the United States, have a policy that the human must be in the loop. We're not going to launch a weapon system with artificial intelligence and allow it to choose the target and blow it up. We say that there must be a human in the loop. I don't think China looks at it that way. I'm not sure Russia looks at it that way. The American view that there must be a human in the loop is driven by a sense of obeying international rules of law. And I think all of that may go out the window in a war. Think about what artificial intelligence can do if it's powering aircraft and missiles. Think about what artificial intelligence can do if it's powering a cyber attack. Let me tell you a quick story. 2 years ago in Las Vegas at Black Hat, the hacker convention, DARPA, the US research arm of the Pentagon, had an experiment where it asked 6 universities to create attack programs. And the goal was to attack a fake network, break in, get through all the defenses of that network, capture the information, and exfiltrate the information. And the trick of this war, the trick of this cyber war, was that all anyone could do after the war began was to push the start button on their computer. After that, the artificial intelligence program had to do everything itself. And this went on for about 2 hours, at the end of which Carnegie Mellon University from Pittsburgh had attacked successfully, captured the flag, and exfiltrated it. But no one had told the computer what to do after they launched the program. For 2 hours, it went automatically. That's what artificial intelligence can do. On a cyber network, it can just look and look and look until it finds a way in. It can try one technique after another until it finds a way up the ladder inside a network and defeats all of the defensive technology.
So when you get into an era, right, quantum computing, as somebody who's followed this for a long time, just sort of dating myself, there were 2 technologies that were sort of like mirages that were always 5 years out, right? I mean, you've had this conversation a million times, where lasers were always 5 years away and quantum computing was always 5 years away. And I remember talking to Bo at D-Wave, like 3 years ago, and I was like, okay, this is another, like, it's 5 years away. And he was like, no, seriously, this time it is 5 years away. So every once in a while it comes true. But how does quantum computing, for example, change this? And how does it change the fundamental concept of privacy at that point? Because when it's come to cryptology, really the field of governments, right? I mean, the Enigma machine is the most famous code machine that started commercial, but then was adapted and obviously used by the Germans in World War II. But ciphers, codes, keys are all things that were the purview, right? The National Security Agency does that for the entire US military and diplomatic corps, where there are thousands of keys that are made on a constant daily basis and are updated. What does quantum computing do for our fundamental understanding of how we solve problems, how we attack, how we defend?
I think, like all IT, quantum computing has many more useful purposes than it does military purposes. Quantum computing will be able to help us solve medical issues. It'll be able to help us design new metallurgy, new drugs. So quantum computing is overall a very good thing once it starts operating. But one negative thing, potentially negative thing, is that quantum computing may be able to break a lot of current encryption. And current encryption is necessary for us to do banking, for us to do research. It's essential for operating computer networks. Thankfully, people are at work today on new algorithms that will be resistant to quantum computing. Now, I use the word resistant carefully. There's a difference between a bulletproof vest and a bullet-resistant vest. A bullet-resistant vest, you know, sometimes the bullet gets through. One thing we are going to have to think about in the next 3 to 4 years is an effort like we did in 1999 with Y2K. In 1999, because of the problem in software that couldn't roll over into a 4-digit 2000 base number for timing purposes, we had to rewrite all the software. And we did that massively, quickly around the world. It was a global effort, and it succeeded. We got there in time. We got there before the problem. Work has now begun to create cyber security encryption algorithms that will be quantum resistant. And I think we have to hope that the progress in the quantum encryption era will be slower than the progress in the resistant new algorithms.
Do we, when it comes to security, right, there is historically looking at things as the purview of defense departments, right, or the security apparatus or the intelligence agencies. When we have this blurring of lines, what's the right approach for national leaders, and what's the role of national strategy, given that your vulnerabilities will be in your banking sector, could be in your health sector? You know, we were talking about military operations. You know, do you blow up the gasoline farms, or you just cut off the electricity to the pumps, right? I mean, there was all sorts of ways of solving the problem. What is the role? I mean, you've sat at the highest level in National Security Council meetings. Ideally, National Security Councils exist to formulate this sort of strategic approach. What's the kind of strategic approach that nations need to adopt in this environment?
So strategy is no longer just about the military. The military can have the best strategy in the world, but if it doesn't involve not just the whole of government, but the whole of the economy, it will fail. Attacks will be not just at the front line in the new war. It won't just be militaries fighting militaries. Attacks will immediately be everywhere. And again, we've seen little foreshadowings of the future as far back as 2007 and 2008. If we look at the way Russia attacked Georgia in 2007, yes, Russian tanks went over the border. But hours before Russian tanks went over the border, Russian information attacks went after the banking sector, went after the ministries, went after the communication system. So there was a cyber attack preceding the military attack. There was no strategy of defense that included defense of the banks, of the communication system. And so any nation needs to think holistically. How are they going to deal in an atmosphere while their troops are fighting at a front somewhere? How are they going to deal in an atmosphere in which there is no electric power because the grid has been taken down by a cyber attack? There is no banking system. We are unable to communicate to the citizens to tell them what's going on because the communication system has failed. Or worse, the communication system has been taken over and is giving people disinformation. Strategy has to involve all of this now, because IT-enabled war is fast and it is full spectrum. It's complete. It's not just military, it's all of society.
And you know, that's why one of the interesting elements of that, right, the deadliness of a future war, which I think people don't think about because they do think of war as something distant. Americans did and looked at it as Iraq and Afghanistan. 9/11, you know, was an exception, although there are still concerns that that sort of an attack can, you know, always happen, and folks are on their guard and averting it. But there's this sense of how you actually talk to the public about that, right? Because it could be so deadly, so fast, so rapid that unless you start preparing your citizenry for the prospect of very, very large casualties in very short periods of time, that it becomes potentially problematic. What's the right way to have that conversation with people?
I think all governments have to walk a very fine line between not scaring the public and also slowly warning the public, bringing them along, letting them know what the future could look like. You don't ever want to say to your public that there's going to be a war because you're trying really hard in government to prevent war. The number one thing that we do in governments is try to maintain the peace. But sometimes the best way to maintain the peace is to be ready for war. And I think when you look at these new tactics, the best way to think about maintaining peace is to make it difficult for the enemy to succeed. If they know that these new methods won't work, or they won't be effective as they want, they won't do them. So it seems strange to think about a defense policy that, rather than buying tanks and airplanes, spends money defending power grids, worrying about the software of banking systems, worrying about the software of television and radio networks. But that's just as important. Making sure that the enemy, if they think they can fight a cyber-based war, an IT-based war, they will do it. We have to convince them, country by country has to convince potential enemies that that attempt will fail because we've spent time coming up with defensive systems and we have backup systems that will work.
It is, I remember asking Jim Mattis this question once, and you know, how do you have that conversation? And he said very carefully, was his thoughtful answer on it. But I think if you go and look at historical examples, you wonder, you know, at the Battle of Jutland, Britain lost 3 battle cruisers in a couple of minutes, each one of which had 1,500 sailors on it, of which none survived. I mean, something like 6 survived from all of those ships that were struck and exploded and sank. And so you wonder, you know, how would a population today respond to USS Nimitz has been sunk, or you know, any major capital ship or a military installation. Let me take you to the issue of disinformation, because you mentioned it and we've spent quite a bit of time talking about it, and I know you spend time thinking about it. That is really the most strategic weapon, that for very, very little money you can turn societies against themselves. Very, very targeted operations that supported the Brexit outcome, because it would be fractious for Britain, which is one of the most important nations in Europe, one of America's closest allies. We saw focused attacks on Germany, on France, across Scandinavia. Swedes were sort of on the front edge of that and managed to educate their populations. Finland has felt it, Italy has seen it, and certainly we have in the United States. What's the best way to counter disinformation in a world where it's going to get worse with deep fakes that are so accurate, and that national leaders, as President Trump did, retweeted a deep fake of the Speaker of the House of Representatives that was inaccurate? How do you combat this? What's the right way, not just from a governmental level, but for citizens to think about the space that we're operating in, the risks, the pitfalls, because our democracies are all at risk?
You know, the famous Chinese dictum about war is the war is won before the first bullet is shot. And I think disinformatia is a way of achieving that. If you can use disinformation and fake news and even deep fakes to cause the citizens of a country to distrust each other, to distrust their government, if reliance on the government as a source of reliable news is undercut, then an enemy, even before they begin combat, has in essence won the first battle, because the citizens are not united. What is the best way of defending a country? Having a united citizenry that will fight with the government in the lead, trusting what the government tells them because they believe the government is on their side. Why is Russia, in all the countries you mentioned, trying to pit citizens against each other? Why are they trying to create distrust of what the government says? So that in the future, when a nation needs to rally its citizens in the united cause, they won't be able to do that. So governments and news media need to work closely together, not as enemies. The government and the news media need to work closely together to identify fake news reliably and to label it as such, and label it as such quickly. And social media needs to spend the time and the money and have the technology to be able to identify fake accounts, fake news, deep fake videos, and block them from ever being posted. It's not a matter of taking them down quickly, it's a matter of blocking them before they're ever posted.
Hear, hear. Let me ask one last question before I bring the panel out. You and I were tripping down memory lane last night, 1996, where the Pentagon was extremely vulnerable, and you were the architect of a very, very important hack against the Pentagon, a surprise hack, to sort of evidence the vulnerabilities of the system. Tell us the lessons learned there. And then more broadly, we haven't made as much progress as we need to when it comes to cybersecurity at a fundamental level. Senior leaders will say, I'm very confident in my land war fighting skills, I understand air power, and I even get what those Navy guys do when they go on their ships. But I really am out of my league in depth in this area, the confluence of cyber, big data, IT. How should leaders be better prepared, no matter where they are, to operate in this highly contested, highly rapid space that's bewildering for people who are highly educated, highly skilled, and highly competent at managing change?
If you're the CEO of a bank, you want to be an expert in finance. If you're the CEO of that railroad company I talked about yesterday, you want to be an expert in trains. If you're the general in charge of an army, you want to know about tanks or airplanes. Not anymore. The first requirement, whether you're the bank guy or the train guy or the general, the first requirement is understanding IT. Everything is an IT company. Every military unit is an IT military unit. And we need to retrain everyone to think about their dependence upon IT systems. Everyone has to have at least the fundamental expertise in IT.
Richard, thanks very much. And now I want to invite Monty to send out the panel. I've always wanted to say that.
Thank you very much, Vargo. Great job. Round of applause, please. Please be introduced to Steve Chan, former VP and CEI for the IBM Safer Planet and Smarter Cities division. Robert Griffin, the managing partner of DVI Equity Partners. And Kerio Bian Avitek, the chairman of the Military Industrial Committee, Ministry of High Tech Industry, Republic of Armenia.
Guys, thanks very much for joining us. Akbarjan Badevziz. I'm sorry. This has been really great. As somebody who was born and raised speaking Armenian, normally I'm like the only person who speaks Armenian, and I'm trying to tell them like how to say something, whereas here I'm now slipping totally into Armenian all the time, so thank you very much. I got to spend more time here. Shnora Kaling. So Avitik, let's start with you. You know, we tend to think of major powers and how they use and think about this space, but Armenia is a country that faces existential threats. As you're fond of saying, you know, you're surrounded by 200 million of your closest friends who wish you well every single day. Talk to us a little bit about an Armenian, I'm here all week. Talk to us about an Armenian perspective of how you see the space, how you see this for defense in depth, for resilience, for capabilities, given that you're the guy who has to help deliver some of these capabilities to the force.
Thanks, Vago. First of all, I'd like to distinguish between cyber warfare and cyber terrorism. That's two different concepts. And when it comes to cyber warfare, one has to adopt the default option that no system is invulnerable and every system is vulnerable. Okay, and you have to work on that concept. Now, when you think about using the technology, when you think about using technology to your advantage, you have to look at how effective and how efficient you can use the technology. And when we talk about the artificial intelligence, for example, you can find small military applications, and you can look at a broader perspective, how you capture all the space in the same time, and how you divert your adversary from directly hitting you. So there are a number of ways to employ the technology, but you have to look at where you are most vulnerable and where you can affect your powers more efficiently.
Steve, let me bring you into the conversation about you know, right, there's a saying that, you know, we've run out of money, so now it's time to think. The United States had an enormous advantage for a long time. We still like to tell ourselves we're the very best. If you talk to senior leaders, generally they'll tell you how they'd like to fight, their image of how they want to fight the war as opposed to the war that the adversary is likely to fight with them. Talk to us about how important it is to really, really think differently than ever before and think more innovatively about how adversaries will challenge you to build that kind of defense, right? Because at the end of the day, you're trying to deter war, as Richard said. That's the entire focus. You know, talk to us about, in this space, the shape that conflicts could take and the way that folks have to think differently and fundamentally differently about, you know, defense, attack, you know, and the myriad of different tools that'll be used against you.
Sure thing. So to your point, you're asking me if I were a really agile, crafty adversary, how I conduct a low-budget, low-cost war in general. I think Richard said it best when he said, you know, the drones against Saudi Arabia was Saudi Arabia being a proxy for large defense systems, how a small improvised device can go through our conventional air defense systems. I'm a big proponent of 5G by way of example, and a lot of money is going to go in that direction. But what happens about the last mile? The last mile, which is different communications technology that might not be canvassed by 5G. And as we look at a defense system, it's not just a territorial within nation boundaries. What happens if we have an overseas presence, for example? We have strategic infrastructure overseas. So by way of example, let's say with allies and partners, we have a joint airfield. How are we protecting that? Typically, we tend to defend things inside the wire quite well and quite robustly. Outside the wire, not so much. So for that last mile component, how much of our cyber defense monies are going to either training, doctrine, or otherwise, or even the equipment to monitor and protect that last mile critical / strategic infrastructure component? Could be a small substation or otherwise, but that small substation is powering the entire airport.
Yeah, exactly. Bob, I want to, yeah, go ahead. It looks like you want to add something. You're more than welcome. Well, let me ask you about AI, because, you know, there's been a lot of conversation on AI. I think that folks don't fully understand both its benefits and how close we are, and there was a great number of conversations about that over the past day or nearly 2 days now. But give us your sense on AI, because for you, it is a full, it's a full war competition scenario.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As somebody that's been an AI practitioner and someone that has been an investor in the AI space, I can tell you that there's absolutely an arms race going on right now for AI. And realistically, there are two countries right now that are in the lead in that arms race, and that would be the United States, and that would be China. And I wish I could tell you that the United States was in first place. The challenge that I am seeing, and I think is being presented across the world, is China has made a statement that said, we will become the number one player in artificial intelligence. And we are going to set up education around that, curriculum around it, funding around that, and we are going to become the dominant player across that discipline. In the United States, when we develop artificial intelligence applications, artificial intelligence companies, we have to have a profit motive, whether we like it or not, in mind, because we have to sustain the viability of that company. And if a company can't generate enough profit, it doesn't matter how great the technology is, that technology is never going to see the light of day. And what happens is we're competing now in really in an unfair advantage, because we are trying to continue to push the envelope, but in doing so, we've got to ensure that we can generate the kind of support that can sustain that model. And we're competing with someone that doesn't have to sustain that model. They can throw as much money as they want it, they can throw as much resources as they want it, they can prioritize it to be the most important thing in the world for them, and it is.
Well, let me jump in there. You know, I agree with a lot of that, but I disagree with the notion that, so what I agree with is that US and China are leading the advances in AI. What I disagree with is the notion that there's an arms race between the two of them. They may be spending more money on it, they may be coming up with more applications, but many of the things they're doing are things we don't want to do. You know, they're spending a great deal of money on surveillance applications so that they can surveil their own citizens. Facial recognition software so that anywhere you go in China, they know it's you and they can track you and they know what you're doing. I don't want to be in a competition with China about that kind of AI. And some other kinds, you know, frankly, they've opened a lot of stores in China powered by AI, where you just come in and it knows who you are, and it knows your credit card number, and you take things off the shelf and walk out, and it looks like you didn't pay, but the artificial intelligence paid, caused your account to be debited. I don't care if they're ahead in that.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, but let me disagree with you a little bit on that one, Dick. So, first of all, never confuse marketing with delivery, okay? They are, all of the things that you talk about, let's take surveillance as an example. That's really not that much of an artificial intelligence application. Facial recognition technology has been around for some time. We continue to make it better. We continue to embed technologies in it which will make it more robust and so forth. When I talk about AI and the AI arms race that I'm talking about, for an application or an event to be actually an artificial intelligence-based environment, it's got to be able to do 5 things. Okay? It's got to be able to do discovery, whether that's, you can call that supervised or semi-supervised learning. But discovery, a lot like the way a child learns, right? You don't have to teach a child that this is a microphone, this is a bottle of water, and this is a table, because they're separate objects and a child will recognize that. You may have to label them and tell them, this is called microphone, this is called table, and this is called water, and that's called table. So it's got to be able to do discovery. It's got to be able to do prediction. From the past, I can predict the future. If you're good at discovery, you're great at prediction. It's got to be able to do justification. Why does it take that action at the atomic level? I mean, not just necessarily what the algorithm does, but why does the algorithm do it, and under what conditions will it do justification? So it self-documents itself to explain how it does those kinds of things. And it's got to be able to act on what it's discovered, what it's predicted, and what it has observed. And then lastly, it's got to be able to learn. So from the fact that I've discovered something, I've predicted something, I've justified my actions toward it, I have taken action, what have I learned from that? Those are the areas, including justification, that China is well ahead of us on. That's the arm races I'm talking about.
I have to add that your AI has to find out whether the discovery is true or not.
So let me open Chris Marco, very passionately, and a number of the panelists talked about the perils of artificial intelligence-powered autonomous warfare. From a military perspective, the U.S. strategy is always to try to keep a man in the loop, and other nations have signed up to that, especially when it comes to weapons release authority. But ultimately, these systems are seen as ways to reduce casualties, ultimately, to try to increase awareness, whether on the battlefield, for example. I mean, the US Army, I think, just tested the first fully autonomous breaching vehicle to go and do something. Why? Because that's a very, very dangerous thing, and we lost a lot of people in Iraq and Afghanistan in a combat engineer role. I would think, as you look at the application of autonomous systems, what's kind of an Armenian philosophical view, right? It's a nation of 3 million people. Every life is very, very precious. It is for every country, but it's a little bit more precious when you're a tiny country in a tough spot. What are the roles? And I want to sort of get all of you a sense of where some of the ethical boundaries are, because it looks like some of our adversaries have parked weapons in places that are fully autonomous and could go off on without any human involvement whatsoever, especially in the undersea realm. So I'd like to just start with you and get your take on that.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, we are a small country, and my philosophy and our philosophy is that everything you do has to extend your force,
The three E's.
and expand your force, and extinguish the adversary. So you don't only think how you run your war, but you also make your adversary run a different war to your advantage. So you have to extend, expand, and extinguish the adversary. That's the kind of the usage of technology should serve these three purposes.
And how big of a role does autonomy play in that strategy?
Well, if you don't have the numbers, you have to automate the things. Okay, you have to connect them. You have to make sure that they work in concert, and you have to make sure that they report back to you.
You have to be able to do to be a true AI program. The most important one, I believe, out of all of them, is the area around justification. If you're going to use artificial intelligence in the formulation of any kind of kinetic action, you have to have true justification. You have to be able to understand under what given conditions it will take these actions based on what set of parameters it has and based on what observations it makes. I think that every time I have a conversation with somebody, whether it's at IARPA or DARPA, the conversation around artificial intelligence and kinetic action is always the furthest thing from everybody's mind. We don't necessarily see a long-range goal of putting AI in a drone and so forth. I can tell you that I don't believe that. I think we're seeing those actions. We have to see those kinds of things in order to make them more effective weapons at some point.
Steve, your sense as somebody who knows the military space, but also the smart city space, where people are also concerned from a policing standpoint, right? The joke I thought of when Richard was talking about China was China. At least we're convenient.
Sure. If you don't mind, I'm going to endeavor to fuse two of the questions into one response. Okay. So just on the great dialectic between Richard and Bob on the arms race. And I concur with both, actually. But if you don't mind, I'm just going to preface it by saying this. At an IT conference here, we would hope that any type of expenditure or endeavor onto any military system traditionally has always net benefited the industry and has had some consumer benefit. This can be anything from vacuum sealed food to canned soup to clothing. Some consumer benefit that would benefit industry. So having said that, Richard talked about facial recognition, completely understood. How many times have we walked in and out of airports and they've asked us to, did you like the bathroom service? Was it clean, not clean? And we either hit a button or not. They've moved into emotion analytics to see, are we happy or not when we smile? What's involved in emotion analytics? It looks at wrinkle geography, looks at our smile, looks at various characteristics. Does machine learning is classified under AI. So it has industry benefits, so folks can develop and create a new IT industry out of it. So I think looking at it from a purely military standpoint, you're only looking at a sliver. It's supposed to be a whole of society. Next generation warfare would be a whole of, to your point, IT. But IT is whole of society now.
Richard?
You said, and you're right, that the United States doesn't want weapons to operate automatically, on weapons release at least. And that's the international law standard. But I think we have to realize that when war starts, international law frequently goes out the window. All nations have to be prepared in case the enemy that they're fighting breaks those rules. So I think for the United States against Russia, the United States against China, or Iran, I think we have to assume that they are going to use artificial intelligence to guide their weapons without a human being in the loop. What that means is that war will go very fast. And if one side has artificial intelligence making the decisions, and the other side has humans making the decisions, the side powered by AI will win, because humans can't keep up with the speed and the accuracy of decision making that AI can do. So I think it's very important that we assume on the defensive side, whether it's defending Armenia, defending Israel, defending the United States, I think we have to, on the defensive side, assume the enemy will be using AI without a human in the loop, and we'd better have defenses that can make decisions autonomously as quickly as the offense is coming in.
Bob?
Yeah, look, I think Richard makes a great point, but, and I'm not disagreeing with it in any means. The promise of technology is that it can move faster than the speed of threat. The challenge of technology is how quickly can we assimilate what technology is telling us. To Richard's point, if you're using AI either as an assist or as a main mechanism for helping that assimilation, you've got a decisive advantage. The question is, do you take any human out of the equation when you're doing that?
Well, so in a hypersonic threat environment where your reaction times, if you can make it, say, from Central Asia over to the United States in 6 minutes, not the old 22 to 35 minute or or that Western Europe is being hit in a minute, you may have to go to automated systems, and that's why folks are thinking certainly on the defensive side of that equation. I want to take it to the genetic and cybernetic question at this point a little bit. That folks are talking a lot about man-machine interfaces, human augmentation. The United States is looking for exoskeleton technology, for example, but there's also a lot of work around the world for doing things somewhat more in a hands-on genetic way, let's put it that way, in terms of modifying the human. And as a friend of mine used to tell me, who was familiar with some of the work that was going on around the world, including in China, he said we should talk a lot less about man-machine interface, because there are people who are actually trying to figure out how you man-machine interface. What should the boundaries, the rules of this game need to be ultimately, given that we're all part of a global community, we're part of an international community. I know that there is a sense that no arms control regime works. Actually, some have worked and worked remarkably well, and it's based on compliance. What's the way to think about some of these brave new world areas that this technology is opening up for us that are potentially very, very problematic?
Well, I think you mentioned the U.S. Army now is experimenting with systems, exoskeletons, that put a human inside a robot, in effect, that give humans superhuman strength to lift and to run and to carry. I think that's the wave of the future, not just for defense, but in general. it was, I think, 20 years ago that we first put a cochleal implant in the ear of a deaf child, a child that could never hear with a hearing aid because there was nerve damage. And we put a cochleal implant in 20 years ago, and it's improved a lot since then. And human beings now who are born without the ability to hear can hear. Not as you and I can hear, but well enough, and well enough to be able to speak. I think cochleal implants are the wave of the future, not just for defense, but for all of our society. We're going to have in the future eye implants. We're going to have in the future brain-computer interfaces. I know that sounds like science fiction. There's a lot of venture capital money and private equity money already going into, a lot of research and development going into direct machine-brain interfaces. This is not something we have to fear. I'm a bit of a transhumanist. I believe that Ray Kurzweil, and that movement probably has it right, that we're going to have a fusion of IT, of robotics, somewhat of genetics, and the human being. And if we skip ahead a century, we are going to be what Star Trek rather, used to call the Borg. For those of you who are Star Trek lovers, the enemy was always this half human, half robot, half computer that was called the Borg. And I always used to ask, why is that the enemy? Why don't we recognize that's where we're going? And there's not necessarily something wrong with it.
I was an original series guy, so I don't know what he's talking about at a fundamental level. Just kidding. Go! Original series. And just to be clear, I think that everybody is looking to the day where there are better functioning eye implants and, whether you have hearing loss or anything else. But it was perhaps more curious about the potentially more nefarious uses of this technology and potentially the more terrifying kinds of applications. But, would like to get each of your takes on this as well, because I think it's kind of an interesting space that people do spend quite a bit of time talking about.
As we architect automated systems, let me just throw out a question to the panel here. If I design a completely automated warship, how many times did the captain actually put it on automatic? Or are they too scared of shooting down a civilian airliner? That's one question. Next question would be this. We have an electrical lineman, technician in a substation, and he's monitoring all the panels and reads. He only has about a minute to react, to do something before basically there's a widespread power outage. So do you want the human in the loop in that case, or do you want it to be automated? So as we talk about AI, there's two things we should talk about. There's algorithmics, of course. We can do great lightning rounds, great algorithmics in the technological stacks. What about the heuristics? The heuristics are something we don't carefully consider. Let me give you one heuristic that would shock people. Internet of Things. Around the world, we have tsunami warning buoys that are part of IoT, Internet of Things. I can do a denial of service attack on the tsunami warning buoy. The electrical grid operator on the land thinks there's a tsunami coming. Don't forget, water conducts electricity, and then we'll shut off the grid. That's a cyber attack too. But all you did was target a tsunami warning buoy. Okay? So I think we have to clearly delineate our appropriate heuristics to merge with our algorithmics on what we are comfortable with, when to turn it over to an automated fashion, automated system. Because otherwise, we're designing all this for no purpose.
Rob?
You took the tsunami buoy conversation. Steve and I worked on the tsunami buoy conversation. That's why I worked on that project. So, look, I think Steve's point's absolutely accurate, and Richard's is too. There's a couple things I don't worry about. Well, let me start this way. To me, technology is an incredible assist. It's always going to be an incredible assist. It's going to be everything from skills augmentation, making somebody better, right? One of the biggest challenges that we have in the IC is there aren't enough analysts, enough trained analysts that understand tradecraft and effort and so forth. artificial intelligence can do a phenomenal job in helping detect those missing dots that everyone's looking for to connect over time, right? So I see it as an augmentation capability. I do see incidences and situations where it is completely autonomous, and truly autonomous, and part of that is based on need for speed, reaction time, balancing the effort, right? I don't live in fear that machines are going to get self-actualized and they're going to kill everybody, okay? People always say to me, well, look at the damage that AI has done. Let's take trading bots as an example. Look at how much trading bots move the market. And I explained that trading bots were designed, programmed to, given certain conditions, trade as fast as possible. The problem with technology is there are always unintended consequences, right? It trades, it's what it does. It trades as fast as possible. But I assure you, tomorrow morning, that trading bot is not going to self-actualize and say it wants to be a golf program, or it wants to be a restaurant program, because it has no will. And until we can start to simulate and stimulate will, I don't worry about those problems.
Yet. Although I would say the market swings are probably less than when it was all human traders and the herd got spooked and went full lemming and jumped off the cliff, which the bots tend not to do.
And I'll give you an incredible unintended consequence. If you remember back when Obama was in the White House and that spoofed AP story came out, that astroturfed AP story that said, explosion in the White House, President Obama was injured, the market dropped 170 points in less than 2 minutes. That's a $200 to $400 billion swing, right? So there are unintended consequences for those kinds of actions. And what do? You learn from those unintended consequences and you fix that gap. But they're designed to do what they do.
Abedik, an Armenian perspective?
Yeah, from Armenian perspective, also from global perspective, I would design my game to be a no limits game. So give as much responsibility to AI as possible. Exclude human impact, because the human capabilities are limited and the humans are vulnerable to various unforeseen factors. They are moody, they can go sleep, etc., etc. But what you should do in terms of lessening the impact, you eliminate the single points of failure. So you lessen the impact of a single failure, you lessen the harm or the disease or whatever you think that a single machine or a single system can cause. You lessen the impact of a single failure. And suddenly you live in a brave, new, beautiful world that the humans go only fun.
Let me build on that and also answer your question. So your question was, is the captain of the ship ever going to put the air defense on automatic? I hope so. Because I think, as you just said, humans fall asleep. Humans are in the bathroom. Humans have had too much coffee.
Not Kim Jong-un.
No, apparently not. I would much rather have an AI program look at my chest x-ray results than have a technician who didn't get enough sleep. And we already know that on chest x-ray results, AI is remarkably better than humans. Why should we be afraid then of letting AI defend an air defense system? I'll tell you a story. When I was in the White House in the 1990s, before 9/11, we had a little airplane hit the White House. A small airplane. Someone stole it from a nearby airport. And it came in, landed, it damaged a tree. That's all that happened. But it started me thinking, what if there were a bigger airplane coming at the White House? What would we do? And I wanted to put a missile system in the White House. And people said, well, who's going to give the order to fire the missile? Because you're going to have only a minute or two. And therefore, it's going to be a very low-level officer, a lieutenant, or a captain will make that decision and perhaps shoot down the civilian airliner. And there won't be time for it to get up to a senior official. And therefore, let's not do it. Instead, we told everybody there were missiles. Sometimes that works too. But I would much rather have an AI program making that decision, looking at all the data quickly, calmly, with its full attention, and deciding, yes, under these circumstances, my rules tell me I should fire. Because you can put limits on it, just as you said with the stock market. The reason there are not huge, gigantic stock market fluctuations anymore is after the flash crash, they put limits on what can happen. The rules are, if this happens, stop. I think if we put limits on the outlying situations, AI is much better at making decisions than humans are.
Steve?
Thank you, Richard. So to that point, we're basically on the same page. So let me give you a statistic. Most security guards who look at a surveillance screen, security camera, will retain less than 5 to 8%, just from processing perspective. So I completely agree with putting machines. So one of the privilege and honors I have is to deploy AI technology every day. And to Avi's point, try to build in systems to imbue some human intuition into it via heuristics. These are lessons learned. So I wish I went to last night, the Armenia beep beep night. Hopefully everyone understands what I'm saying. But it was a night on lessons learned, mistakes that have been made. And try to put those in so that various thresholds can be more finely tuned. And then I think AI systems are great. As an AI architect designer, that's what we try to do with our systems. So just like you, I would love for it to be on automatic, but the heuristics have to be more carefully considered. Absolutely.
Avdigunes, did you want to add something?
Well, returning to my earlier point, you not only have to fine-tune the limits and look at the fluctuations, you have to simulate enough. You always have to simulate enough, and without any limits, that the rules can be fine-tuned all the time. And the world is changing. The rules have to change as well. So your rules and your simulations have to take the account every single fluctuation of the conditions that is happening. So any rule has to be adaptive, and that should be a default option, that there is no fixed rule anymore.
I love it. So when I'm sitting down there, doing the jury for lightning round, let me tell you what we do. Rules are, even machine-generated rules, are brittle. They change. They become anachronistic. So how do you have this dynamic mechanism for doing brittleness testing on the rule set so it doesn't become outdated? Absolutely. So when we design systems, we endeavor to do our best to put brittleness testing inside the systems.
Speaking of pesky humans, just about every time you're at a cybersecurity conference, even the Billington Cybersecurity Summit just a couple of weeks ago in Washington, you had some of the senior-most U.S. Cyber officials basically saying, look, networks themselves can be very, very secure and very, very good. The problem are people. They open an email, even though we tell them not to open an email. We tell them we're doing a test for people not to open emails. And then the people who are the deputy in the department opens the email, right? Or 40% of the people in the company open the email. At a time when we're looking at the confluence of all of these capabilities, I'm sorry, it's like like a gold finger pops up in my head sometimes. Achievements in the world of crime. You can just imagine the first syndicate who manages to get a quantum computer and figure out, like, wow, we can hack through passwords a lot faster. I'm surprised they haven't been funding quantum computing research actually on a credit card scamming basis. So, what are ways to construct networks? Is it a money problem? And tell us about that 1996 hack first, right? And what that tells us, what that tells us, and whether you can actually build secure networks And it doesn't matter how stupid are, because, you know, people are stupid. I eat chili with my hands most of the time, so, you know.
Can you build a secure network today? 5 years ago, I would have said no. Today, I say you can, because I know there are secure networks today. Will that be true next year? I don't know. But at this point in time, using existing technology, which includes AI, by the way, AI in the defense, you can create a network that is secure. In 1996, the attack that you mentioned, I was part of, that attacked the Pentagon. By the way, we had authority to attack the Pentagon. At that time, there were basically two things you could buy to defend a network: antivirus systems and firewalls. In the mid-1990s, a new system came into effect: intrusion detection, intrusion prevention. And that was it. No matter how much money you wanted to spend, no matter how important you thought it was, you could only buy 2 or 3 things in concert to defend a network. The networks today that are resilient, that attacks bounce off of, or the attacks don't get very far into the network before they're stopped, they're running not 3 defensive applications, but in some cases 75 discrete different cybersecurity products. Think about that. 75 discrete cybersecurity products. Imagine you're the CISO who has to put them all together. 2 things about that. 1, it's incredibly expensive. 2, it's incredibly complicated to integrate all of that. So you talk about the person who makes the mistake in clicking on an email. If you architect the network correctly, it takes into account human error. Humans will always mess up. You certainly want to train humans. You certainly want to have a culture of cybersecurity. You certainly want to have a training and education program. But that's not the way you defend the network. You can defend a network today that takes into account human error and corrects it, or prevents it, or limits what the damage can be. I don't know what will happen 5 years from now when AI is used on the offensive, but right now there are commercially available products using AI which, used in concert correctly, and this is being done in the private sector more than it's being done in the government, more in the private sector than in the military. You can defend. The answer to your question is you can defend networks today.
Bob?
So I feel like I'm always disagreeing with Richard, and I'm not, because I agree with this guy more often than I disagree with him. But here's what I would say. Given enough time and money, any network can be penetrated. And it will be. The people that are penetrating networks, your average hacker, it's the ultimate pay-for-performance job. You don't get paid if you aren't successful. They've got, look, here's the challenge, and Richard's absolutely right. We are throwing a lot of stuff at it, and I'm funding a lot of these companies. They better be good, because if not, I'm losing a lot of money. But the point is that...
Well, you'll find out over time.
Right, I will find out. But the fact is that the defense has to be right 100% of the time, right? The hacker has to be right once. And they will continue and continue and continue. And like I said, given enough time and money, they'll figure out a way. They'll penetrate. Now, it's going to be, can they do it tonight? Can they do it tomorrow? Probably not in the most secure networks that Richard's talking about. But again, given enough time, money, because it takes resources, it takes access to high-speed environments to execute against and so forth. But that's just what I believe, and that's what I've seen over the years.
Yeah, as an ex-CIO, I would agree with Bob that given time and money, any system can penetrate it, provided you take the human error out. Well, you have the human error in, sorry. And that's what I agree with Richard on, that if you invest enough on defense capabilities, because defense is always playing a catch-up game, you know. The offense is always, they choose the time to attack, they choose the way to attack, they choose who to attack. It's them to choose. You know, you always spend money, your money, and it's very difficult to measure what is the efficiency of your expenditure. But when you take the human error out and you put the AI in to protect your network, your technology as well, you have a chance to succeed. Only a small chance, by the way.
Just a little chance. Steve?
Sure. Do you remember the case many years ago where people suddenly realized that the copier was an IoT device? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And that was a vulnerability. So as we are in this kind of global supply chain situation, and by the way, great Armenian projects during the lightning round, etc. I'll tell you what was going through my head. So we have people that AI systems, fantastic, check. Let's just take the content creation, or there's some picture, some image. So do you need the image right away or not? That would be a hot storage situation, and that might sit in a different country. The cold storage, I might leave an uncompressed format of the picture, and that cold storage provider sits in another country. And then my developers, where are they getting their laptops from? Their laptops might be owned before they even start using it. So I've got 3 separate simplistic vulnerabilities just on an image-based company type of paradigm. So how do I ensure supply chain integrity? Sure, I can get everyone to make sure they have a cyber policy, X1 to X millions number of dollars, but that's just an actuarial situation. It still doesn't prevent me, to Bob's point, on an advanced persistent threat from being compromised at some point. Now, the goal is to always architect for resilience, and we'll always strive to do that. But putting the hubris aside, boy, 100% defense, tough.
Speaking of nefarious activity, so as we get into, we have everybody has encryption to a degree that you're using, as we discussed a little bit earlier in the conversation, and the opportunities it opens and closes. But when it comes to offensive cyber operations, that's been the purview of either hackers or nation states to develop these kind of sophisticated tools. Sometimes they escape into the wild and boomerang back at us, as we've seen in certain applications. Right, I mean, Stuxnet being an example, now everybody knows, hey, I can target Siemens' SCADA systems, for example, or other sorts of things. Bob, I want to start with you. I mean, what happens in a universe where now you have commercial offensive cyber companies, right? What happens in a universe where Google wants to get even with Apple, Ford wants to stick it to Toyota, and you start to getting, right, I mean, or then, add nationality to that, add foreign companies to that mix as well. Where are we going in that space, and where are we going to find ourselves, and how do we need to think about it?
Well, that's the magic question. If you look back, cyber is relatively egalitarian in the sense that there are skills across all the dimensions, both from an offensive and defensive perspective. And if you look at, for example, in the United States, most of our cyber warriors are reservists or are National Guardsmen. That's not their day job. Their day job is working at Citibank, or their day job is working at a financial institution or another Fortune 50 company, and on the weekends they're providing cyber warfare capabilities. Not all of them, but many of them. I worry more, I guess, about the CEO of Sony getting pissed off because a nation state like North Korea has broken into has hacked his system, has stolen his latest movie, has posted it across the world, has taken all of his emails, most embarrassing things in their intellectual property, and spread it across the web. And he says, wait a minute, I got to take care of this because nobody else is, and I got the greatest guys in the world that work for me. Guys, go figure out who did it and shut them down. At that point, we start to elevate things, and it just changes the whole paradigm. If we take a offensive posture into a nation state through a commercial environment, what does that mean from a diplomacy perspective? What does that mean from a political perspective? What does that mean from that next step of elevating conflict? And does it change the fact that it is a commercial environment versus a politically sponsored environment?
So partly it's also an attribution question for you,
It's
right?
a huge attribution question. It was interesting. As I was transitioning out of a previous role, I would get phone calls from folks that were retiring from the government in a variety of different roles. Everything from, a three-letter acronym agency to SIGINT agencies to whatever, across the country and across the world. And they'd all say to me the same thing. I just got a job. I'm going to go work at this financial institution as an example, and we are looking to build an intelligence unit. And we're looking for the same tools that we had and we could use when we were in the government. We're looking for people to teach the same type of tradecraft, and we're looking for and are planning on doing attribution.
We have one CIO that was from a major competitive bank that probably wanted to beat the daylights out of any other bank, right? So are there going to be bank wars at some point where you guys are like...
Well, it used to be. In fact, when I worked for HSBC, we actually caught a spy right across the Kennedy Square from Citibank. So in fact, it's all happening all the time. So if someone says that there is no cyber war going on, in fact there is. We don't know about that. Someone has said sometime that there are two types of big companies in the world. Those have been hacked and those that they don't know that they've been hacked. So if you're a big company,
Որտեղ սայթերի շկա։ Իսա։
Смотря տեսնի։ Здесь вот смотришь, ищешь мне высость, ты где-то справа. Макет габки. The decision is going to be made over weeks and levels. Exactly, yeah. We need to discuss it further. Yeah. Yeah, it's also.
Շատ լավ սկսենք։
Համեցեք։
Սիրելի լրագրողներ, հայրենակիցներ, արգելի հյուրեր, ես կսկսեմ հայերեն, հետո մեր հյուրերը հասկանալի պատճառներով հավանաբար անգլերեն կշարունակեն։ Նախ ուզում եմ հատուկ նշել եւ շնորհակալություն հայտնել բոլոր այն մարդկանց կազմակերպություններին Սփյուռքից թե Հայաստանից հայ թե օտարազգի բոլորին եւ գլխավորությամբ Հայաստանի ասոցիացիայի, առաջատար տեխնոլոգիաների ասոցիացիայի եւ WCIT-ի, որը այս միջոցառման գլխավոր կազմակերպիչն է ամբողջ աշխարհում, այն հնարավորության համար, որ մեզ ընձեռնվեց Երևանում ունենալու այս միջոցառումը։ Հարյուրավոր մարդիկ ջանք ու եռանդ չխնայելով ամեն ինչ արել են, որպեսզի այս միջոցառումը հաջողի եւ կարծում եմ, որ դատելով արդեն իսկ այս հաջողություններից անցած մասից կարող ենք ասել, որ հաջողություն ունենք մեծ։ Ես կուզենայի օֆիցիալ մասով մի քանի բառ նշել եւ փոխանցել խոսքը իմ գործընկերներին, որոնք շատ կարևոր հայտարարություններ ունեն անելու կախված Սփյուռքի ներգրավվածության հետ Հայաստանում եւ կախված նոր պլատֆորմների, որոնք հնարավորություն պետք է ընձեռեն նաեւ բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերությանը Հայաստանի զարգանալու եւ առաջ ընթանալու։ Նախ ուզում եմ ասել, որ մենք ունեցանք 70 երկրից ավելի մասնակիցներ եւ շուրջ 20 երկրից պաշտոնական մասնակիցներ գլխավորությամբ նախարարների, փոխնախարարների, ինչպես նաեւ միջազգային ընկերությունների եւ կազմակերպությունների գլխավորությամբ։ Ցանկանում եմ ասել, որ մեր գործընկերները, որոնք այցելեցին Հայաստան եւ տեսան այն ամենը, ինչ մենք տեսնում ենք առօրյայում եւ արդեն սովորել ենք, շատ տպավորված էին եւ այս ամենը մեզ հույս է ներշնչում եւ հավատ է տալիս եւ եռանդ, որ մենք բազմապատիկ ուժերով ներդնելով Հայաստանում իրագործենք տնտեսական հեղափոխություն է եւ Հայաստանը դարձնենք բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերական երկիր։ Եվ իսկապես ինչպես ցանկանում ենք ունենանք տարածաշրջանային կենտրոն, որը հնարավորություն կտա ոչ միայն հայազգի, այլ նաև օտարազգի ձեռներեցներին, նորարարներին գալու Հայաստան եւ Հայաստանում գտնելու իսկապես այնտեղը, որտեղ կարող են ունենալ արագ եւ կտրուկ զարգացում։ Այսքանով ես կուզենայի ամփոփել խոսքս եւ խոսքը փոխանցել պարոն Զորյան։ Պարոն Զորյանին շնորհակալություն։
Շատ շնորհակալ եմ պարոն նախարար, շատ շնորհակալ եմ որ հոսեք բացառիկ կոնֆերանս մնե։ Այս արիթը գոկտակոձենք մի քանի հոգի ունենք սպյուրքեն ամենքը ցեզի շատ զանոթ։ Միասին ադեմնեի որ կապարմը գցենարգենք, այդ կապարը ուզենք ցեր հետ փոխանցել։ Սերժը մի քանի բառով մեզ վիդ ներկայացնե, Սերժ եք պապակիս։
Այո, մերսի, Երվան։
Hello.
Բարև ձեզ. Merci, Yervant. I'm going to say it in English. I'm just going to read this part because it's basically the identifier of what we're saying. A pan-Armenian digital platform that connects Armenians around the world to create mini communities of interests and symposiums based on a variety of issues. This is basically the Armenian nation online.
And we're calling
Thanks
it.
a lot, Serge. Please.
And we're calling it High Connect. Right?
High Connect. I think we should really celebrate this idea that will be described a bit later. But I think even for the name, High Connect is. I think it's a good opportunity to really put our hands together. High Connect.
This was something we're all very excited about, in part because we have seen the foundation of it in our lives. Eric, Serge, myself, we realize how many opportunities we've been fortunate enough to have, and that we found within the broader Armenian community through genuine relationships, through the ability to just simply look for a way to help someone else out first, and the way that pays back dividends throughout our lives. It seemed like an obvious way for us to use software and technology that Yerevan has generously been spearheading, to take a lot of the lessons we've learned from our careers. I know I've thought a lot about how Reddit can inform a platform that would be specifically for Armenians, both in the diaspora as well as here in Armenia. And I could not be more excited about this coming to fruition and being able to announce it.
I think applause. Thank you. Well, I want to say that, I think we've been discussing this for well over a year now and thinking about it for much longer than that. But all of us have had experiences where we felt, wouldn't it be amazing to be able to connect with fellow Armenians around the world? Or wouldn't it be amazing for people to know what the left hand and the right hand are doing across the world, and obviously in the Republic of Armenia as well. And we're so grateful for also Yerevan Zoryan for his experience in information technology, not only in Armenia but in the diaspora, for being the grown-up in the room and helping us get to this point. Otherwise we were, we really have a lot of passion and commitment to it, but it really helps to have the experience of knowing how things work in Armenia.
Here, here. Thank you, Rick. We really deserve it. As Armenians, we're so spread all over the world, 10 million throughout 110 countries. We need to be connected. So High Connect is that connectedness, that online platform that will allow us all to be connected with each other, to be able to know each other, and then collaborate as a base on that.
In addition to that, we are always talking about the center, and this conference was about decentralizing, and basically it was again about the center. So what we should do to become a center, because the center is the place where everyone wants to go. A technology center or a high-tech center is the place where entrepreneurs, innovators, high-tech people desire to go and open their companies, grow their companies, and go and conquer the world markets. Do we have many startups coming to Armenia through our region? I don't believe so. Not many. Many multinationals maybe are coming for the talent, not much of a startups, but we need them. So in addition to the High Connect, we basically signed an agreement with, while we were traveling to Silicon Valley, headed by the Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, with AGBU, with the big efforts of AGBU, Silicon Valley, headed by Mr. Zorian. We signed an agreement about a project that is called Armenian Virtual Bridge. So what is that about? Armenian Virtual Bridge will allow the companies and entrepreneurs who are starting their companies here, Armenians and non-Armenians, to be connected through the High Connect network with the Silicon Valley and other parts of the world, with the Armenian celebrities, entrepreneurs, influencers. What is the and the entrepreneurs are searching for the places where they can find support for their startups. Imagine if someone from Kazakhstan or Russia or Belarus might have an opportunity to meet someone like Alexis, our great friend, or someone like Serge in the art or in music, or someone like Eric Israelian, or someone like Zorian, Mr. Zorian. It's a great value, and this great value we should open to the community around us, to the countries around us, and that would help us to become a center. We should think big. We should propose to the countries, come to Armenia because we have these people, and we will open these opportunities for you. And guess what? If we give this opportunity in a programmed way, institutional way, I can state that will be by default available for any Armenian living in Armenia or out of Armenia. That would be an institutional platform. So let me also announce today the Armenian Virtual Bridge project connected with High Connect network, allowing Armenia to become a center. Thank you.
I can send it. Yeah, so we can. Okay. Do you want to take any questions on this? No. You want to? Okay. So we have a second part also. We'll be announcing something more, which has to do with the IEEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electrotechnical Engineers, for the first time coming to Armenia, and the president is with us here. Before moving to that, we'll stop for a second to see if you have any questions. Եթե ունիք այս երկու հայտարարություններու նկատմամբ High Connect-ին եւ Armenian Virtual Bridge-ի մասին, անոնք պատասխանենք, վերջը ուրիշ հայտարարություն ունենք IEEE-ի մասին։ Խնդրեմ։
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to learn more. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your presentation. I would like to learn more about the functionalities of this platform that you announced about. Is there any more insights or how it's going to work? Thank you.
Check. This is something that we have been planning to do, but we are just on the verge of actually getting it done. So we're kind of open to ideas as well. We've, for years, we've all been talking and thinking, how do we connect all Armenians around the world? Not just for Armenia, but for every Armenian in the diaspora as well, a connection between everyone on an equal level. And so I think after a lot of talking and thinking between all of us friends and some others, we came up with this concept. And it's a way of connecting all of us and utilizing our interests to create specific niche small groups and communities. And those communities can go off and do many, many different things. For example, if you have a certain interest, you're a journalist, and you want to meet other Armenian journalists, maybe not in Armenia, because you might know a lot of them in Armenia. That's a good way to start. For example, it would track your interest in journalism, and you could. And it's a great place to confer. And Alexis and I have talked about this. That we all think that the internet's evolving in a way that smaller kind of focus-based communities are the future, rather than this open space of social media as we have it right now. So this is a great way of us as an Armenian nation to get into that space.
Yeah, and like most or really all successful software products, we have a big vision for what this could become, and I think you've heard that outlined here. When it comes to launching things, unlike say like a Hollywood blockbuster, we want to just get a sort of minimum viable product out there as soon as we can to start getting feedback from our users for what's working and what isn't. So that's also part of the reason why it's a little hard to go into the details quite yet, because we're still going to watch and see how the product evolves based on how people use it. But as Serge described, like we know that there is this common bond that unites us. We know that there are platforms, whether they're professional networks like LinkedIn, or they're totally not professional networks like Reddit, and everything in between. There are places where Armenians can sort of connect, but are not really doing the job well enough. And so then how do we create a space where, for even some of the most popular of us, who I'm sure like Serge could have an infinite number of people who would want to learn from him about all sorts of arts and music and production and creation and creativity, the magic is actually in the network. And for so many people who are still finding their way, the best person for them to actually be learning from actually doesn't look like Serge. They're actually someone who's maybe just a couple of years ahead of where they are today. And so helping make those connections is actually where I think this gets really interesting. And it also just reinforces the fact that the value of this community is not just in the celebrities who exist in it, it's in all of us at our various stages. And we've got some lofty ambitions, but thanks to Yerevan, one step at a time, we're going to get this
Can I just make 2 points too? I was going to say, first of all, I think all of us feel, we always talk about how we have an incredible global Armenian nation, but we have to enable one another to reach that global Armenian nation. So that was a big motivator. And I think we haven't made the point yet, but this is a non-for-profit venture. So this is really just to create something that is really for everyone. And we want to facilitate the communication. We want to facilitate the connectivity. And we're establishing a non-for-profit foundation for that purpose.
Եթե կարելի է վիրտուալ բրիջի մասին երկու բառով կարող եմ նշել, տեսեք մենք պարոն Զորյանի հետ Սիլիկոնյան հովտում արդեն գտել ենք այն տարածքը, որը պետք է լինի ապրելու եւ աշխատելու տեղը այն մարդկանց, ովքեր այդ ծրագրին դիմելով կգան Հայաստան, իրենց ընկերությունը կգրանցեն, կդիմեն, նաև իհարկե տեղական ընկերությունների եւ ձեռներեցների համար է, կդիմեն ծրագրին մասնակցելու այս կամ այն ձեռներեցության դասընթացին կամ որևէ այլ դասընթացի, սա շատ երկար դասընթացների մասին չի խոսքը, 3-6 ամիսանոց հիմնականում ձեռներեցության եւ նաև ուժեղ մարդկանց հանդիպելու եւ նաեւ վենչուր կապիտալիստներին հանդիպելու եւ ներդրումներ հայթայթելու համար այսպիսով այստեղ ծրագրին դիմելով եւ հաղթելով նրանք նաեւ հնարավորություն կստանան ապրելու եւ աշխատելու հենց այդ ժամանակահատվածում այնտեղ որտեղ որ արդեն կվարձակալած տարածքը կունենանք այսինքն Սիլիկոնյան հովտում սկզբի համար հետագայում մենք կարող ենք նաեւ ծավալվել կախված ծրագրի հաջողությունից։ Շնորհակալություն։
Ներողություն հայ Connect հարթակի ստեղծումը կարող ենք դիտարկել որպես ուղղակի ներդրում Հայաստանի տեխնոարդյունաբերության մեջ, թե ամբողջ ծրագրային ապահովումը պետք է դրսից արվի։
Նախադեсված է Հայաստանի մեջ։
Ayo.
Hi, I'm Courtney Linder. I work for Popular Mechanics Magazine. My question's for Alexis. So Reddit started this kind of idea of like content moderation in the earliest days, I feel. And I'm wondering, you know, how you felt at the time about content moderation, because obviously it was like the Wild West, and how that's evolved over time, because you do have human moderators in a sense because of the subreddits, right? So I guess how has it changed from then versus now?
Okay, I'm going to answer this abruptly just because I want to keep it about High Connect. But I do think that there's, and I learned this lesson really when I came back to Reddit in 2014 to help lead the turnaround, is, you know, when we combine human moderation with software, and in particular automating the sort of filtering of content through AI and ML, we can see a much more effective system in place. And the techniques and the tools that just didn't even exist 10 years ago, like physically just were not possible, are now making this job a lot easier and a lot more efficient. And so it's an exciting thing as we think about in the context of High Connect. We already have a community that has a shared sort of stated identity and purpose. And so I think when it comes to doing community management there, it will be a much easier job than trying to create a platform that is global and has hundreds of millions of users. But you know, the lessons that I've learned from Reddit, I think, are going to prove helpful for this project. But I'm also grateful for the fact that Eric, Serge, Yerevan, and everyone else involved have such a diversity of backgrounds that we've seen a lot of things in our respective careers that are going to help hopefully make this a success.
Thank you. Hello, Samuel Stolton, you're active here. I have a question for the Minister, if you don't mind. I would like to know a bit more about Armenia's approach to 5G technology, what the state of play is in the country, what your deployment plans are, and if you have any wider cybersecurity concerns around the deployment of 5G.
That's a great question, but not very much connected to the High Connect and Virtual Bridge. However, I'll answer very briefly. Currently, we are in a stage of understanding how we should free the megahertz, the spectrum for 5G, and also apply in a juridical laws in place to open the industry for investors. Secondly, there are companies in Armenia who already designed the 5G prototyping systems and exporting from Armenia. It's not a base station, but an R&D sophisticated systems for testing 5G equipments and also designing new algorithms out of that. But my belief is that, and our vision is, and strategy is that Armenia will have a strong digital infrastructure, and we will be committed to really invest in there, because the technology cannot just grow without digital infrastructure. Data centers, AI, supercomputers, and the next part of the session will be also about that. So we will keep investing into that area. Thank you.
Hi, Abhimanyu Ghoshal.
Okay, that will be the last question, yes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Abhimanyu Ghoshal here from the Next Web. With High Connect, I'm interested to understand, even at an abstract level, how do you prevent a high signal to noise, or provide for a good signal to noise ratio where you don't have a lot of unnecessary conversations and you actually facilitate people really helping each other out? What does that look like? Does it look like a LinkedIn where lots of people are just spamming with unnecessary content?
Hope
or is there
not.
a better way to do it?
Look, without committing to specific product designs, I can say you're right. That's a that's a top of mind thing we want to conquer. The good news is we've seen a variety of different mechanisms that are already pretty well proven to get people to do behavior you want. And so that's everything from gamification, where if you can create some kind of scarcity around the relationship so that you literally are stopped from, sending out 100 messages, to just rewarding good behavior. I mean, I'd say for the first 2 years of Reddit got everyone to post that content simply for their karma score, for points that didn't mean anything outside of Reddit, but within that community was a status symbol, and that gave them an excuse to spend lots of time when they should have been working creating content. And so I think there are enough techniques now that we've seen across different platforms that give us some good ideas. Can't commit to any in particular, but that's a top issue. We want it to be valuable for our most valuable members of the diaspora so that they're all incentivized to keep helping one another and keep that experience good.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate all the questions. Well, we'll move now to the second part of our announcements. Thanks. Check.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Thank you.
Richard again. Okay again. As soon as the chairs are ready, I'll introduce you. Probably sitting. Peter, just confirm your last one.
Yervant. Yes, I'm very glad to give to you a few details about the IEEE and the IEEE Computer Society. The IEEE is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. It is a no-profit organization worldwide distributed. It has more than 450,000 members worldwide. As an example, it sponsors every year more than 1,600 technical conferences, and it has 39 societies. The Computer Society is the oldest one, and it is the largest one within the IEEE. I'm the president this year, and the Computer Society has more than 80,000 members. It's a committee of 80,000 people. It is sponsoring more than 200 conferences per year. Some are very big. The attendees can be, of the largest are typically 14,000 people. Some are smaller for more interaction. It is sponsoring more than 30 publications, peer-reviewed. It is active in more than 200 standards activities group, and it is also proposing and offering to the members several products for education and professional education. It has 245 chapters distributed worldwide, which are especially attractive for young members, for students, young practitioners, and we cover the whole world with these chapters. And I'm very glad and honored that this year, thanks to the significant contribution of our Vice President for Membership, Dr. Yervan Zorian, we started also a chapter here in Armenia. I'm very glad and honored by this, and I really would like to thank you for this.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Armenia is really a very active nation with very brilliant scientists, as we have heard also before, and this conference is really impressive, very inspiring. So really, I hope we could have even a stronger collaboration ahead of us with the whole Armenian scientists and community, and really glad for the invitation here. I'm really enjoying this conference. Is really impressive and inspiring. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you for coming. It's an honor for us to really host you. Ես կուզենայի երկու բառով ասել, թե ինչ կարևոր իրադարձություն է տեղի ունենում եւ ինչպես է եղել։ Նախ ուզում եմ պարոն Զորյանին մեծ շնորհակալություն հայտնել իր ամբողջ կատարած աշխատանքի համար, ոչ միայն այս, այլ նաև ընդհանրապես տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության զարգացման համար իսկապես անգնահատելի մեծ ջանքեր է գործադրում։ IEEE-ն ամենահեղինակավոր կազմակերպությունն է աշխարհում էլեկտրոնային արդյունաբերության մեջ գիտական հոդվածների, ինչպես նաև գիտական սեմինարների կազմակերպման, ընդհանրապես գիտության զարգացման տեսանկյունից, ինչպես նշվեց, 400,000-ից ավելի անդամներ ունեն, որոնք հիմնականում գիտահետազոտողներ, գիտնականներ, ինժեներներ են, եւ այս կենտրոնի բացումը, այսինքն Հայաստանում գալը IEEE մեծագույն իրադարձություն է, ես ուզում եմ, որ չթերագնահատենք այս համակարգչային մասի Հայաստանում բացվելու փաստը այս կազմակերպության, շատ մեծ բան է Հայաստանի Հանրապետության տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության համար։ Ես նաև կուզենայի խոսել մրցանակաբաշխության մասին, ինչպես գիտեք, բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության ոլորտում մենք ամենամյա մրցանակաբաշխություն ունենք, որը ավելի քան 10 տարի է իշք, որքան ինձ հայտնի է, եթե չեմ սխալվում, տրվում է տարբեր բարձր տեխնոլոգիական ոլորտում տարբեր ուրեմն մեծ ընկերությունների, հիմնադիրների, ինժեներների ամբողջ աշխարհում, օրինակ հայտնի մարդկանցից Ոզնյակներ, որը ստացել է այս պահին կարող եմ նշել։
So that's a micro example of what digital manipulation can look like. But now let's apply that on a larger scale. So take Wall Street. 75% of the trades now on Wall Street are done by rapid fire machine trading based on complex algorithms. And these trades literally cascade across markets around the world in extraordinarily brief period of seconds. So if hackers can really figure out how to manipulate the code underpinning this rapid fire trading, it's not surprising to think that flash crashes can occur that can cause havoc in markets. So think about industrial production for a moment. There was a significant hack at a petrochemical plant in Saudi Arabia where the hackers used a new form of malware called Triton. It's been described as the world's most murderous software because it not only manipulates the operational controls of the gas plant or the petrochemical plant, but then it manipulates the safety controls so that even after the manipulation has occurred, the people operating the plant are not aware of the fact that that is a threat. So we're just over 1,000 miles from Chernobyl, and just put it in a nuclear context for a moment. Imagine that somebody could, as difficult it may be, manipulate the core operations of the plant, the cooling operations, and then manipulate the safety controls that control the temperature at the plant. Okay, so that's finance and industrial. How about politics? Does data manipulation occur in global politics today? What would you say? How does it occur? Media, fake news, certainly your mind goes there. How about deep fakes? How many of you know what deep fakes are? Alternative reality. I appreciate this audience participation. So you've got videos and audios that are having people say things that they never did and never actually said. But because of the sophistication of the algorithms and facial mapping software, it appears shockingly true. Now, it can be really funny. It can really be funny. Do folks know the actors Amy Adams and Nicolas Cage? You can morph one into the other, Oprah Winfrey into Mike Tyson. You know, it's really pretty humorous. The problem for military agencies is they really don't see the humor in it, because they understand that a good or a great deep fake of a world leader, perhaps inciting violence or declaring a war, has really significant consequences on the global stage. So the Defense Department in the US, for example, DARPA, has begun this effort to somehow use really large-scale AI and machine learning to scan hundreds of thousands of videos on YouTube or on other outlets looking for what are called semantic inconsistencies. So those might be words that that particular speaker had never uttered before, or the earrings did not quite match what they had seen previously. The teeth were inconsistent with what prior images of that speaker allegedly has shown. So that's the reality that we're really dealing with. And the title of this session is Black Swan. Are my panelists still with me over there? All right. And so what is a black swan? And what does it really mean if data manipulation were unfold on a really large scale? The theory would be that we could no longer continue to believe what we actually saw and how complex that would be. Okay, so in most significant issues in cybersecurity, you want a nice, simple answer. Alas, there are no silver bullets, there are no panaceas, there are no simple solutions to something as complex as data manipulation. There are a couple of strategies. One would be, for example, the so-called fingerprinting of data, where literally at the creation of a document, you embed in a data string that identifies that document as a legitimate document created by the author or the organization. Endpoint security and backups. You know, anybody who's lost their laptop at the airport, I've managed to swim into the ocean twice now with my smartphone in my pocket. You need to back up your data. And if you imagine a financial institution where the report has come out that the data has been actually manipulated, or it's just an assertion that it's been manipulated, that bank will have to be able to really recreate the core documents, at least a recent version, pretty darn quick to be able to move forward. Okay, so I want to really start kind of closing now and turn it over to the panel and just say that we've grappled with similar issues, the concept before, the printing press, the photography, movies, more recently Photoshop, are new technologies that come out, and society has to grapple with trying to understand and separate kind of truth from fiction. And we have to work together, the public sector and the private sector, to really figure out how to safeguard trust in an era of increasing deceit. And I'm so excited to be here in Armenia. I mean, who better to solve this problem than the Armenians? They have demonstrated through history how incredibly indomitable, resilient they are, but also, as you've seen with all those innovations that have occurred in this small country, incredibly creative, incredibly entrepreneurial. So I say to all of you, do hof. Multiple presidents, I think 3 presidents, assume this scenario. Hillary Clinton's emails get hacked 2 days.
վարչապետ Տիկին Հակոբյան, ազգային ժողովի նախագահ, Հայաստան ժամանած հյուրեր եւ բոլոր ներկաներ։ Մեր այսօրվա հաջողությանը մենք հասել ենք երկար, ու մեզանից յուրաքանչյուրը մոտեցել է յուրովի, փոքր եւ մեծ քայլերով։ Մոտեցել երազելով այն Հայաստանի մասին, որ ասելիք ունի ամբողջ աշխարհին։ Այս տարիների ընթացքում մենք սովորեցինք սովորել, կրթվել նորովի, ստեղծել համակարգեր, որոնք երիտասարդների առջև բացում են նոր հեռանկարներ։ Արմատ, Թումո, Կոաֆ, բոլորիս մեծագույն ձեռքբերումը դարձավ ստեղծարար մտքով սերունդը, որ ապացուցում է, որ անգամ ամենահեռավոր գյուղում կարելի է ստեղծել ծրագիր և մրցակցել սիլիկոնյան հովտի հետ։ Եվ սա հենց ապակենտրոնացումն է։ Ավելի շուտ ապակենտրոնացման ուժը, ուժ, որ այսօր միավորել է բոլորիս Երևանում։ IT աշխարհի ամենահեղինակավոր միջոցառման WCIT-ի շրջանակներում։ Ուրախ եմ ողջունելու բոլորին, ում շնորհիվ եւ ում համար Հայաստանը այս օրերին դառնում է ինֆորմացիոն տեխնոլոգիաների աշխարհի կենտրոնը։ Իսկ այժմ միասին ներկայացնելու ենք աշխարհին մեր ապագայի տեսլականը եւ սկսելու ենք հենց հիմա, ցույց տալով, որ կան քայլեր, որոնք աշխարհում առաջին անգամ արվում են հենց Հայաստանում։ Ընդամենը մի քանի րոպեից WCIT համաշխարհային նվագախումբը Սերգեյ Սմբակյանի գլխավորությամբ կներկայացնի դասական արվեստի եւ բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների համադրությունը։ Աշխարհում առաջին անգամ նվագախումբը կկատարի իրական ժամանակում արհեստական ինտելեկտի կողմից ստեղծվող երաժշտությունը։ Եվ սա իսկական նորություն է եւ մշակույթի եւ բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների ոլորտի համար։ Բարի գալուստ WCIT 2019-ը։
Since the dawn of civilization, people gathered in the center for conversation, community, and collaboration. The world was divided in center and periphery, capital and province, stage and audience. Then technology taught us to communicate in a different way, and decentralization began. Just a moment ago, the center was where we used to be seen, but now, new centers are appearing. You no longer need to be on stage to be seen. You don't need a microphone to be heard. You need it, be huge to be noticed. If you have something important to say, you will become the center. And it's not necessary to be in a center to be the center. You can be anywhere. Even at the edge of the world, thanks to technology, you can still be current, connected, consequential. The center is not a place or a political status, not a physical property or money. The center is where it is, interesting. And it can be everywhere. Look around. There are thousands of centers in this very hall. And each of us has the power to change the world right from our seats. That's what we mean by the power of decentralization. But in the promise, there is also a peril. The peril of intentional misuse of technology, but also the peril of unintended consequences. We must balance the promise with the peril. When you become the center, you are in charge of the way you influence the world. So ask yourself, what is your role as a center? What is your responsibility? To yourself, your community, humanity? You need to ask these questions today because decentralization is already here. Today, Armenia is the center. For 6 millennia, Armenia has been a world center of culture, imagination, creativity. What better a place to have this conversation than in a country that has so much to tell and also knows how to listen? Let the conversation begin here in the original, current, and future innovation nation. Welcome to WCIT 2019. Welcome to the Yerevan Talks.
Now, let me introduce you to Alex Yesayan, an entrepreneur in the technological field since founding his first company in 1998. At the stupidly young age of 16, he has been active in most of his life in the promotion of Armenia and its IT sector. A co-founder of UCOM, one of the top ICT companies in Armenia, he's also president of the Union of Advanced Technological Enterprises, which seeks to consolidate the Armenian high-tech community around one center, one vision. Please let me introduce you, Alex Yesayan.
dear friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be in this stage and welcome all you to Armenia. This was a big dream to bring this conference to Armenia, and especially Karen Vartanyan, CEO of UAT, had this dream for more than 10 years. And in 2014, we had a chance with the delegation from UAT, heading Haik Chobanyan, to present the bid to have the conference in Armenia. It was 5 years ago, and we win this bid by showing, presenting the power of decentralization theme to the committee of WCIT. So Armenia is now uniquely positioned, I think, today to become the center for these next 3 days, as well to become the center in the region as IT is developing in our country. So I am very happy to see all our guests coming from all different places, and we are very happy to have this conference in Armenia. Thank you very much and welcome to Armenia. Let's have a great conference. Thanks.
Շնորհակալ եմ։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների 23-րդ համաշխարհային կոնգրեսի հարգելի մասնակիցներ, հարգելի հյուրեր։ Ողջունում եմ ձեզ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մայրաքաղաք Երևանում համաշխարհային նշանակության այս հավաքի բացման առիթով։ Մեզ համար մեծ պատիվ է եւ հաճույք այսպիսի համաժողով հյուրընկալելը, որովհետեւ այն շատ լավ առիթ է ձեզ եւ ձեր միջոցով միջազգային հանրության հետ խոսելու, Հայաստանը բարձր տեխնոլոգիական, արդյունաբերական երկիր դարձնելու մեր ռազմավարության մասին եւ ես հույս ունեմ մեր երկրում անցկացրած մի քանի օրերի ընթացքում դուք կզգաք այն նոր էներգիան եւ մթնոլորտը, որ մեր երկրին համակել է նախորդ տարի Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցած ոչ բռնի թավշյա ժողովրդական հեղափոխությունից հետո։ Ուզում եմ ընդգծել, որ այդ հեղափոխությունը տեղի ունեցավ ապակենտրոնացման միջոցով, ինչի արդյունքում Հայաստանը համաշխարհային քարտեզի վրա դարձավ ժողովրդավարության կենտրոն։ Եվ ահա քաղաքական այս հեղափոխությունից հետո այժմ մենք գտնվում ենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության շրջափուլում, որը նույնպես տեղի է ունենում ապակենտրոնացման շնորհիվ, որովհետև մենք տնտեսական հեղափոխության հիմնական միջոց համարում ենք յուրաքանչյուր քաղաքացու անհատական ջանքը, անհատական նախաձեռնությունը, որը նա անում է ոչ թե կառավարության հրահանգով, այլ իր անձնական որոշումներով, իր անձնական նպատակներով եւ ամբիցիաներով։ Եվ ահա մեր երկրի տնտեսությունը տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում։ Այս պահին ունենք 7% տնտեսական աճ, մեր երկրում туриզմը տպավորիչ աճ է արձանագրում, այս տարի ունենք туриզմի շուրջ 13% աճ, տպավորիչ աճ է գրանցում նաև տեխնոլոգիական ապրանքների արտահանումը։ Առաջին 7 ամսվա կտրվածքով միջին տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը մեր երկրից աճել է 40.9%-ով, իսկ բարձր տեխնոլոգիատար ապրանքների արտահանումը 34.4%-ով։ Այս ամենը մեզ վստահություն է տալիս, որ Հայաստանում տեղի ունեցող տնտեսական հեղափոխությունը իր հերթին կհանգեցնի տեխնոլոգիական հեղափոխության, եւ մենք կկարողանանք Հայաստանը դարձնել տեխնոլոգիական, նորարարական առաջատար երկրներից մեկը աշխարհում, իսկական տեխնոլոգիական կենտրոն։ Այս նպատակը մեզ հասանելի եւ իրատեսական է թվում նաեւ այն պատճառով, որ հայ ժողովրդի բազմաթիվ զավակներ տեխնոլոգիական հանրահայտ նորարարությունների հեղինակներ են։ 1853 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Հովանես Ղուկասյանը ստեղծեց կերոսինային լամպը, այսպիսով նոր ուժ հաղորդելով տեխնոլոգիական լուսավորության դարաշրջանին, հեղափոխություն իրականացնելով մարդկանց առօրյա կյանքում։ 1854 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Քրիստափոր Տեր-Սերոփյանը ստեղծեց ԱՄՆ դոլարի կանաչ գույնը, եւ այդ կանաչը մինչև հիմա համարվում է դոլարի բացառիկ գույն։ 1911 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Գաբրիել Կազանչյանը ստեղծեց մազեր չորացնող սարքավորումը, բոլորիս հայտնի ֆենը։ 1916 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Ստեփան Ստեփանյանը ստեղծեց մեխանիկական բետոնախառնիչը, որը ժամանակակից աշխարհում նույնքան տարածված է, որքան ֆենը։ 1930-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Հովանես Ադամյանը ձևակերպեց եւ ստեղծեց այն ալգորիթմը, տեխնոլոգիան, որը հնարավոր դարձրեց գունավոր հեռուստացույցների ստեղծումը։ Ժամանակակից աշխարհը դժվար է պատկերացնել առանց գունավոր հեռուստացույցի, դոլարի կանաչի, ֆենի կամ մեխանիկական բետոնախառնիչի։ 1931 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Ասատուր Սաֆարյանը ստեղծեց ավտոմեքենաների ավտոմատ փոխանցման տուփը, նոր հեռանկարներ բացելով ավտոմոբիլաշինության հետագա զարգացման համար։ 1939 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Լյութեր Գևորգ Սիմիջյանը ստեղծեց բոլորիս հայտնի բանկոմատը, որը նույնքան տարածված է ժամանակակից աշխարհում, որքան դոլարը, ֆենը, որքան բետոնի մեխանիկական խառնիչը, որքան գունավոր հեռուստացույցը, որքան ավտոմատ փոխանցումատուփով ավտոմեքենա։ Բայց սա դեռ վերջը չէ, իզուր եք շտապում։ 1960-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Միքայել Տեր-Պողոսյանը դարձավ տոմոգրաֆիայի հիմնադիրներից մեկը, որը հեղափոխական նշանակության նորարարություն էր առողջապահության ոլորտում։ 1970-ականներին մեր հայրենակից Ռայմոն Տամատյանը ստեղծեց մագնիսական ռեզոնանսային սկանավորման սարքը, որը մի նոր հեղափոխություն դարձավ առողջապահության ոլորտում։ Այս երկու հայտնագործությունները միլիոնավոր, 100 միլիոնավոր կյանքեր են փրկել ամբողջ աշխարհում, բարելավել են 100 միլիոնավոր մարդկանց կյանքի որակը։ 1995 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Էմի Կավակյանը ստեղծեց հաշմանդամություն ունեցող անձանց համար նախատեսված ինքնագնաց սայլակը, փոխելով հաշմանդամություն ունեցող միլիոնավոր մարդկանց կյանքը։ 2006 թվականին մեր հայրենակից Յուրի Օգանիսյանը հայտնաբերեց Մենդելեևի պարբերական աղյուսակի 118-րդ քիմիական տարը, որը հենց գիտնականի պատվին կոչվում է օգանեսոն։ Այս թվարկումը դեռ երկար կարելի է շարունակել, հիշատակելով աշխարհահռչակ MiG ինքնաթիռների հեղինակ Արտյոմ Միկոյանին, ամերիկյան բանակում օգտագործվող հակագազերի հեղինակ Արթուր Բլբուլյանին, պլաստիկ վիրաբուժության համահիմնադիրներից մեկին Վարազդատ Կազանջանին, ժամանակակից միալծակ ծորակի հեղինակ Ալեքս Մանուկյանին։ Այս ամենը եւ այն փաստը, որ խորհրդային առաջին համակարգիչը Նաիրի անունով ստեղծվել է Հայաստանում, այն փաստը, որ մեր բազմաթիվ հայրենակիցներ գործուն մասնակցություն են ունեցել խորհրդային եւ ամերիկյան տիեզերական ծրագրերում, այն փաստը, որ այսօր էլ համաշխարհային տեխնոլոգիական նորարարության ոլորտում մեր շատ հայրենակիցներ լրջագույն հաջողություններ են գրանցում, մեզ վստահություն է տալիս, որ Հայաստանը իսկապես դառնալու է տեխնոլոգիական ոլորտի կարևոր կետերից մեկը աշխարհում, կարևոր կենտրոններից մեկը աշխարհում։ Այս նպատակով մենք ընդարձակ հարկային արտոնություններ ենք նախատեսել Հայաստանում նոր ստեղծվող տեխնոլոգիական ընկերությունների համար, որոնք մինչև 2023 թվականը ազատված են շահութահարկից եւ վճարում են ընդամենը 10% եկամտային հարկ։ Որպես արդյունք մեր երկրում տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների ոլորտը վերջին 7 տարում աճել է շուրջ 5 անգամ եւ ամեն տարի կայուն 20-25%-անոց աճ է գրանցում։ Մենք խնդիր ենք դրել լրջորեն զարգացնել կրթությունը, սկսած նախակրթարաններից մինչև մագիստրատուրա եւ ասպիրանտուրա, եւ ասում ենք, որ մեր երկրում կրթությունը պետք է դառնա ազգային ապրելակերպ։ Այն տրամաբանությամբ, որ մեր երկրում մարդը երբեք ու երբեք չպետք է դադարի սովորել, եւ մեր բոլորի սկսած վարչապետից, ավարտած համակարգչային օպերատորով կրթական ցենզը, պրոֆեսիոնալ մակարդակը ամեն հաջորդ օր պետք է ավելի բարձր լինի, քան նախորդ օրը։ Տեղեկատվական տեխնոլոգիաների համաշխարհային 23-րդ կոնգրեսի սիրելի մասնակիցներ, մենք հավատում ենք, որ Հայաստանը կարող ենք դարձնել դրախտ տաղանդավոր մարդկանց համար։ Ինչպես երկար տարիներ աշխարհի տարբեր երկրներ, Ֆրանսիան, Ռուսաստանը, Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգները, Սինգապուրը, Մեծ Բրիտանիան, Հնդկաստանը, Իրանը, բազմաթիվ այլ երկրներ սեփական տաղանդը զարգացնելու եւ դրսեւորելու, կրթություն ստանալու եւ հայտնագործություններ անելու հնարավորություն են տվել հայոց ցեղասպանությունից մազապուրծ մեզ բազմաթիվ հայրենակիցների, որոնց մի մասին ես հիշատակեցի որպես համաշխարհային նշանակության նոր արարությունների հեղինակների, այնպես էլ հիմա ազատ եւ զարգացող ինքնիշխան Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը դառնում է ավելի ու ավելի գրավիչ երկիր տեխնոլոգիական, կրթական, նորարարական ներդրումների, գործունեության եւ կրթության համար։ Մենք ընդամենը ամիսներ առաջ ստեղծել ենք նոր բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության նախարարություն, որպեսզի ոլորտով հետաքրքրված բոլոր մասնագետները, սկսնակները, ներդրողներն ու գործընկերները իմանան, նրանց համար կոնկրետ լինի, թե Հայաստանում որն է իրենց հասցեն։ Բարձր տեխնոլոգիական արդյունաբերության նախարար Արշակյանը այս համաժողովը Հայաստանում անցկացնելու ամենամեծ ջատագովներից մեկն էր, եւ ես հույս ունեմ, որ այս հիրավի հիշարժան իրադարձությունը շատ բան կփոխի տեխնոլոգիական աշխարհի եւ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության հարաբերություններում։ Եվ մեզ բոլորիս, սիրելի ներկաներ, հաջողություններ եմ մաղթում բարձր տեխնոլոգիաների միջոցով աշխարհը ավելի մարդասեր, ավելի աստվածավախ, ավելի քաղաքակիրթ ու հանդուրժող դարձնելու գործում։ Հարգելի հյուրեր, տեխնոլոգիան տեխնոլոգիա, բայց խնդրում եմ բաց չթողնեք հայկական արևահամ մրգերը, անմոռանալի խորտիկները, դրախտային գինին ու կոնյակը վայելելու այս բացառիկ հնարավորությունը։ Եվ իհարկե հայկական աշունը, որը տաք ու հյուրընկալ է ինչպես միշտ։ Հույս ունեմ առաջատար տեխնոլոգիաների ձեռնարկությունների միությունը Հայաստանը վայելելու ժամանակ է թողել մեր բոլոր հյուրերի համար։ Շնորհակալ եմ ուշադրության համար։
interoperability. It's the connected environment that we operate in. IoT is a very important dimension of the current business, and in fact a lot of our solutions in the IT space are built on the IoT, on machine-to-machine technology. Blockchain is probably going to be taking over a lot of the different industries, but with it comes the fact that everything is connected to everything. There are different speculations in terms of how many connected devices we'll have by next year, 2020. Some say 20 billion, some say 50 billion, but nevertheless it's an enormous amount. And think about it, every connected device is an inlet into the whole. Target supermarket chain in the US? That Target supermarket chain was vulnerable, it was hacked. The system was hacked. Do you know it was hacked through? It was hacked through an air conditioning system. Las Vegas casino was hacked, I don't know if you know the story, it was widely publicized, through a fish tank. The casino had a fish tank that knew when to feed the fishes. It had an IT program running that would measure, and on a periodic basis, based on the temperature, would feed the fishes. So it was hacked through the fish tank, because fish tank was interconnected to the other servers and to the other devices within the casino. So if you think about it, that because everything is interconnected, a lot of the work that we're doing right now is actually we're surveying, the inventorying, the systems that any one large customer has, and big companies have a lot of those systems, because each one is a potential window into the outside world and a potential vulnerability.
I love the thought of fish hacking systems, don't you? It's exciting. It gives a whole new meaning to the phrase swimming with the fishes. I'm so glad you said the word target, because that leads me as a nice segue into my next question, because my next discussion, because Allme is going to be you are basically trying to be a retailer, a social media platform, a cryptocurrency, all in the one app, aren't you? So you and Pixar represent a new wave of social media, but also fast-moving tech startups, tech companies who are leading the consumer along a path which all of the big companies like Coca-Cola, etc., pharma companies have to respond to quickly. So at Allme, do you think about that fact that you're taking on big companies with your crypto platform and your social platform?
Yeah, sure. I think first of it, the platform which we created, it's not only for us. We create it for all people and all the big corporations and the regular companies as well. What's happening till now? Till now, all companies, they are in a center, and around are the peoples. So through peoples, they're becoming multi-billion companies. But people don't getting nothing from this. Starting in social media, starting in other companies, in marketing. So we change the game, I think, and we're putting the person through whom the companies are becoming multi-billion or richest.
So you want to flipping the model entirely?
And yeah, we are putting personally any person in a center, and we are creating everything around of him. This is the first time when world is changing and person is in the center and everything around of him. And as our panelists taking care about the fake, not only for the goods pharmacy or something, I think blockchain technology will be help to take care of all the fake items, not only fake accounts in social networks, at the same time fake items on a market. And this is one of the key points that you can change your business as well. So when somebody go to buy something, it should be in a blockchain, you can find out and stop it.
New partnership between our companies.
Sure, yes. We're already starting.
We've just seen a deal signed there on the stage live in front of us. So that's interesting because you're trying to actually flip the model. You're trying to empower the consumer, empower an ordinary person to be part of your platform, to own part of your platform, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
The power of the business is the person. So when we are talking with something, we are asking how many followers you have.
Yeah.
So these followers doing amount of cap of the company.
Yeah.
So how many bottle of Coca-Cola you are selling. So this is how many, the
Yeah.
quantity. So this quantity needed to be shared with the people.
Imagine if we all owned part of Coca-Cola. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you know, I think we are the next step, and next one it will be, can you imagine that we are coming buying Coca-Cola and he's sharing the part of his profit with you, that we are drinking Coca-Cola? This is the next thing which can be in the future.
That would be nice, so long as he shares the recipe as well. Now, Mikhail.
We started this, we already sharing. So we are giving example how it can be changed.
I don't care about the money, I just want the recipe. Michael, Pixar, you represent a new wave of companies. You're empowering creatives with your platform. And obviously we saw Kim Kardashian very eloquently explain earlier today how she'd used social media. She was, I mean, really, she is a master of this, isn't she? Absolutely incredible. And so you're doing that, you're giving, oh, by the way, do you want to tell us on the stage what deal it is you're doing with Kim Kardashian?
She's just using our application. She told already.
She's already broken the story.
She likes our application, she uses.
She's already broke. Damn, yeah. I'm late.
She told herself, so.
Damn.
No deal.
Late to the story already. But I mean, what does it feel like for you guys? Do you feel? How much does your community inform your future strategy of where the product goes?
Our community, I think, is the main driver of our future strategy, and we're constantly working with our community and getting feedback, talking to our users. So it's part of our daily job in order to define our strategy and continue moving forward with what we are doing. So it really helps, and that helps us, and it's really the strongest point why we're growing for 8-9 years in a row. And regarding vulnerabilities, I think since the first day that we got these smartphones, we are already vulnerable, all of us, and then it's big data, and then it's AI technology. So with each technology shift, we have more vulnerabilities, and it's growing and growing. That's why these guys will have a lot of work always, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
So,
brief.
Thanks for the a lot of work statement. It's very true. I said, you know, there are a lot of vulnerabilities. Social networks is a big thing, and it's a game changer. But it's also quite a vulnerable thing. Another anecdotal, piece of information for you. You might have heard there's a sports social network for athletes that is in existence. Not going to call it by name, but it's been widely publicized. A student in Australia was able to identify American military bases based on...
Oh, this is Strava.
Very good. It's Strava.
I remember. Strava.
Yeah. See, we're playing a little bit of trivia here too. So indeed, an Australian student was able to identify US military bases based on the information received from within that social network. Since then, many other military bases, not just US, Russian, Turkish, Italian in Djibouti was identified just by analyzing that information.
It's really amazing. So these guys were going on jogs, on runs around the Air Force Base, and in public, so you could see on the Strava app where the military base was. Amazing. So
exactly.
Cool.
And you know how there was a World War II slogan, loose lips sink ships, right? Probably coined by Brits such as Mike here. I think the slogan of today should be don't wear your Fitbit to work when on active duty, yeah? Because it's pretty much the same. It's a loose lip for anybody who's watching.
Careless Strava cost lives. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to break this up now. I found a volunteer. See, you. Yeah, come here. Yeah, you, come here. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, no, come here. No, stop. No, just stand there. Stand there. You are now going to be my volunteer to run around with the microphone. Yes! Okay, all you have to do, and at the end of it, you can pitch us, okay? At the end. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now Q&A time, okay? So I want to see some questions from the audience to these people about the future, tech, transformation, anything you like. But there's just one thing, it has to be from a woman, okay? So any women would like to ask a question? First off, go on. Let's get a photograph. Let's get a question. Put your hand up. There's one. What was that? Pointing over there? I can't. Put your hand up, please. There it is, right at the back. Okay. Sir, excuse me. Can you go over there, please? There's a lady. Could you stand up, please? Stand up. Yeah. Thank you. Now, could you say your name and your company, and then just give us your question or whatever? Yeah.
Sure. Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and my company's Riley. It's a health tech platform to connect patients. And my question for you all is, how in the future do you guys suspect addressing accessibility in terms of populations with disabilities and issues with accessing tech? Are you guys addressing that, or how are you guys looking at that issue?
So, can I just ask a question? What do you mean by that? Access?
Sure. So, in terms of accessibility, someone who is paraplegic, can't use your arm, or is paralyzed on one side of their body and can't use tech the same way as an able-bodied person. So how are you guys addressing, or thinking of that issue while designing tech, or thinking of the future of how technology is being used?
That's a great question. Thank you for that question. Are you thinking about that at Pixar, how people may be more disabled able to use your apps?
Yes, it's really important for us. So our application is accessible across all the countries, and be accessible to everyone. So it's really important for us to think about that and to address that. And we're constantly doing that when we're creating and when we are designing our application and new stuff. So for sure, it's really important for us.
Anyone else want to comment?
Sure, I'll add. You know, one of the most optimistic things from personalization, if you consider folks that have, whether quadriplegic or an impairment associated with a visual sense, auditory, that extensions of personalization, so that has digital manifestations in terms of interacting with computing systems, that can be bridged by electroencephalograms. All of us can think, as an example, or things more physical like 3D printing, literally scaling the prints based on size or state. So in terms of economically how we mobilize it, we consider accessibility as a fantastic testbed for new features as well as a lead-in into a market. So these two pieces.
That's a really great question. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to ask? It doesn't have to be a lady, it can be a man as well. So we'll get a microphone to this guy over here.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. My name is Tigran. I work for Soft Construct, especially in Ucraft team. My question is about cryptocurrency, and what do you think about the future of cryptocurrency? Is it possible that in the future cryptocurrency can replace the nowadays money, and how we will use cryptocurrency, and about safety of cryptocurrency? Thank you.
Okay, cool. Good question. Well, we've got a cryptocurrency entrepreneur here on the panel. What do you think? Is it going to replace normal money?
I think cryptocurrency is the future. Only one thing that you needed to understand, what is the difference, because today there are more than 3,000 cryptocurrencies worldwide, and any project, any high-tech project which they are starting, they are creating their own cryptocurrency. So the level to understand why now scaring all the officials like central banks or regulatory according cryptocurrency, because they don't understand what is behind of this and who is behind of this. For example, most of useful one is Bitcoin, and they scare, they don't know who is behind of cryptocurrency, of the Bitcoin. there is a terrorist, or there is, I don't know, any drug seller, or just regular person. So for these things, it's a key question that is needed to be done, which we already done. This is QIC. When you know your client and behind of this currency, because a digital asset, who is staying, what is backed around of him. So this have a future. This is, I think, a real future. And all the countries, now they're trying, most of countries, to create their own cryptocurrencies. And one of the key questions that they needed to be on a blockchain. Because when you put on a blockchain, so its transparency is one of the key things in cryptocurrency. So if you know that how many there is existing in blockchain, cryptocurrency, and what is behind of him, so there is, I think,
right,
best
so
for useful.
KYC, you think. Go ahead.
Just maybe to comment about the cryptocurrency, it's part of our cybersecurity strategy, if we look at it, because in case there is hacking within our systems, usually the payback is through a cryptocurrency, and that's what we are currently evaluating, how to pay back, to open up the systems. But my point is on the technology itself, the blockchain. I think what we as Coca-Cola are doing in Russia, for example, it's about traceability from farm to table, tracing our products. I think that becomes the issue, and blockchain is a medium to really have this decentralized model, and we really work in companies like us to make sure that we provide the most authentic product to our consumers.
Thank you. We've got a question right there.
Thank you very much. I am Arthur. I am representing Vishap Cloud here. We are providing decentralized cloud solutions. So again, my question is regarding to blockchain technology, and in particular, the role of community in blockchain technology. So sometimes while I'm like studying different protocols, most of the time there is a like a red line. It always says that like we are trying to democratize some industry by using blockchain technology, and our community will help us to do so. I want to get your idea. What do you think? In a traditional business model, generally companies hiring professionals, and those professionals are like moving the needle of the industry forward. What about in case of communities? Can community develop the platforms in a good way, or it will become like at some point it will become self-destruction for itself and stop business to develop? Is it like good solution for really democratizing any industry, or again it's going to make another center?
Okay. Very good. That's a very good question. Thank you very much for that, because it does speak to, there's two things that are going on in the blockchain world is governance. And the other thing that goes on in corporates is governance, right? So it's the same thing. It's how you set the system up in the first place, isn't it? And I think it's interesting how sort of self-organizing systems in blockchain communities have hit upon governance as being so important from the word go. But there's another big trend going on is remote workers. So lots of big companies now have huge remote workforces that they never go to an office. They always work online. I mean, Jampak, you must know a lot about that. You probably have a lot of remote workers as well, right? So, I mean, how do you keep things running when, you know, things are so distributed?
Yeah, certainly. So a key item, and that's very much related to the theme of the conference, with a technology like blockchain, what you have in terms of the existing centers, whether it's a bank, whether it's a need to mobilize against an account for a Fortune 500 company, is disintermediation. So the question becomes, how do you have workforce and staff working on their own? So the criticality there is there needs to be trust, and that needs to be enabled specifically by culture and very clear objectives. And then you'll rely on some market forces within the ecosystem. So it'll be very interesting to see the blockchain ecosystems emerge, whether it's smart contract in the gig economy or things like supply chain or drug safety. It'll have this disintermediation aspect that gets picked up by the edge points in those respective communities.
Oh, you go ahead.
There's also one other thing to look at with blockchain is if the asset is digital, it's a natural place for it to be. But if the asset that you want to secure happens to be a physical product, you also have to think, how do you tie the authenticity and the provenance of the physical product to the actual blockchain node? So there are two models that one has to really look at. They're not the same.
Yeah, that's very interesting. There's people doing things like using QR codes linked to a blockchain to check authenticity, etc. And it's really interesting technology that's coming through right now. We've got to. Our time's up. Shall we carry on? Shall we do 5 more minutes? No. Yes? I can't hear you. That's what I want to hear. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do 10 more minutes. Now there's a question at the front and then one at the back. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Bezjan. I run a company called EGS, Energized Global Services, an IT company here in Armenia. So, for the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about all these emerging great technologies, world-changing concepts, and we're all part of it, let's say, in all our domains. But the world we live in today still is divided heavily along ethnic lines, along religious lines, along economic levels, and they are not compatible with one another. And there's a lot of grief, a lot of wars, a lot of battles that constantly take place around us. I wonder if I asked the panel if they had a way to craft the next 100 years where we could use these technologies, all these new things that we're evolving and creating, in making the world a better place. Because for me, it doesn't seem to be another option that is globally reachable, adaptable by everybody. Everybody seems to like it. Can we use these technologies and these platforms to really create a much better, safer, calmer humanity that lives on Earth?
Well, that's a very easy question, obviously. I'm sure we've all got answers to that.
I can answer
Go for it.
So I think that's what we are doing and what we want to do in our mission, to help everyone to be creative. And with creativity, there's no borders, like no ethnics, and our users, in some cases that helps them to calm down. Some users are helping them if they have some mental problems. So it's really have no boundaries in our case, and I think creativity and visual storytelling is the way we can make this world a better place, to provide this opportunity to everyone. So we are on that way, and we want to
I think
get
it's
there.
great. It's great to put that into the DNA of your company. Has anyone thought about this at all?
Well, our slogan, which we do believe in, it's part of our vision. It's building a better working world. If you ever see why written, those are the small letters underneath. We do believe that through transformation, we are trying to build a better company and a better working world for all of us. It's an important, objective. But we were just discussing blockchain, for example. I think blockchain is an important next step. After internet and cloud, probably blockchain is the third big thing. Blockchain actually unites us in a way because it excludes the middleman. A lot of platforms, 7 out of 10 companies that are global and have the highest net worth right now actually are platform companies. Platforms also unite us, all of us being on the same platform. Of course there will be obstacles, and of course the governments will continue to isolate and box themselves in. It's natural, everybody's looking at vulnerabilities and how to best deal with them. But I feel that through technology, the movement is actually, by and large, is towards integration.
I think so, and isn't it wonderful? I think the great thing about technology is it's so diverse, usually, apart from this panel, apart from that, it can be incredibly diverse, and people just don't care where you're from, as long as you can, you're great at, developing or whatever it is you do in tech. Right, now, let's have a question there. Now, let's do two things. So I'm going to be innovative now. I'm going to take your question, and then we're going to take the question from the lady at the back. So we're going to do two in a row, and then we're going to do two at the back there. Well, I can see your hands. I've got you. Don't worry. So go for it.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. My name is Lucina, and I'm from Awesome Pixar. Greetings to Mika. My question is kind of general, but still very actual nowadays. So, should we have some protective mechanisms or even ecosystems for our kids when they are dealing with digital world, with social medias, or just opposite? We should encourage them to jump into this world as soon as possible. And should we adapt our IT to our children, or just opposite, adapt our children to today's IT? Thank you.
Really good question. And there's a so how do we deal with that? Do we to what extent should we protect children in a technology environment? And what's your question, madam? Could you stand up? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. I represent Model Creative Agency. It's an advertising and marketing agency. So my question is mainly addressed to Coca-Cola. I really would like to know what techniques specifically you use to generate innovative ideas. And how you implement those ideas in your marketing strategy and implement it worldwide. Thank you.
Very cool. Okay, thank you. Let's do the Coca-Cola one first. Go for it.
Okay. Maybe I can address the first one as well. I have two little boys, one 5 and one 6.5. So I'm really in that myth of how to really adopt the kids. I think whoever has kids nowadays, they even use much better the technology than us, than me. They even know the iPad better, the telephone, and it's about really not limiting, but also putting some boundaries. But I think we always have to move our kids and prepare them to technology, because that's what the world they're stepping in now.
And what about the very thorny issue of how you be innovative inside Coke?
Absolutely, that's one of the things that we do in Coca-Cola. We have a corporate incubation program, like innovation for growth platform, that we collect ideas from our employees all around the world, and where we evaluate. We have a panel, we evaluate the ideas, and we divide the ideas into product innovation and technology innovation. And based on that, giving the market capabilities, we evaluate the startups. We bring these challenges, these ideas to the startups, to the universities in the countries that we operate, and we want those university startups to solve that problem or create that idea for us. And then we leverage our scale.
So that's right. So I see. So you're scaling with partnerships that way. Any quick answers on the issue of thorny issue of protecting children online or from technology?
Yeah, I think the question which asking Richard and also asking next our woman, I forget the name, what is future for our kids and what is a platform for a future that help to be people equal. This is, I think, one of the key things of our platform which already exist. So any person in Africa, he can download free of charge without any charging, and he can have e-wallet, he can have social networks, so it's a place where he can start to work. So for spending his time, he can earn money, and with this money, he can spend this money inside of this ecosystem which you are asking for the future of our kids. And at the same time, he can transfer anywhere in the world this currency which is free of charge. So this is a world of future which you are asking, next world, which is free transfers, your time is monetized, and you can monetize through this money to buy goods for food or anything.
Mikhail, do you have kids?
Yeah, and
how do you
I'm
let
currently
them use
struggling, so if anyone has good answer,
Do you let them
to
use
that question,
PixArt?
how to protect them and what makes sense.
Do you
what
let them
doesn't.
use PixArt?
They are using PixArt, and yeah, we only allow them use PixArt.
That's
Nothing
it.
else. Yeah,
No, that is it.
That
yeah.
is that's the only
That's
rule.
the way you
yeah.
do it. Just use PixArt and everything will be fine.
That's how we protect them.
Okay, exactly. I love it. Okay,
So
this
just
is going to be our final question at the back. Was it the left? Okay, go for it.
My name is Ruslan. I'm from Naked Science magazine. I have one question. What do you think about Libra? It's Facebook crypto and Telegram cryptogram. And do you see...
Everyone's obsessed with crypto. I think we've done the crypto. Let's do another question at the back. Can we have the microphone, please? We've done crypto. I'm sure Libra will be very clever and successful. No, there's a lady at the back there. Oh no, did you have a question?
I did.
Okay, what is
I
it?
do. About being green and smart cities, not crypto.
Okay.
Does that suit you?
What's the quick, make it quick.
So we're talking about smart cities this morning. So what do you do to address being closer to your clients and giving them more experience and at the same time being greener?
How do we be greener? Anyone want to go with that? Go for it. And let's get the microphone.
I can take that. At TeamViewer, obviously, we take care about bringing clients, people closer together via digital transformation in a way that we communicate content and live content and share live experiences, although they might be far apart on different places in the world. So no need to travel, no need to take a flight. And I think that's the future, but we need to get better. There's much room for improvement.
We need to take to be like Greta, no more flights, right?
Okay, thank you, first of all. I'm working at GRC Lyceum. I'm specialized in designing and developing e-learning. And I just want to take you a little bit back. So talking about kids and getting them exposed to IT. Specifically in Armenia and abroad as well, parents seem to be not to like a lot e-learning, but I find that it's a good way of getting useful skills very fast.
Yeah.
So
What's your question?
do you believe that we should invest in e-learning or not? And if you do, to what degree?
Okay.
Thank you.
Show of hands on the panel. Who thinks we should invest in e-learning? We agree. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the panel. My name is Mike Butcher from TechCrunch. I hope you have a great day. Bye-bye.
Really going to see this disruption, and we might see a different outcome this time around. So what I'd like to do is begin by talking about why this time around is different. What is so different about today's technology that makes it likely that we're going to see a different outcome? And I would point to three fundamental things that are really different about today's artificial intelligence and information technology in general. And the first thing, of course, is that we've seen this exponential progress in the technology. I think that most people have heard of Moore's Law, or this idea that, you know, roughly every 2 years computers double in power. But it's not just about computer hardware. It's actually much broader than that. It extends to communications bandwidth and to memory capacity. It extends to software, where we've often seen an acceleration that's far beyond what we see with hardware. But the important thing to note is that this acceleration has now been going on for decades. And what that means is that as we continue to double the power of this technology, that means that we're getting to the point where we have really just a fantastic amount of absolute progress. You can imagine that kind of by getting into your car and starting driving very slowly at maybe 5 miles per hour, and now double your speed gradually to 10 to 20 to 40. If you do that just a handful of times, you'll need a racetrack and a faster car. If you could do that 30 times, which is the number of times that we've seen the power of computers double just since the 1950s, you would be, you know, a spaceship. You would be traveling at millions of miles per hour. You'd be traveling faster than anything we've actually ever built. You'd be able to get to another planet in just a few minutes. And that's really where we are in terms of today's information technology relative to where we began. And for that reason, we're going to see things that really astonish us, surprise us, things that we're not quite prepared for over the coming years and decades. Now, the second point is that machines are beginning, in a limited sense, to think. They're taking on true cognitive capability. And by this, I don't mean science fiction artificial intelligence, where we've got machines that can think at the level of a human being, but what I do mean is that we now have smart algorithms that can make decisions, that can solve problems, and most importantly, can learn. In fact, if there is one technology that is really the driving force behind all of this, it's machine learning, which is this incredibly powerful technology, which basically means that smart algorithms can churn through lots and lots of data, and based on that, they can learn. And this is becoming very, very powerful. One dramatic example of that recently was what DeepMind, the company in London, which is owned by Google, did with its AlphaGo system. It was a system that was able to beat the best Go player in the world, you know, at the ancient game of Go. And this is a very sophisticated game that requires something that you might consider to be human intuition. If you talk to the best Go players in the world, they'll often say that they don't really know exactly why they make a particular move in the game. It's just a particular, you know, it's a feeling that they get that they ought to make a particular move on the board. And so the fact that we were able to build a system that can prevail at this game is a really strong indication that, you know, the capability of these systems is starting to encroach on areas that we once would have thought as uniquely human. And I think that as that progresses, it's going to be very disruptive, and it's going to lead to outcomes that really challenge our assumptions in terms of what jobs and tasks can be automated. The third thing that's really important is that information technology is becoming a true general purpose technology. It's really, in many ways, becoming something like electricity. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to scale across everything. It's going to disrupt everything, every employment sector, every industry. There isn't anything that's going to remain untouched by this technology. And what that means is that it's going to be a much more broad-based disruption than anything we've seen from previous technological innovations. And I think that's an important reason that the outcome this time around could be, you know, a lot more dramatic than what we've seen in the past. So when you put all these together, what you end up with is this rapidly advancing technology that's taking on true thinking, cognitive capability, and is really scaling across everything. And I do think that that's going to be very disruptive to the job market and also to other aspects of the economy and society over the coming decades. So one thing that people who are perhaps a bit skeptical of this idea that technology might impact a lot of jobs, maybe eliminate a lot of jobs, maybe lead to unemployment, one thing people will always say is that sure, that will happen to lots of jobs. There are lots of jobs that will be automated. But at the same time, there'll be entirely new jobs created. There'll be jobs that today maybe we can't foresee, we can't even imagine. And of course, there's some truth to that. You can already think of many jobs that exist today that not too long ago we wouldn't have been able to anticipate. Things like website designers, social media marketers, data scientists. These are all new kinds of work that, you know, a decade or two ago wouldn't have been very common. But if you look at this bar chart, if you look at the chart on the right, what it shows you is that in the United States today, the vast majority of the workforce, about 90% of workers, are engaged in traditional occupations, occupations that existed 100 years ago. So this would be things like preparing and serving food, driving vehicles, working in factories and warehouses, working in offices doing routine work, working in healthcare as doctors and nurses. These are all occupations that someone in the year 1915 would have been very familiar with, and it's still where the vast majority of our workers are engaged. And yet, as we look at the technologies that are now emerging, it becomes clear that a lot of these traditional forms of work are going to be disrupted in the next decade or two. And the question is whether there are going to be enough new jobs to, absorb all the workers that are impacted. Just to take one example, think of the impact of self-driving cars and trucks. That is something that's going to happen at least probably within the next 10, 15 years. And that alone is millions and millions of workers just in the US and certainly throughout the world, vastly more than that. And the question is, are there going to be enough entirely new jobs to absorb all of those workers? And the second question, of course, is even if there are new jobs created, which there will be to some extent, are there going to be jobs that are going to be accessible to people that lose jobs, maybe driving a car or a truck or working in a fast food restaurant? Perhaps many of the jobs that will be created will require lots of technical skill or qualities like creativity and the ability to engage with people and build relationships with people. And maybe it's going to be very difficult for many workers to transition into these new roles. And so therefore, I do think that there are reasons to be concerned that this is going to be a bigger problem as time goes by. Now let me show you one chart which I think kind of illustrates the impact that technology is already having, not just in the US, but in other countries as well. What you see here is a comparison of productivity and compensation or wages for typical workers in the United States. Now, productivity is a measure of efficiency. It's basically the value of what's produced divided by the number of hours it takes to produce it. And you see, as you look at this chart, that these two lines move together perfectly right up until the mid-1970s. So any economist would tell you that this is the way things are supposed to work. The idea that innovation drives progress, the tools, the machines used by workers get better and better, and as a result, those workers should be able to produce more. Those workers should become more valuable, and as a result of that, they should command higher wages. And so productivity increases, and the benefits of that scale across the whole workforce and the entire population and all of society. And so you see what happens in the first half of this graph where the two lines are correlated. But then in the mid-1970s in the United States, you see these two lines separate, they kind of decouple. And since that time, compensation or incomes for typical workers have basically been flat. There are some groups of workers in the United States that actually make less after adjusting for inflation than they did in the 1970s, while at the same time, productivity has continued its relentless increase. So you now see this big gap opening up between these two lines. And what this is really saying is that all the benefits of technological progress are now being captured by the people at the top, by business owners, managers, executives, investors. These people are doing well. They're getting all the benefits of progress. But average typical workers, the people that work for an hourly wage, are getting almost none of that benefit. They're being completely left behind. And I think this is a very important graph because, of course, we've already seen political disruption, both in the United States and in other countries. Back in 2016, we saw the election of Donald Trump, and many people were very surprised by this. They didn't expect that to happen. But what happened in the US is that a lot of workers, especially in the more industrial areas of the country where there used to be lots of factories, those people in particular voted for Donald Trump because they're very unhappy. And this chart here shows why they're unhappy. They're unhappy because they are being left behind. They're not participating in the progress of the country. And if you look at the smaller graph at the top left, that shows the same two lines for the United Kingdom, and you see the same kind of separation between productivity and incomes there. And of course, in 2016 in the UK, we also had a very disruptive vote there also for Brexit. So I think that this is evidence that technology is having an impact, and it's already led to some very surprising political outcomes. And I think as this continues to get worse, as technology accelerates, we're likely to see even more disruption in the future. Now, the way I would explain this graph, at least in part, is that the technologies used in the workplace are getting better and better. At one point, machines were tools. They were used by workers, and they made those workers more valuable. Now, increasingly, technology is getting so good that it actually can displace workers. And that, I think, is what's leading to the stagnant wages and also to this big gap. So this is a very concerning graph, and there's every reason to believe that it could get worse in the future. So let me talk briefly now about some of the technologies that are really driving this. Robots, of course, have been around for a long time. If you had gone into an automotive factory, maybe in a developed country back in the 1980s, you would have already seen these big, powerful industrial robots. And these robots are very powerful, very precise, very fast. And what that has meant is that in advanced countries, at least, all of the rote assembly line type jobs where you literally stand there and do the same thing again and again, those jobs have mostly been automated already. And the jobs that have been left in environments like factories have been those that are fundamentally unpredictable. And many of those jobs would be things like loading and unloading boxes, for example, in a factory, or picking apart and then putting it into the next machine in a factory. These are jobs that rely on visual perception and dexterity. And so far, up until this point at least, robots have not been able to do this. So there have been safe jobs for people. But this photograph shows how that's changing. This is a picture of a robot that is specifically designed to move, to load and unload boxes. And you see in this picture that it's like a robotic arm. You see a photograph of these boxes, and some are stacked very precisely, some are rotated, they're different shapes and sizes, and some have text on them, different colors. Until very recently, only a human worker would have been able to figure out how to move these boxes. But this is a robot that has been built to do that, and it's actually going to be able to do it much faster than any human worker. And of course, this is a robot that will work continuously. It's never going to get tired. It's never going to injure itself, never going to file for workers' compensation. So as this technology gets better, it's going to displace a lot of jobs. A lot of people that rely on this kind of work are going to be, out of a job. Now, there's been a very traditional way of thinking about that, which is that if you have the kind of job where you're lifting these heavy boxes all day, maybe that's not such a great job. It's the kind of job where you can easily injure yourself. So the thinking has always been that if a machine comes along and does that kind of work, that's not so bad. Maybe people shouldn't be doing that work. Maybe the idea is that you then take that worker and give them some more education, some more training so that they can move up that skills ladder. Maybe they end up not working in a place where they have to lift heavy boxes all day, but instead they're working in an office in a much more comfortable environment, and instead they're using their brain and not their muscles so much. And so they're better off. But what I want to show you next is the reason that maybe that way of thinking of this problem is not so sustainable, because it turns out that the smart algorithms, the automation is also coming for the more skilled work. And this is a graph that shows what's happening with what we would call white-collar automation, or algorithms that are doing white-collar work, the kind of jobs done by people that are more educated. And the red bar chart on the right there shows that the number of people working in the finance department in large corporations in the United States has decreased by about 40% over a recent 10-year period. And this is just because of smart algorithms that are taking on more and more routine work and doing work that used to be done by people. So this is already having a big impact. There are many examples you can give of how artificial intelligence is beginning to impact skilled workers, people that went to university and have advanced educations. For example, there are algorithms that are displacing journalists already by writing news stories. These are algorithms that can look at data, figuring out what is an interesting story in that data, and then automatically generate a news story. There are algorithms that are doing what attorneys, lawyers do. And of course, being an attorney is something that requires not just university, but then even more education for law school. There are algorithms that are doing what medical doctors do, especially in areas like radiology. Wall Street trading, trading stocks and bonds and so forth, has been dramatically impacted by these technologies. So what we're seeing is that there's a very broad-based impact from technology, not just blue-collar work in factories, not just unskilled work, but also very skilled work done by even university graduates and even people that have professional degrees. So what this says is that we're really looking at a big disruption going forward that's going to really impact society at all levels. And we need to begin to think about how we're going to adapt to that. So one other very important point is that if in fact, over the coming decades, we run into a situation where people are unemployed, or maybe people have lower wages, lower incomes because of the impact of technology, then of course that's a big social problem. It's a problem for families and individuals that might be unemployed. It's the kind of thing that's going to have a big impact on the fabric of society. But it's also something that really has big implications for the economy, because the market economy, or you might say capitalism in general, needs consumers. It needs people that have income and confidence so that they can go out and purchase the products and the services produced by the economy. If you don't have that, then you run the risk of insufficient demand, so that you really cannot have strong economic growth. In a worst case scenario, you get into a situation where businesses just can't find enough customers because people don't have money to spend, and you get into the possibility of kind of a deflationary downward spiral. So the point is that this is really a big systemic problem. It's something that will impact everyone. It's not just about if you happen to be one of the people that in the future might be at risk of losing your job. This is something that will impact the whole economy. It might eventually run the risk of a financial crisis. It will impact even those people that today are doing very well. So this is a big problem that we all need to think about quite seriously. So finally then, the question becomes, what could we potentially do about all of this? And I think that ultimately we're going to have to really kind of reinvent our system, our system of capitalism, to ensure that we have an adequate distribution of income, even in a world where a lot of jobs begin to be impacted by technology. And I think that's going to mean making our social safety net much stronger. And ultimately, in the long run, I think that it probably will mean finding a way to really kind of separate income from this idea of a traditional job. So in other words, we're going to have to build a future where everyone, even if you're not able to find a traditional job that pays well enough to support yourself and your economy and your family, everyone will have access to some kind of at least minimal income that will allow them to survive and also to participate in the economy as a consumer. And I think the best way to do that will probably be some form of a universal basic income or a guaranteed minimum income. And this is an idea that is really getting a lot of attention now. It still remains a very radical idea that is politically very difficult and has never been certainly done on a large scale in a country yet. There have been lots of experiments with basic income that have generally been quite positive, and some of those experiments are ongoing. And so I think that there is definitely a greatly increased interest in this topic now. Famous technology people like Mark Zuckerberg, for example, have talked about universal basic income, as has, for example, Elon Musk. So it's getting that level of attention. If you followed the presidential race that's unfolding right now in the United States at all, you may know that there's actually a candidate for president, Andrew Yang, who is running on this very platform and is proposing a basic income in the United States that he's calling the freedom dividend. So even in the US, this is becoming something that is really entering the political sphere. And I think that that is very hopeful, because I think that it's really important that we begin to take these ideas seriously, that we begin to think about these issues and we begin to have an open mind about non-traditional solutions to this problem as we go forward. Because I do believe that in the coming decades, the impact of artificial intelligence and automation on the economy, on the job market, and also all the many other facets of disruption that's going to come as these technologies continue to accelerate, is going to be really one of the most important challenges that we face and that we're going to have to solve in order to continue to make sure that we can build a future that really works for everyone. So I hope that you all think about that, and my purpose in really talking about it is to kind of get you all engaged in that discussion, and I hope that now we can have a panel discussion and talk more about these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Right, I don't know what to think about that. I'm not very happy about it, but I do know as a journalist, a few of my friends have said that if I was to be replaced by an algorithm, it wouldn't be too soon because of the quality or the lack of quality of my writing. But I've been one of those, I've been like in the first wave of professions to be disrupted, to use a cliche, in the way that the money that I earn as a journalist has led me to leave journalism, as much as musicians have been disrupted and as much as Photographers have been disrupted, and now you're seeing it with taxi drivers, you're seeing it with translators. And bearing in mind what you've just said, Martin, I mean, it's not looking good for humans. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember when I was a punk rocker in the late 70s, and there was a music magazine called New Musical Express, and quite a controversial journalist called Julie Burchill, a young Julie Burchill, said that what's the point of having a job if the job's no good? You know, we want jobs, for knowledge workers. I don't see anything here about AI is really good to get rid of rubbish jobs, but I don't see anywhere. Where's it going to be replaced? I don't see anywhere where anything good about AI.
Well, I definitely think there are many, many positive aspects to AI. We should keep in mind that one side of it is this disruption that I'm talking about, and other things we're going to have to worry about as well. But the other side of AI is it's going to become the most powerful tool that we have to solve some of the most important problems we face. And that will mean medical advances that will make us all more healthy. It will mean innovations in areas like clean energy that will allow us to address climate change. The reality is that it's getting harder and harder to solve a lot of these problems.
It means nothing to someone who's lost their job. You know, we're going to sort out climate change, we're going to sort out this. I've lost my job, I've got no money, I'm earning shit money compared to what I did in 1974.
Right, and that's exactly why I just gave the presentation that I gave, because we need to be open-eyed about this impact. And so we're going to have to figure out something else that works. We may be entering a world where not everyone is going to have a full-time job that provides them enough income to have a good life. And rather than just sitting back and let that happen, and let many people be disenfranchised and angry and cause all kinds of problems, what we need to do is create a solution to address that. And that's exactly why I talked about a universal basic income as one possibility there, right? So we're going to have to solve that.
Well, we may have a solution here anyway, and he's called Kuzayan Vahi. It was a little bit late to our session. This is the man who may have all the answers. Please introduce him to the stage. He's the co-founder and CEO of Service Titan. Why don't you introduce yourself, and then we'll go to my esteemed panelist.
Sure. Hi, I'm Vahe. I'm one of the co-founders of Service Titan. And I just wanted to demonstrate that disruption is not an illusion.
It's not
being
what?
late. No, I'm just going to joke.
Disruption is not what?
I was just saying, I disrupted, so...
Oh, you
I didn't want it
disrupted
to be
us. Yeah, you did. Yeah. But it's a nice disruption. What does Titan do?
So we make software that runs home service businesses, specifically plumbing companies, HVAC companies, and so forth. And we basically take all the different functions and we run it through our software.
And how many people do you employ?
Roughly 1,000.
1,000 people. Okay, well, welcome to the panel. Thank you very much. I don't know where to start here. Let's start with Venki. Venki, tell us about you and your company and why you should be on this panel.
Sure. I work for a company called Intent.ai, and what we do is we are trying to reimagine data monetization for a world where consumer privacy is respected, consumer data is fully protected because it is mandatory under law. So ours is a company that is created for a post-GDPR and a post-CCPA world where data is precious and it belongs to the consumer and it ought to be respected.
Describe yourself as a data company or an AI company.
We use AI and ML, as a means of analyzing data.
And how many people do you employ? Humans?
17.
17 and 1,000. And now let's go to Tigran from Yandex, who I imagine employs millions of people.
Good evening. We employ 12,000 in office. We employ 10,000 as home workers. But technically, I would say we employ about 1 million people who are working, creating something, creating an added value to serve our users. This is drivers who drives in Yandex Taxi. There are 750,000 drivers active in month. We have couriers in our food tech business. We have people who train AI. any AI based on training. And there are thousands of people who are training AIs in the world, and part of them is working on AI of Yandex. We also have a lot of publishers who are writing news article, creating content, and this is used in service which called Zen. It's pretty popular, like more than 12 million people use that every day for 30 minutes. And there is 1,000 publishers who every day create a content. And today, I think that any technology based on creativity of that people.
Okay. So there was a guy yesterday from Infosys who was talking. I lived in India for a couple of years, became a Bollywood film star actually, if you would know. But what they used to do in Indian newspapers is that they used to celebrate a company that had 1 million employees. It was a celebratory thing. This was like 7 or 8 years ago. I presume it's the same. What are you doing at Yandex? Are you re-educating your people to do something different? Or if they lose a skill, do you
So you can see that a lot of companies now in the world are more becoming digital and digital. And that that means that world is faced to a huge necessity of developers, the IT people who should come to industry. And in any country, big IT companies are struggling with that. And as well as any big company in the world, Yandex also reinvests a big amount of money, huge resources, our brains in re-educating people to come to IT. So we, for next 3 years, we are committed to educate 100,000 people in IT.
In what period of time?
This is children in schools, this is master degrees, this is different courses that helps people to change their profession. And I want to bring in one example. We have a loyalty program in our ride-sharing business for drivers. And we propose them one thing. So if you're a loyal driver, for free, your children will be able to have an additional education and become programmers, developers. And we was really amazed, surprised that a majority of them said us, why you do not give us this opportunity to become a developer? And the underground of that question is that they do not want to be to work on boring jobs.
Absolutely.
They want to create something.
Yeah.
And we thought that we can give an opportunity to their kids, but they want to have opportunity themselves.
But not everyone.
And this is future.
Not everyone can be a creator, right?
I think that everybody can be creative.
You do?
Why? I think that if like 200 years before, people love to do boring work more, but now they want to be, anybody want to be creative, I think.
Okay. Magdalena, one of the first investors in Salesforce, founding board member of the same company. Disruption delusion, is it just a cliche, or is it just another word for competition?
So my premise on disruption is that it is glorifying what companies do when they get started, and that is to come into the marketplace and compete with the incumbents. No small company thinks, oh, I'm going to come and change the world completely and get rid of the incumbents. What they think is, I'm going to come and compete, and I'm going to compete with the best tools possible. Oftentimes, because they're not burdened with the legacy, they are starting with a fresh, empty, white page, and they can define the next generation of offering for that industry with no baggage from the past. But I want to say that it's not just industries and companies that get disrupted, if we're going to use that term. I look at my own career, and I started out as a semiconductor design engineer. I actually studied My master's is in hardware design. And I had to disrupt my own career. I had to change my own career over and over and over again. You know, I had to go from hardware design to computer systems to software to online services to internet access to e-commerce. So it's not just industries, it's actually careers that people have to actively manage themselves.
But did you disrupt your career or did you improve it?
Well, that's the question. Is disruption really a negative or is it actually a positive?
It sounds negative.
It does, but I personally think it's a big positive.
Hands up who thinks the word or the phrase, well, disruption is negative. Hands up who thinks it's negative. And clearly, hands up who thinks it's positive. Okay, so disruption wins. Okay, all right, that's kind of confused me. When you were at Salesforce in the early days, did the company ever describe itself as disruptive, or was it?
So Salesforce is an interesting case study because when Salesforce got founded, there was only one competitor that we were going after, and that was a company called Siebel Systems. They were providing customer relationship management software, and they charged about $1 million for a license. And then to actually take the software and make it work in a customer setting, the customer had to spend at least another $1 million, sometimes $2 million, to get it implemented. And unfortunately for most customers of Siebel Systems, at the end, a lot of the users, a lot of the employees in the company didn't use the features. So we came out at Salesforce to do only one thing, and that was to compete with Siebel, to be cheaper, to be faster, and to not require any implementation. We didn't come out to disrupt anybody. We just wanted to gain their market share.
Yeah, okay, and you were successful, I think.
I think so.
Venki, we were talking earlier backstage. You came up with a phrase in front of me and Magdalena called the extractive industry. That AI is behaving in a similar way to extracting, such as oil and gas. I didn't quite understand what you said. Could you maybe explain it to me
Sure.
and everybody else?
We think many of the problems that you're witnessing today in the digital space, whether it's all the hacking of consumer data or bots tweeting fake news and making it trend upwards, we fundamentally believe that the data analytics industry thus far has been an extractive industry, no different from oil and gas and mining, in the sense that they've been indiscriminate about collecting data from multiple sources and sloppy in the way they've processed and stored it. And I think some of the problems that are the headlines of today are a consequence of this indiscriminate approach. And I think we believe there's a very intentional way of going about it and derive the same benefits of data without being that extractive.
So data being extractive, being negative.
Correct.
But explain that a bit more to me, please.
It wasn't too many years ago that all the credit card data, all your credit card spending, all your location data, all your supermarket checkout data, was integrated into everything that you're doing on search engines and social networks and things of that sort. I think with the onset of laws like GDPR, people are coming to understand the value of their data and the downside of just being free with it. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to create systems where consumers and businesses can retain control and ownership of their data and still derive some of the same benefits that they've enjoyed before.
What about facial recognition that terrifies me, especially what certain countries are doing? You have a different take on that.
I mean, we are not a facial recognition company, but one of the things that we as a company take a lot of inspiration from is when you want to unlock your iPhone, the whole process of unlocking your iPhone, is the software And everything that is required to unlock your iPhone is within this device.
It's not in the cloud.
It's not in the cloud. And I think and Apple is actually, and what I'm talking about here is not futuristic at all. Apple is a great model for a company where they believe in a lot of intelligence for their devices being within the device, within the control of the consumer. An iPhone interacts with Apple 10 times less than an Android device interacts with Google. And we think, that's a very interesting model where people have to hold on to their data, businesses have to hold on to their data in order to avoid some of the downsides that come with hacks and break-ins and indiscriminate uses of your data.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll come back to you because I know nothing about you. We didn't discuss anything earlier. I'm trying to think of a great question to answer you. But until then, I'm going to go back to Martin. I did a couple of panels in the summer, one in Slovenia, with some extremely smart AI developer guys. Generally white guys, generally creating products that are probably more preferential to white men than anything else. And when we discussed it earlier, you said something that I thought was quite revolutionary and said that actually you're wrong. Developers really do care about regulation. They really do care about what they're making. And you said that AI developers were woke, which is not what I would imagine.
Well, I think that that's largely true, and I'm basing this on my experience. My most recent book was called Architects of Intelligence, and I actually interviewed 23 of the absolute smartest artificial intelligence researchers in the world. And based on those interviews, what they said to me about these issues, I believe that they very much care about the way these technologies impact humanity. They care about bias, whether it's racial bias or gender bias and things like this. They're actively working on this. I mean, I think that there's some evidence if you look at the companies that are really leading the charge in artificial intelligence, especially Google. We've seen lots of employee sort of uprising protests over these kinds of issues at Google. There, for example, have been mass protests of employees against using artificial intelligence in military applications. There was a big protest, or I think it was a walkout at Google over gender issues, over sexual harassment, what you would call Me Too type issues. So the employees working in those environments, they really care about this stuff. I think they are generally politically on the left. You might say woke. So I think it would be very wrong to say that, it's just a bunch of white guys sitting around doing this technology who are totally disengaged from all of this and don't care about this.
Yeah, but what about some proof of that? What about some proof of that?
Well,
I mean, I don't know if any of you saw that story about an AI hand dryer that worked for white people and it didn't work for black people. The way that, women are discriminated against, in my opinion, in the way that products are made. But it's all very well for you to say, they really care, they really care, they really care, but where's the proof?
Well, there's no doubt that these issues exist. I mean, we have seen absolutely examples of bias in algorithms. For example, I mean, there have been cases where I know one big company stopped using the system that screened resumes because they determined that it was biased against women. There have been actual court cases in the United States where criminal courts in the United States actually use algorithms for things like determining sentences of criminals or determining if someone should be let out of prison on parole. And those have been shown in some cases to be racially biased. So these absolutely exist. I'm not saying they don't. What I am saying, though, is that the people developing these technologies do recognize this problem and they are working on it. So it's not like they're completely disengaged.
Well, I hope you're right. I'm trusting you, mate. You know what I mean? Because, Jan, you're nodding your head. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you think that's because they intrinsically care more so than other people in other professions? Or is it that they see the consequences better than others?
Great question.
Well, it may be both. I mean, they clearly, the consequences of this have been given a very high profile. As I've said, there have been cases where the algorithms used to sentence people that are convicted in a trial have shown to have a racial bias. Believe me, that gets a lot of attention. So, people are aware of it.
Is that a consequence of the technology and the algorithms, or is that a consequence of the data on which they're trained, which is us? I mean, ultimately, it's a reflection
exactly.
of
In
us.
most cases, when we talk about bias in machine learning algorithms, the bias is going to be in the data. So it's not the case that someone sits down and develops an algorithm with the intention of it being biased. I don't think that's happening ever, but if it is happening, it's extraordinarily rare. What is happening is that an algorithm is being used to learn from data, and that data encapsulates bias. And the reason is that the data comes from human beings. So if you're collecting data from people who are racist or who are sexist, then that will be reflected in the data. And when you have an algorithm learn from that data, it will pick up that bias. And so the challenge is to design algorithms that can correct for that. And it's not so easy, technically. It's a real challenge. But there are very, very smart people working on doing that. And I think that, you know, there is an optimistic note here, which is that if they succeed at that, if they can build algorithms that are intrinsically less biased, even in the face of data that is biased, then we can imagine a world where perhaps we rely more on algorithms and a little less on human judgment, and that's actually a fairer world, right? It's actually a world with less bias.
Possibly.
Because the algorithms are better than human beings who are, you know, in many cases, intrinsically biased.
Kuzayan, what are you, optimist or a pessimist about AI? Do you believe, Martin?
I'm an optimist with a tinge of pessimism.
Okay. A pes-optimist, I think someone calls it. Magdalena, are you an optimist or a pessimist?
Always an optimist. Will always be an optimist.
Okay. Venki, thank you.
I am an eternal optimist when it comes to technology, but I fully recognize that every technology has unintended consequences. And I think, you know, the people managing the technology have to manage for the unintended consequences as well. You may not be able, the unintended consequences may not unfold.
But this sounds hypothetical.
No, it doesn't sound, so let me talk about, you know, the people behind, an example I was giving earlier was two incidents, one in a bricks and mortar company and one in a digital company. You know, and sadly these are tragedies. Everyone knows about the shooting in Christchurch that was broadcast over Facebook Live, okay? And a couple of months later, there was a shooting at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, where about 22 people died. And I think, you know, if you look at Walmart's reaction, you know, they could have taken a position saying that this shooter had nothing to do with our company. It just happened to happen on our premises. You know, and Facebook's position was we had no control over that content. It just unfolded over our platform. But Walmart's reaction later on is they didn't wait for regulation. They didn't wait for Washington to do anything about it. They immediately put in place within 4 weeks a policy where they started delisting you know, the kind of automatic weapons that people don't need to buy. They increased the age of anyone who could buy a gun to 21. They put in a camera system that would record every gun sale, and they developed...
Hang on. They put in a technology that videoed every gun sale.
And they also developed a background check system.
Well, in like 2 months they did that. Come on, they must have been able to do that before.
They did it. They announced all this within a month. I don't know if they've already implemented it, and they were quite happy to give away what is the country's most advanced background check system. They offered it for free to other gun retailers as well. And my point here is, you know, every technology has an unintended consequence, and how you manage those unintended consequences, you know, and you know, builds a level of trust in whatever you're doing. I think consumers are willing to be more forgiving if you are upfront about some of these issues and how you behave around.
I was slightly skeptical about Walmart. A friend of mine came up with a game called Grand Theft Auto in the early days, and he went to Walmart and they told him to go away in no uncertain terms because he wasn't wearing a tie. He was only wearing shorts. The next year, he didn't have to wear a tie. Do you know what I mean? Because of the sales of the game. Tigran, you were nodding your head earlier. You were nodding your head earlier, sir.
I'm definitely techno-optimist. So I'm not optimist in AI or something. I think that world should develop, and it was developed for thousands of years, and I cannot imagine that we are the generation that will disrupt the world. It's impossible. So thousands of years of history, and each time I think people in different halls gathering together and discussing probably the same issue. Of course, so it was about the different things, the cases was different, but each time it's like the general problem between fathers and sons and so whatever, like, and so I believe that itself the world will find solutions how to defend all problems that more or less obvious, of course. So people will lose their jobs, but they will find new ones. They will
You still think that? You think that this time?
I think that they will, of course. So if you look back for last 100 years, people in the world becoming smarter and smarter. So 100 years ago, a lot of people cannot read. But today, go to the center of the Yerevan. Could you find anybody who cannot read? Impossible. In Africa, in some countries, they are still. So that means that people becoming more and more educated, more and more smart. They wish to do something more important in their lives than before.
No, I think, is anyone...
And I want to add something to that. Not only are they getting smarter, but they're also living longer, which basically means that you cannot just have a career like you used to in the old days to last you your whole life. When you, from age 20 onward, are going to maybe be alive for another 70 years, you'd better figure out how you're going to redefine yourself multiple times. And actually, Stanford University did a study, and they said that by year 2025, those children born 2025 are going to have 2.5 or 2+ careers in their lifetime.
Yeah. Well, I think I've probably had about 7 or 8 already. But
you're unique.
No,
Look at the way you're dressed.
Oh, you know what I mean. You've got to have something as you get older. A beard covers it up. But I mean, I'd be interested to carry on the conversation with you. Is that you seem to me like I'm not an early adopter. I'm like a lunchtime adopter, right? I take my time to move, but when I move fast. But again, to Tigran's point, is that I was forced to move because of what was happening to journalism. In my life, I've managed betting shops in the middle of London. They're going down because of online gambling. I've been a sub-editor in Fleet Street. There are no sub-editors anymore. There are all types of jobs that I've done that are disappearing, right? And I've had to move with the times. Unfortunately, I'm slightly weird, and I've managed to do it. But what advice would you give someone that didn't really want to change their life? I mean, do they have to change or die?
Get real.
That's
my advice. Get real.
Okay, all right. Martin, did you ever change your job?
I've changed my job many times.
Tell us your early jobs, your first job.
My first job was working in a supermarket when I was in high school. Then I went to university, then I became an engineer. I did that for several years. Then I went back and I studied business. Then I worked in finance for a couple of years, and I was laid off because the company wasn't doing well. Then I started my own business, a software company. And since then, I've never had a real job at all. I ran a software company for many years, and then I started writing books. And now I do what I do now, which is often go around and engage in events like this. So my career's changed dramatically many times.
So mine's changed. Maybe yours is more positive than mine. Yours is more positive than mine because I'm a bit of a yob. Kuzayan, first job, how many jobs?
So I was a butcher, my first job.
You were a butcher.
I was a butcher. I then cold called selling windows. I sold a lotion at a mall from a kiosk. That was great for the ego. And then I started a software company. And I liked one of those better than the rest. So
the software companies lasted the longest.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Over to you.
Yeah, Yeah, so
Come on, give us a weird job.
Yeah, so we have a Lotion connection there. I started my first career in supply chain, manufacturing Dove lotion for a large CPG, consumer packaged goods company, shifted to brand marketing and then digital marketing and e-commerce and venture capital, and now a startup.
And do you think this job now is your last job?
No, by no means, yeah.
What would you really like to do?
I'd like to see this job through its course and then change as needed.
Okay. Tigran, come on, let's hear about you. You must have had some weird jobs.
When I was young, I was very, very lazy. And the only one way to be lazy and to survive is to automate the world to be a programmer. And that is why when I was 12, I decided to become a programmer, and starting from like 12, I am programming, then I was IT manager, but I am in IT for 26 years.
So we've all kind of disrupted ourselves, right? Yes?
Yeah, but I think the question is, if you look at the technologies that are coming and the jobs that are going to be the most affected, and then you compare that against who is the most vulnerable portion of our society in terms of their ability to go through that change. I don't think anyone would dispute the need for change. I think the question is the speed at which it's happening now any different than what we faced in the past? Because when, in 1860, something like 60% of the US population were farmers. Today, it's less than 1%. So we've gone through these massive changes before. What I worry about is the rate at which that change is happening within a generation.
Yeah.
And the question I have is, it's impacting the most vulnerable, and will we make it in time, especially when, at least in certain parts of the world, the political systems are pretty fragile. And it's not so much that the jobs won't catch up. To me, it's the second order and third order consequences of that change, because what happens when there's suddenly 10, 20% unemployment?
Do you have children?
I have 3.
Do you think about them in these terms like I do with my boy?
Oh, I'm terrified.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, Martin, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I agree absolutely. I think that we're looking at a more dramatic and more rapid disruption. But even if we look at the disruptions that have happened in the past, the track record isn't good for people that are in average, more routine, repetitive jobs. I mean, if you were a factory worker in the United States and you're 50 years old and you spent your whole career working in a factory, and then globalization happens, and your job goes to China. We see in the United States that this didn't work out well. There were retraining programs that were supposed to help these workers, but largely they failed. And what we have in the United States now are communities that have been devastated. We've got this opioid epidemic. We've got deaths of despair, discontent. So it's a big problem. And in the future, it's going to be much more dramatic. It's not just going to be factory jobs. It's going to be truck driver jobs. It's going to be fast food workers. It's going to be anyone working in an office doing something that's relatively routine. So it's going to be on a much larger scale than what we've seen in the past. And I do think that many of these workers, given their work history, their educational level, and who they are, it's going to be really hard for them to adapt to this. So it's fine to say you need to disrupt yourself and all of that, but that's just not something that is realistic for everyone. We need to understand that.
I guess the question is, will the pitchforks come out? That's
well, the
real
pitchfork
question.
should have come out a long time ago, if you ask me, bearing in mind what's happened in the last 3 years. What would you advise my 16-year-old son to study?
The advice I generally give is, don't train for something that's routine, repetitive, and predictable. So do something creative. Maybe being an artist is better than being an accountant in some sense. If you're doing something that involves fundamentally building something new, thinking outside the box, creating, that's something that, at least for the foreseeable future, it's harder for machines to do that. Another area is working with people, right? Something that requires empathy, caring for people, building deep relationships with people, something like a nurse. This is something that, again, computers are not going to be good at least for a while.
Yeah. Thank you. Martin was talking earlier in his keynote about universal basic income that I'm beginning to believe may be a solution to bored people that can survive on a universal basic income, and if they want to be entrepreneurial, the story would go that they would join the gig economy and sell drugs or whatever it is to kind of keep themselves interested. Do you think that UBI is a viable kind of future for us?
If Andrew Yang was the Democratic nominee, I would vote for him. I think we need UBI now, and it's not a concept in the distant future. And let me give you a good example. The largest number of jobs in transportation, in the US have been created by Uber. Uber has about 3.9 million drivers worldwide. I don't know exactly the number they have in the US, but most of these are jobs. It is a disruption, but it has a huge downside attached to it. These are jobs that have no minimum wage protections, no healthcare protections, and it's sort of a race to the bottom in the fight against Lyft. So ultimately those people are going to be replaced by autonomous vehicles, and I think it's a reality today. And I think whether it's universal basic income or taking a stance that Henry Ford took, which is, I'm going to pay the people on my assembly line a lot of money because they can afford my cars, live good lives. I think an approach that employers and governments, taking a stance as you'd advocated, I think is quite important as well.
May a couple of words. I think that from one side, we have today the reality when millions of drivers will be replaced by self-driving. This from one hand. But from other hand, we have today, for example, Wikipedia. You can Google and in a second get an answer for any question. And I remember myself when I was a student, sometimes you should spend probably hours or days to find something. When it was 1996 when I learning programming. It was so hard to find a description of some algorithm or how it works or to learn new language. Today it's a seconds, and this is another thing that we have. We have amazing access to information. We can learn as fast as possible. The education becomes more and more affordable, cheaper, accessible. My son learned English by Skype. I paid for that $12 per hour, and that's it. And now he speaks English.
Yeah, there's one really amazing use of technology I found about that, and that was for older British people living in care homes that were lonely and bored, and they were teaching Brazilian school kids to speak English by Skype. I mean, that's a winner all over the place. You know what I mean? That type of stuff makes me happy, really happy. Magdalena, universal basic income, a possibility or a pipe dream?
Well, what I really worry about is bored people, because what happens with boredom, and we've seen it here in the United States, with the increase in drug use in communities where young people especially feel unchallenged, they are not interested in life. And I worry that if we give people a cushion at the very end, we're going to have more and more bored people, and we're going to have even more epidemics of drug use.
But you might also have bored people getting used to the pitchfork and picking up, something to fight back against, as opposed to being bored. Maybe societies are happy that people are being addicted to drugs. Do you think?
And I appreciate I'm in a former Soviet country and I should watch what I say, but I will go ahead anyway. I do think that for very many years, communism used alcohol and maybe sex to keep people occupied.
Sex is okay. Come on.
and not necessarily, really striving forward with their own initiative. And I think it's been fantastic to watch some of the former Soviet countries, including Armenia, develop such amazing entrepreneurial communities where they introduce products like Skype that we're just talking about. So I guess you can hear where I'm going with this. But I do think what people want more than anything else is opportunity. What people want more than anything else is feeling proud of who they are, what they achieve. So let's give them that.
No, I can't fault that. Tigray, you were about to respond to that. Are you Russian? I think you are, right?
No, I'm Armenian.
Okay.
I think that, so I was laughing because of alcohol, but I disagree about sex. There were no sex in Soviet Union, former Soviet Union countries.
More booze, more sex.
I apologize for speaking out of school.
Okay, we're probably going to finish a little bit earlier because it's been a long day, and I think you've been amazing to stay right to the end. So we're probably going to kind of, maybe finish a bit earlier. I'm trying to think of something really awesome to finish on, Martin, and I think you're smarter than me to tell me how to finish my job.
I just would say that I think everyone needs to be aware of all these issues. And I think that, the question you asked earlier is, are you an optimist? And I'm an optimist, but I don't think you can afford to be kind of a lazy optimist and just sit back and be optimistic and assume everything will work out, everything will be great, because I don't think that's the case. I think that the kinds of challenges that we've been talking about here, whether it's the impact on jobs and employment, the impact on privacy with facial recognition cameras everywhere, the potential for these algorithms to be biased and things like this. These are real issues. These are issues that we're going to have to confront, that we're going to have to develop solutions to. And if we don't, then maybe the outcome, at least in the short term, is not going to be so optimistic. But if we can really confront these issues and think and have an open mind about solutions, maybe like a basic income, going forward, then I think that we can really build an optimistic future where we're all better off. And the vision I always think of, if you've ever watched the TV show Star Trek, I mean, that's a future where people have moved beyond, having a 9-to-5 job and having to earn a living. It's a much more abundant world where people do things that genuinely challenge them. And I think that we can look to that kind of a future, and that artificial intelligence and these other technologies will help us get there, but we have to solve the problems that are going to come at us in order to have that optimistic vision.
I think that's the difference between me and you. I mean, you're Star Trek and I'm Black Mirror. I think that's a difference. Kuzayan, some final words of optimism and love.
Well, I think one potential happy path to try to bridge the gap is to pose the question, who said 9 to 5 is the right answer? Who said 5 days a week is the right amount to work? Maybe we should work 2 days a week. And that's the ultimate kind of middle stepping stone between the current world and the future world, because in between there seems to be a lot of different ways it could go. And I agree with you. If we just give people a bunch of money, there's potential downsides. But I think that there's a lot of different ways of attacking the problem, and there's probably no magic bullet.
But being bored or lazy when you were younger, and I travelled for 15 years and did nothing except have sex and travel, it was great fun. What's wrong with being bored? I mean, maybe we are happy being bored. I mean, I don't think anyone here would consider the idea of walking along the beach doing nothing a bad thing. Maybe we should just be chilled and not worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're animals that live in a social environment, and there's a hierarchy that we all live within, and I think there's a natural drive that exists in everybody. And so unless there's a gap of opportunity, I don't think people will intrinsically veer towards the boredom aspect. Is that the only option they have? I think that's when it's a problem.
Yeah, okay.
And what ends up happening is, if you feel like you're forcefully being bored while everyone else is in a different path in life, I think that's when the pitchforks come out, or all sorts of other.
No, absolutely.
And given the number of guns we have in the U.S., that's a scary, scary situation.
Martin, you want to jump in quickly?
Yeah, just on this issue of boredom, I'll just comment that the proposals out there for our universal basic income are pretty minimal. We're talking about a small amount of money. It's not a generous income where you're going to stay home and have a great life and do nothing. I mean, of course, some people might go in that direction, but I think the vast majority of people are not going to be satisfied with that minimal income. They want to earn more. And actually, one of the advantages of a basic income is that it's structured in a way that it always preserves the incentive for you to do more, to find a job if you can find one, start a business, do something to earn more income, because what happens is that if you earn more, we don't take that away, we don't tax it away, and we don't take away your basic income because now you're working, which is exactly what happens with traditional forms of the safety net. Things like unemployment insurance, you get those benefits, but now you go find a job, you try to be productive, we take those away. So that creates actually a kind of a trap where you're stuck and you can't progress. That's actually an advantage of a basic income. So this is a complex discussion, and I really think that there are solutions to
we
these
might be
issues.
on the same side after all. You know what I mean? Venki, give us something. What the? Look at that. That's AI. That's
a
drone.
robo. That's a drone.
Watch out. It's
Yeah.
going to bite you, baby.
I'm eternally optimistic that technology will find a solution to some of the problems that you painted in your presentation. But I think the one thing we'll have to do differently from what we've been doing in the last 10 years is we're just not going to, I think moving fast will result in breaking things. Just being very intentional about the things we're doing and planning for some of these consequences to the extent that we can, I think is going to be important. So,
Break things. I never liked that phrase. Tigran, give us some final words of wisdom.
During the history, people took problems and trying to solve them. And I think that only one exception was the wars, when it brings them back. In all other cases, that brings people to the better world. And I believe that we will be in the better world in next 10, 15, and 100 years.
Well, I hope you're right.
Doing the same.
Magdalena, I think final word for you.
I think that giving people the sense of hope that tomorrow will be better than today, giving them the sense of self-esteem that they can actually achieve what they want, and giving them the education and the opportunity. I don't think there is any technology that will create a doom and gloom situation. And it really, I think at the end of the day, we're the humans that are going to control technology, not the other way around.
Well, you believe that?
Always have, always will.
Okay, before I thank this wonderful panel, I'd like to thank all of you for staying right to the end. I know it's late, so give yourself a round of applause. Woo! Well done, thank you very much. You're very, very enduring people, which leaves it to me to say goodbye and to say thank you to these lovely people for a great panel. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you here tomorrow, I hope. I'll be here, voice of God or voice of human, I don't know. But a round of applause, please, with these lovely people. Thank you.
Remember when we fell in love? We were young and innocent then. Do you remember